It's the 2018 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Hook.
Let us take you right now to where it's happening. Let's take you to Northeast Georgia. Let's take you to Lake Chatuge. We know why you're here. We know why you're up this morning on this beautiful Friday morning. You're here to see the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship. Is day 2 of 3 days of fishing. Lake Chatuge is the place. Gorgeous spot right here. Incredible place to contest this. A challenging place, as has been proved on day number 1. Again, this is day number 2, and we have the full field of 50 anglers fishing on this day. Now, for Justin Lucas, who came in with the lead, it was a blowout day, Mark Zone.
No doubt about it.
He didn't know that.
Really, well, he had no idea. He was fishing what he called uncomfortable all day long. Things were not clicking. But after our noon break, critical. 2 big calls. And really the story of the day, it was Josh Bertrand. We have covered him all year long with very little slip-ups. That was not the case. He has a big hole to dig out of.
Absolutely. Those two finished 1 and 2 in the final event of the regular season with Bertrand on top. And right now, with a big lead, is Justin Lucas. That was a scene right before the sunrise this morning. Of course, you're probably up here in the mountains. You're not going to see the sunrise for a while. We'll have a good cloud later.
Killer time lapse.
Killer time lapse, exactly so. Hey, kudos. Big time props to whoever put that together. All right, there's the anglers getting ready. A very important day. Every move they make up there can mean big money for them. But right now, let's talk to the man for whom it could mean the most. That, of course, our leader, Justin Lucas.
Hey, it's unbelievable. You know, only 22 people so far have won Angler of the Year, and I would be the 23rd if I can make it happen. And that just tells you how long, you know, Bass has been around for almost 50 years, and that tells you how hard it is to win one of those things. And yeah, I haven't been sleeping great ever since the St. Lawrence River. It's been almost a month, and I'm just looking forward to hopefully holding that trophy on Sunday and sleeping in on Monday morning. Man, I need it. It's been a long month.
Today my goal is to get to mid-pack, get to the middle of the field. If I can have a big day today, get to the middle of the field, there will be a chance for something to happen the last day. And you never know what your competition's going to do, but all I can do is try to go out there and just have a better day today than yesterday. I had plenty of bites yesterday. I was not able to put them in the boat, and that's what cost me. You know, a lot of guys were able to figure out whatever nuance they had to figure out to get the fish to commit to their bait. I was not one of them. So today I've made some adjustments, and we'll see if they work out. I'm ready to get another crack at these fish.
And so for me, going out here, just doing something I love, just another day on the water. We already made the Classic. We have all the pressures off, and just trying to come out here and win the Derby. You know, there's a couple anglers that are out here trying to win AOI. You know, this year we're out here trying to win a $25,000 and another blue trophy.
Some of the guys will be following today for sure. 50 anglers. Again, the full field will fish all 3 days. And Josh Bertrand, you're right, Z. That was the shocker of the thing right there. He's a great angler. But that just underlines the vagaries, the uncertainties of fishing a place like this at a time like this.
He's a great angler, and really this tournament, going off of the history of how Josh Bertrand fishes, this tournament really set up in his wheelhouse compared to lakes that he grew up on, lakes that we have covered him on. This lake was very similar to that. Now, with that being said, going into this second day, look, if you're a bass head at home and you want to know how to catch pressured fish, oh boy, if you want to catch pressured fish on small bodies of water, today and Sunday is going to be for you.
The perfect high-stakes clinic is coming up for you. That's a great point. Who we're following today, of course, Josh Bertrand. But let's start with the leader, Justin Lucas, 13 pounds and 6 ounces. He thought that would be mid-pack yesterday. It turned out to be really strong.
Exactly right. Really taking a look at some of the guys that caught him so strong yesterday. James Elam, Jacob Wheeler, and from there, we got to give it up. Roy Hawk still hanging on to that Rookie of the Year.
By a lone point, I believe it. Because we'll get the real numbers out to you in just a minute.
Ratchet the stress up for
oh
him
my
today.
gosh, we will make some drama out of that. And it is a great race. for Rookie of the Year. Roy Hawk and Jake Whitaker. That's going to come down to the final day. You know it is maybe the final fish. But those are a Rapala 5 Live. We have great pictures from Lake Chatuge. It's fantastic stuff. So glad you're with us all day long. We got 6 hours of Bassmaster Live coming your way again today. We'll do the same thing again on Sunday. We take a break on Saturday for some fan interaction, some great opportunities for the fans there on site at Chatuge. Make a plan to get out there if you can. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona, the whole crew, of course. The Such, Mike Sukon. What are you looking at? You were giving us some important numbers during the Facebook.
Oh, well, this guy's jumping up in paychecks today. They're looking to make a 10 grand jump at the bubble for the Classic. There's 31 points separating 14 guys. Three-way tie right now. Pipkins, Zaldain, and Fraser, 602 points, right at 34th, 35th, 36th. We get 35 automatic bids to the Classic, so we'll be battling it out to get there and not have to go to the Classic bracket next month.
That's right. And Ronnie Moore, I know a lot of things have caught your attention on this day. What stands out the most?
Well, I thought the weights were on par with what they should be. Obviously, James Elam's way ahead of the pack, 1 pound, 10 ounces ahead of second. But that 14-pound bag that we thought would keep you in contention throughout the week, we saw a couple guys eclipse that mark. That Rookie of the Year battle is down to just 1 point. That'll be interesting. Both are in the top 8 going into today. So they're not only in contention for the year, but they're also in contention in this event. Angler of the Year now a big gap, but I really was surprised with Josh Bertrand's struggles, being last in the event. Nowhere to go but up, and the tides can turn today.
And we heard him say what he plans to do, what his goal would be anyway.
Well, exactly, and to do that, he might have to gamble, and it's a big gamble to go after some of the less plentiful but bigger largemouth in Chatuge. But really, Justin Lucas was the tale of two different personalities. If you watched Bassmaster Live yesterday, there was never a comfort zone. It was always, I don't want to. It was a frustrating tone that he didn't feel he was getting it done. And then when we got to talk to him last night, he was the most pleasant, happy Bassmaster Elite Series angler.
Having a blessed day over here.
It is all, it's AG. It's AG. It's all good.
That's right. That's right. Well, let's take a look at our Humminbird Lay of the Lake. Chatuge, mighty challenging, as is any body of water, basically in this part of the world this time of the year. Chatuge, a beautiful place, not very big, 7,500 acres, but you can see, Ronnie Moore said it best, it looks like a bunch of pieces of a jigsaw puzzle out there, a lot of little creeks, a lot of little cuts and crannies that you can find yourself in, and you can't run away and hide from everybody here, not by any means. You're going to see people all day long.
That was the theme of it yesterday. This lake is fishing very, very small. A lot of our anglers are fishing within sight of each other, and not only that, we're one of the bigger themes yesterday and already hearing today from our friend Ron Moore. There's a lot of local pressure on this lake. Look, it's not far from Atlanta, and as we get into the weekend, there may be more of those fireworks.
Absolutely. All right, let's get down on the water. Let's get down with the angler who had the best day of all yesterday, 16-10. I don't know if anyone was predicting something that big, but Oklahoma's James Elam certainly did bring it to the weigh-in stand.
Stay on. I think he got the treadle. It's a largemouth. Thought that looked different. Take a largemouth.
Give us a breakdown on this lake so far.
Well, it's a small lake. It's an awesome lake. You can tell it's got a lot of bait in it. It's got a lot of fish, a lot of really good spotted bass. It's just unfortunate right now. It's really hard to catch them. Even when you're doing the right stuff, you miss a lot of fish. Yesterday I had probably 50 bites and landed 20. It's just really frustrating. I've lost 10 already this morning. It's I think just for me, my whole game plan's been to fish around the schools of fish that I've found as many as possible. I had like 3 really good areas yesterday where the fish later in the day are coming up and blowing up and chasing herring, and that was a big key for me yesterday. So I'm also putting that in the mix early, fishing around the places where they're sitting, and then later in the day they start moving around chasing herring, blowing up, and I'm looking for those individual blow ups and throwing on them with the top water. So it's been a really small lick, unfortunately, where I wanted to start. That guy started there today, so things have went not quite according to plan, but we've caught 4 now, I think. 4.5. We got a little bitty one, or 3.5. So no big ones, just decent ones, 3 decent ones.
Here are those earlier
All
fish
these,
from James Elam.
fish care about in this lake right now is a herring. That's all they want. So that's the whole deal. This is the first tournament I've never thrown a bottom bait in the tournament. I don't even have one on the deck. Everything I'm doing is all top water. I mean, this fluke I'm throwing right now, it's right on the top of the water. I mean, right under the surface. And they're looking up. These fish in this lake move, they move around a lot, but they keep their eyes peeled, and they're looking up the whole time. And you'd be surprised how far away they'll come to eat something on the top. 30 feet or so sometimes. And it's not even that clear.
Well, here's part of that clinic you were talking about.
Exactly, and James Elam, we've got to talk a lot yesterday about how all around solid anglers, Josh Bertrand, Justin Lucas, some of these younger guys. We have talked about this guy throughout the last 2 years. Absolutely one of the young powerhouses on the Elite Series, and the only thing that I'm really interested in is I just want to see how he's rigging that bait. I just want to see how he's rigging that. You heard him say he missed a lot of fish yesterday, as a lot of anglers did. Bertrand was one of the plagued by that throughout the day. He is definitely fishing this a lot different than a usual fluke-style Texas rig. You can tell.
See, he's hooked on the outside. Just a lot of them are swiping at it. I have to get pliers for that.
He's back live with James Elam. Such Elam came in 27th place. Not a lock for the Classic. He could have done poorly here, but boy, he went the other direction.
Jumped up to 19th, and he just increased his AOI points payout by $9,000 if he stays there.
Did I hear him
say? If
say
he wins, $25,000 for the victory.
Did I hear him say he's got 4 in the live well and things are not going according to plan so far this morning? Did I hear that? I don't know.
So he did. There was a blog from Andy Crawford, the photographer covering him, that he pulled up on his spot that he wanted to start on, and Micah Frazier was fishing right there with him. They were both casting similar areas, and Frazier's right there on that Classic bubble. And so Elam hopped to another point, started catching him. So that's probably where it wasn't going. He was losing some, and Frazier was the one catching him, and so he left, and he started catching him somewhere else.
Earlier today.
Yes, early.
It's James Elam, our tournament within the tournament leader to start this day. Just behind him. Here comes Jacob Wheeler. We spent a lot of time with Jacob Wheeler the past 2 years in the boat. He's one of these overachievers out there. There's no doubt about that.
Yep. So far we got 3 fish, 1 decent one, 2 babies. Been running around pretty hard, trying to switch up a few baits and just, mixing it up, about 8 rods on the deck and just trying to throw all of them and sort of see what those fish really want to bite. This morning they seem like they're a little goofy, but you just try to keep them honest and keep running a whole bunch of different stuff, and places that you might not have got a bite yesterday, you can pull up and catch a couple 4-pounders or so. I'm trying Trying to keep them honest right now. Come on, fish. Why y'all trying to be stingy like that? Come on, dude. Get over here. Problem is, you can't. No, he's not even that big. Come here. There we go. Didn't want top water on the jerk bait. Not a big one, but get us 5 of them and go from there. Go.
£15 yesterday for Wheeler. I heard him say this morning he's got his eyes on winning this event here. It's not inconsequential. That is a mark in your win column, the Bassmasters. Very important.
Dang, that's a big one right there. Straight on me. God.
Z, how much of these missed baits or missed bites and short strikes are from fish being conditioned to baits, or is it mostly their just aggressiveness that they just miss it when they get to the surface?
Sure. I mean, both.
I mean, you know.
I'm going to tell you one thing that Jacob Wheeler talked about after the weigh-in yesterday, and I really want to get some sound about this from him. He said there is a key depth zone, very key depth zone, where you're able to call these fish, whether they're on brush piles or whether they're, he said, if you get a little bit too deep here, if you get a little bit too deep, you're not able to call them to your bait better. And he said, actually, this drawdown has helped that process a little bit, narrowing it down at least where they're condensed, chasing these blueback herring. But listening to him talk about that, I'd love later today to get some sound from him. It was very, very dialed in.
Well, as we learned through the week, the lake is low. They're doing the regular procedure for getting close to the winter drawdown, plus they draw down some extra because of anticipation of rains from the hurricane, too.
And he feels that actually is probably what really has hurt this shallow bite the most.
Yeah. The fish are going, where was that water? It was over my head, so. Your leader, Roy Hawk, as we mentioned, by a lone point. What a race we had between him and Jake Whitaker.
You know, overall, this morning so far, it's been, I'd say, slow. You know, I got one decent keeper. Had 3 other bites. They could have been small fish, whatnot, I'm not sure. But happy to at least have the one, and I think we just got to keep moving until we locate a group of active ones and then try and capitalize on those, and we'll get positive quick that way. So we got to keep moving and trying to locate those active fish.
Locating these active fish. Interesting stuff from Craig Lamb yesterday, talking to some former college competitors out here. Said, when you're a team, you can do a better job of keeping those fish activated. It's a little bit harder when you're one guy.
I think Geddes dropped some
Brandon,
knowledge.
exactly,
Some knowledge out.
Ronnie said that yesterday about the teaming up.
Sure, yeah.
You know, one of the things also that Wheeler said last night, he said, look, from when Frank caught him here on the El Raton up shallow, he said, look, that let the cat out of the bag here. He said that really is what has made the shallow water fishing on this lake very, very tough. He said that footage, that exact footage, is what has made this lake very tough up shallow.
And there were those bites going on yesterday. Alton Jr. only weighed in 3 for 8.
Right.
And he's really good friends with Frank and has a special bait, one of those rats from the West Coast, and he just lost him yesterday.
Well, it is really time now to concentrate on the big prize at hand, one of the 2 most important honors in the world of bass fishing. Bassmaster Classic and this Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, the 2 that came in with the chance to win it. One of those guys, Josh Bertrand, who had a difficult day yesterday, and he said today, I just got to work my way to the middle of the pack and hope for just as good an outcome on the final day. So we mentioned possibilities of what he might do. Let's see what he is doing.
So we need a big day today. We need to probably catch minimum of 15 pounds to get back into the middle of the pack and have any kind of chance tomorrow. So I know it's going to be really hard to catch 5 largemouth. I'd like to just get crazy and fish for largemouth right from the start, but I think that's too difficult. I'm going to try to catch some solid spots. You know, I mean, there are plenty of 3 and 4 pound spots. If I can catch 2 or 3 of those, I may get on the bank, throw a big bait, and try to catch 2 or 3 more big largemouth. But you know, the activity level seems to be fair this morning. I've had 5 or 6 bites already. I have not put one in the boat, but I'm going to keep grinding, keep hitting fresh spots, and hopefully we can hit 1 or 2 where they're really firing, actually put some in the boat. But we're going to be on the motor a lot today looking for the active ones. We've got to hit some fresh groups at the right time to make it happen. I'm going to do it right now, actually.
We saw a lot of running and searching for active fish yesterday. No one more so than Justin Lucas.
Exactly. Justin Lucas said he hit between 60 and 80 spots. And really, his bite got better as the day went on. Of who he had a camera on, he caught a limit by far the fastest yesterday, but it was small culls throughout the day that really helped Justin Lucas out. And it almost seemed like later in the day, the more boat traffic that was around him, the better he caught them.
See by mapping there how close Justin Lucas is to James Elam. Mid-lake, got a little struggle with service on Justin Lucas right now. Shouldn't last long. Either the service will get better or he'll move.
Pretty good yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic. We didn't.
These guys, for a 7,500, 8,000 acre lake, these guys still burning 20 gallons of gas just from making moves.
Well, one of the things that surprised me at the weigh-in yesterday was how many 10-pound bags actually got caught. I really thought, judging from who we had cameras on, you would not see that many. But across the board, it was fairly consistent that 10 pounds was par.
It was hard. Every spot we saw, even if they were on the smaller side, were fat. So that was, all those quote-unquote 1.5 to 2 pounders were definitely foreshore 2s.
29 anglers over 10 pounds.
I'd love to get that question. If we can get that to Jacob Wheeler to explain what that key depth zone is and what he's hunting for. He said it was so critical that your boat has to be in a very, very defined depth zone for a reason. Roy Hawk hooked up.
Mm-hmm. I mean, right now we're just basically running a lot of points, little objects underneath the water, so it's either sometimes brush, sometimes rock, and just trying to, sometimes just a break line, so just places that I've utilized my electronics and utilized those Lowrances and really found, you know, some places where some fish are holding and trying to just run as many of them as I possibly can in a day. And sometimes you get those bites, sometimes you don't. And I mean, you're going to hear a lot of guys throughout this week talking about these big ones they lost or the big ones that bit them and didn't get it and just part of it. So, whew, there he is. Pretty sure it's a good one. I hope it's that one that bit me. Holy smokes if it is. It's a good one. It's not a big one. There we go. Another one. Jerkbait's in the deal today. That's 5 of them. Yep, that's 5 of them. I don't know, I got 2 good ones and then, you know, 2 decent ones, 2.5 threes, and then I got some babies. I got 2 I can keep and I got 3 that I gotta get rid of bad.
Wheeler's limit there, and he's bumping up against that 10-pound mark early on
That's
this
a bad
day.
dude.
Oh man,
that's a
I'm
bad
telling you.
dude.
Yeah, he is relentless.
Hang with him today.
I think we got Justin Lucas now. He picked up his picture as he makes a move, and I think we saw as much of him moving yesterday as we saw of him catching fish, but he caught plenty. He caught enough to put some big-time distance between him and his pursuer.
What do we have him at right now this morning?
1 fish for half a pound.
2 fish.
Oh, no, he's got another
2
one.
fish, we understand. That was the first fish right there this morning earlier.
We get to see it on Facebook Live. He was throwing topwater like normal, and then all of a sudden reeled it in one time and dropped down. I guess he had maybe some follow it to the boat. And
Just put him in as a half a pound. Little guy, but he's 12 inches for sure. So long and skinny, man. It's insane.
Here's number 2. A little bit of a lag in the service there, but we'll be able to see.
You're gonna get like killed in your way. Just chill out. Green and white. Could be little guys. Another half pound. Felt really good, man. Felt as good as you could possibly feel, unless I had, you know, been in first instead of 6th. But Bertrand stumbled yesterday. I'm just trying not to stumble today or Sunday. As long as I catch, you know, 10 pounds a day, that should be good. We got 2 little keepers this morning. I mean, little keepers, but I will take everything I can get. There's no doubt. The only thing I'm going to do is maybe drop shot a little bit more this morning until the sun gets up and pushes them up higher in the water column, just because they're not coming up on my swim bait at all this morning. I just think that's from all the pressure. It's a big bait for them to commit to, so they just don't seem to like to commit to it with all the pressure, is what I'm guessing. Yeah, I caught 2 little ones on the drop shot, so I never even threw it yesterday.
Justin Lucas, you heard his game plan, 10 pounds today, get 10 pounds on Sunday. He should be okay. He's on his way now. He's got 2 little ones, but he said there's time to run the score up and there's time to fall out a little bit too. So we got so many stories working today. A terrific Rookie of the Year race going on here. $1 million purse up for grabs, and the top 25, every ounce means a lot.
And fairly solid fish catching action so far this morning could set up for an incredible afternoon.
We got a lot to look forward to today on Bassmaster.
Live, Tom. Live.
The 2018 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is brought to you by Toyota, Triton Boats, Mercury, Minn Kota, Berkeley, and by Hook.
There's a reason I escape to the water for over 200 days a year. It's not only my passion and my job, it's my life. The work and the miles that I put in traveling across this country have prepared me for this sport. Because after thousands of casts, eventually I will find the one. Toyota, let's go places.
For generations, anglers from across the globe have put their trust in Abu Garcia, because out here on the water, we know our science is your religion. Fish like a fanatic with the latest generation of Revo, featuring up to 24 pounds of max drag, designed for leverage and power, built on corrosion resistance and comfort. World-class adventure awaits with Revo. Abu Garcia for life.
What's your biggest strength? You got jig skipping skills? Can you tie a double uni?
Product planning?
Oh my goodness.
I ain't got a resume, but I do have this.
You're hired.
See more office antics at teamgtfishing.com.
Fishing just got easier, and it didn't cost you a thing. Free feature upgrades from Lowrance. Fish Reveal delivers the best of chirp sonar and downscan imaging, all on one screen, and it's going to help you find more fish. High visibility color sonar take high contrast imaging to a whole new level. It delivers the absolute best views of structure. Fish like to hide there, but their hiding days are over. These features are ready to roll when you are. Just upgrade your HDS Carbon software.
go places.
On the water. With an average tournament day of 8 hours, that's 1,912 hours of fishing. Averaging 60 miles per hour, you covered 12,300 miles. That's 102,420 minutes with a rod in your hand. Averaging 4 casts per minute, that's just shy of 410,000 chances at a bite. But numbers are the foundation. The results are up to you.
Bassmaster Angler of the Year!
Bass Live is being brought to you by Hook.
Bassmaster Live, and we're just getting started today. Beautiful Lake Chatuge right here for our Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship. This is the boat of Dustin Connell. We got a camera on board with last year's Rookie of the Year, Dustin Connell out of Alabama. Notched himself a win last year on Ross Barnett in Mississippi on his way to the Rookie of the Year title. And he made it into the field this year. He did not take a victory lap this year. He kept his nose down, made it in, not by a lot, but he's improved his lot. He got close to that 10-pound, that magic mark, and he's right in the middle of the field to start today. So
one of those anglers coming in here that also said, look, I had a fantastic practice. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday. You see we're in Dustin Connell's boat. Justin Lucas made a comment to us. He said, any angler that excels on Smith Lake in Alabama, they will excel in this tournament. And so far, he is exactly right.
Here's your current Rookie of the Year point status right now. Yeah, we've got a race. Yeah. Roy Hawk and Jake Whitaker. Yes. Jake Whitaker 1 point behind Roy Hawk. Jake Whitaker, the closest thing we have to a homer here, a hometown guy. I mean, this is, I may not be his home lake, but he has spent many an hour in here from being in Charlotte area. And this is a lake of this sort. It's one of the closest that he could get to, and he has unlocked it. Won a national championship here in the Carhartt Bassmaster College Series. And Roy Hawk, of course, made a big splash at the start of our season. His very first rookie effort resulted in a really great finish down in Alabama.
Both those guys also 23rd and 24th after yesterday in Angler of the Year, so both not completely safe because they started right there in the 29 to 32 range in points, but after yesterday, if they stay in that top 25, that should be both their first Classic berths as well.
Well, like last year, remember Dustin Connell won on the last day by 1 point as he climbed and Jamie Hartman fell.
It was that close.
It was 1 point.
It was a great one. It was a powerful rookie class.
Yes. We say Connell kept up the good work this year. Jamie Hartman had an injury. Sidelined by that, so he'll be back next year. We talked to him.
About another hour and that sun will be up high enough. This will start. Topwater bite should get a lot better then. For now, I'm dropping on a few of these fish because they're staying so close to the bottom. They're just, that sun really brings them up higher.
This is a heads up for viewers online that maybe want to see that updated Angler of the Year list and Rookie of the Year, whatnot, that we mention on live. On the website, did not get updated in the normal place it does, but if you look just below the live link, you'll see the Angler of the Year standing, so you can go there and check out after day one's mix-up.
Now, in the top left is Jacob Wheeler. We did not succeed in getting him to spill beans about his magic depth formula. We'll keep working on that, but you got to think Lucas has some sort of similar approach too.
And Wheeler also said it's very much in conjunction with the dropping water. He said you almost have to follow that. It's very hard to describe, but listening to him, it's so defined how he described it. Basically, he said you cannot fish over. A lot of these guys, we talk about fish feeding up. He said you cannot get past that 20-foot realm. If you get past that 20-foot realm...
Closer than, you mean?
Had one on it.
Tommy, you know you haven't fed me in quite some time. Some bonus.
With regard to
Jeffy Wiggins?
Coming right up.
Yes.
Yeah, we got your order in, and it's coming right now. Let's take you over to Jesse Wiggins. Started out last year.
There's
2017
our guy.
with a bang. Almost took that one up there in Tennessee. And Jesse Wiggins, one of these guys, you know, you got to figure, again, the Smith Lake connection. We meant to ask Swindle about it too, but Jesse Wiggins doing very well here. And Jesse, how's today going versus yesterday?
This morning was amazing, guys. I tell you, I pulled up, I had a limit 5 casts, and they weren't big ones, but then I ended up catching over 2 pounds, which is a good fish for right now. So I got 2 good ones, and I got a limit. I probably caught 15 or 20 already this morning, but just a lot of small ones, and I thought it was all small ones in here. It's just a little creek mouth, and there's some current and some wind blowing out of it. And in the mornings, they school good. I found in practice, and it was a 100-yard stretch of this solid spotted bass schooling. And I knew if nobody found it, it would be pretty special as far as not catching big weight and catching plenty of fish. The last 2 mornings, I didn't even come here yesterday morning, but I started on it this morning, and it was insane. And I seen a couple great big ones jump out of the water, so I know there's some bigger ones here. So I'm just going to give it a few more minutes, but I just got to upgrade the rest of the day. But I got my bottom end weight real quick, so that's anytime you're spotted bass fishing on a tough lake, catching a low end 9 or 10 pounds real quick is just huge. And I kind of do the same thing on Smith Lake a lot of times. So, but I got the small ones out of the way, so I just got to catch a few more good ones now.
Hey, Jeffy Wiggins, would you be interested in playing a game with us this morning? We love the games.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's do that. It's been a very stressful week, if you know what I mean, boy. We're going to play a game called Either Or. You okay with that?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. You can have 1 trophy on Jeffy Wiggins' fireplace mantle, the Angler of the Year trophy or the Bassmaster Classic trophy. What say you, Jeffy Wiggins?
It's easy for me. The last time I checked, the Classic paid $300,000, and Angler of the Year only pays $100,000. So give me $300,000. I ain't gonna be crazy. I like money.
He ain't gonna be crazy. He likes money, Ron Moore.
As our friend Dave Mercer says, it's simple arithmetic. Just simple arithmetic.
Exactly.
Jesse, good answer. Good definitive answer right there. Great start today for Jesse Wiggins and a great day yesterday.
I'm going to go as far as to say probably top 2 best spotted bass fishermen on the Bassmaster Elite Series right now.
Mark that down.
Yeah, my fantasy team thanks him as well.
Oh,
yeah.
Jeffy Wiggins!
Yeah.
Sorry. All right, we'll take you quickly back down to Jacob Wheeler. Got our eye on him today. Currently in 2nd place.
Trying to get a game plan of what I'm looking at. Trying to run, sort of get that feeling of what's being hit, what's not. It's a game of hopscotch a little bit, and you got to sort of let those fish set back up. So I'm waiting, watching, analyzing, hoping for a big one. Let's roll.
It's like the third or fourth person that said classic, but
That is
specifically
amazing.
mentioned
Dude,
the payout.
He never made a cast.
Wow.
He never made a cast.
Explain that.
Right.
I'm going to pull up on a little bit. We're not going far.
Let's watch this. I'm still trying to figure that out.
Oh, he is running and gunning.
Boy, I'm telling you, he may set the record today.
That's right.
At that pace.
Yeah, they wiggin'.
There's a boat sitting out. Probably pulled them.
Josh Bertrand top right there. We can't take our eyes off him either. It's do or die day for Josh Bertrand. He's got to get it done today.
It's tough to watch yesterday, man. After such a phenomenal year, and you really, you know, he said coming into this, his stress was not this tournament. His stress is at home.
Yeah.
With his wife being pregnant, expecting this next week, right?
Yeah.
Friday at the latest.
Wow.
And he said that's not an excuse. That's
right.
That he absolutely was not.
I'd say if his pool was to go home yesterday, 9 points back, oh, he's no doubt. He's good with putting on the trailer after yesterday.
There we go. Yeah. Right now, you know, if you looked at Chateaugue and what it's done in the last couple weeks, paying attention to the water level, and they dropped the water level about almost 3 feet, it looked like 2 to 3 feet. And so what ends up happening is these fish have been out here on offshore places probably since May. And as it goes on, sort of like the Tennessee River, as it goes on, these fish end up getting tougher and tougher to catch. You can't catch them on a drop shot. You can't catch them doing this. You can't catch them doing that. So you really have to make those fish react, whether it's a crankbait, a jerkbait, a topwater. You have to do something that those fish aren't seeing, or at least make them where they have to make a decision. And so with that water dropping 2 to 3 feet, you're able to utilize those reaction baits, topwater, jerkbaits, stuff like, you know, crankbaits, and actually get those fish to react a little bit better, because they don't have as much water above their head. And that's been a huge deal. And also on top of it, it's towards the fall. I mean, even though it's still really warm and the water's 80 degrees, these fish know, well, that was no fun. These fish know that, you know, fall's becoming, you know, getting close. And that's a big ordeal. I hate that with Brett. That's one thing. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Let's keep this real on this Bass Live segment. Who hates it when braid cuts into itself? Me? Try to get that son of a gun. And then you do this. You son of a guns. Trying to see him. Oh, I see what you're doing. Bass Live, pick down backlash, just real, guys. Keep it real. I'm trying to see which one that line is. It does not want to come shit where it crossed. No, I think I just seen it right there. That's something again. Right there. Oh, I just had it too.
Jacob Wheeler brought back down to earth.
Right.
I think a lot of folks can relate to that. He knocked out a second place, his best finish this year. on another body of water that was difficult. And a few people prospered, and very few people, and not everybody by any means prospered. That would be Travis, Lake Travis,
yes.
a different place there. He is
got it going now.
Yeah,
just taking a break. Been running all morning long, and
Good. All right, one more cast and we're gonna go. Not very far up.
Lucas. Don't want to come up on it. Feels small. Oh, it's because it's a white bass.
All right.
Just times what we see on live by 10 when we see these guys moving. Just the 4 or 5 guys we watch and how much they've moved, times that by 10, and that is what the field looks like running around.
Let's see, more boat docks running in the southern half of the lake, the Georgia part of the lake. The lake runs sort of south to north. The water runs south to north. That's upstream.
Yes, it seems as though, I mean, like that whole west side of the lake, there's not many docks. Those are all more woodland, natural pockets.
The whole place out. I need to get up on the top end of this deal, upwind.
Docks are the southeast in Georgia and northeast in North Carolina, and there's kind of a void in the middle.
Okay,
yeah. Where we saw Wiggins around those islands, there's not many docks, but it's above him and below him.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're gonna be scared. Probably gonna be a little spooky. They've already been hammering pretty good, looks like.
Puts everyone on stuff.
James Elam had a good effort on another Blueback Lake, which was a site for the Bassmaster Classic. Lake Hartwell, top 11 there. Otherwise, as you would imagine, his best tournament was Grand Lake.
You know, one of the things really listening to him is something that we got to hear Lucas talking about yesterday. These guys are trying to let these...
We'll take him.
trying to let these key areas
big,
rest for a certain amount of time. You heard.
He is our biggest one.
You heard Lucas talking about that all day, and really trying to just manage spots, letting them rest.
He hit right away too. Where's he at? We'll put blue on this side since we know he's bigger.
And it's not helping that there's just no wind, no current, really nothing to move the bait around. Everything looks the same to these. Of course, they're going to be spookier than normal, wouldn't you think?
Really, what we said earlier in the broadcast, though, the more traffic that got up and running yesterday after 12 o'clock, I mean, when there was boat wakes and you know, boats running all over, that's when the best bite happened yesterday, and you hear that a lot.
Yeah, that's the deal.
No, it's a little bit choppier so far then.
And we should on Sunday have maybe some showers, a little bit of cloud, a little bit more uptick in wind, and that, judging off the conversations I've had on the phone with some of the local friends that I have there, they were excited that it's
going to help.
Whoever can stay in contention through these 2 sunny, calm days, it could really go down on Sunday.
And as if by magic, our TH Marine Weather Watch appears. Sure. High today. Good and warm today, 84 degrees. That's warm for late in September. And down to 61 overnight. Again, not much wind. Sun all day long. And there's your forecast for Sunday. A little bit cooler. Chance of some thunderstorms. Maybe we get a more insistent breeze, but the wind prediction does not indicate anything like that. And once again, they've been drawing the water down, getting it ready for a winter pool, and also doing a little extra drawdown, thinking they might get some of the hurricane rain there, and it didn't really affect.
And really, if you're just joining us too, across the board, this has been a reaction bait deal. Whether we've had cameras on guys or not had cameras on other anglers, which has been interesting to watch Justin Lucas today. We never saw him one time yesterday drop on a fish on his graph. Whether he was throwing a swim bait or he was throwing a topwater bait, he never strayed from those 2 baits. You know, coming into this tournament, we actually talked about this yesterday. These fish are so conditioned to chasing the herring on this lake. And Jacob Wheeler even talked about this last night. He said you end up wasting way too much time throwing a shaky head, throwing a drop shot.
I see a big one blow up on some herring out here. I know there's some 4 and 5. I mean, like 5 pounder. I said, well, number 1.
Well, we're just an hour into our Bassmaster Live effort for today, and everything we've seen has indicated they're going to catch them. The ones who caught them yesterday are catching them pretty good today. Points leader Justin Lucas may be a little bit behind his pace yesterday, but not far. And still plenty of time for all these guys to get it going. James Heelan, huge day yesterday as he continues. Limit for him and Jake Wheeler.
A little slower for Lucas this morning.
Slower for Lucas, yeah. Quite as big, not quite as many as he had at this point yesterday. But he knows that not as much will be required of him for today to hold his position, which is a dominant one right now. We get closer and closer to the end of the season.
Is he kind of playing defense, throwing that drop shot a little bit, maybe?
Hey, check this out here on Bassmaster.com, the Toyota Ultimate Tundra giveaway. Oh. Yeah, I think that'll get everyone's attention. Definitely check it out, promotion.bassmaster.com/Toyota. We'll be back with more Bassmaster /Live. Yeah, take care.
Live coverage of the Hook 2018 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship will return after this short break.
239 days on the water. With an average tournament day of 8 hours, that's 1,912 hours of fishing. Averaging 60 miles per hour, you covered 12,300 miles. That's 102,420 minutes with a rod in your hand. Averaging 4 casts per minute, that's just shy of 410,000 chances at a bite. But numbers are the foundation. The results are up to you.
Bassmaster Angler of the Year! Bassmaster Sweepstakes equals your shot at terrific prizes. Why miss out when entering is so easy? Enter now for a chance to win a Toyota Tundra SR5 Double Cab. Grand prize also includes a genuine Toyota accessories package, plus additional accessories from Bully Dog, B&W trailer hitches, Covercraft, Volant, and Yakima. Go to Bassmaster.com and enter right now. It's fast, it's easy, and think of the possibilities. Don't miss your chance.
239 days on the water. With an average tournament day of 8 hours, that's 1,912 hours of fishing. Averaging 60 miles per hour, you covered 12,300 miles. That's 102,420 minutes with a rod in your hand. Averaging 4 casts per minute, that's just shy of 410,000 chances at a bite. But numbers are the foundation. The results are up to you.
Bassmaster Angler of the Year! The competition is fierce and the prizes are huge. The only thing missing is you. Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Sign up for free and face fans from across the nation. Grand prize winner wins a Triton Yamaha package including a Triton 189 TRX. MSRP of $37,293. The classic and each individual elite event winner will win $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift cards, plus a $500 bonus card for winners who are B.A.S.S members. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Yeah. I got Worthless over there cheering now. Every cast around here, it's just everything I'm casting on looks good. I keep expecting to get a solid bite. Not getting the bites, not getting the size. But is it going to be a timing thing today? Are these big ones ever going to turn on? That's a big one. I've been waiting to catch a fish off that tree for 3 days. Wow! I'm getting closer. I missed a fish on that tree twice the first day of the tournament. We're stripping down now. I feel like I'm one step closer. I don't feel like I got enough, but I feel like I'm getting a step closer. At least I'm doing my part. I mean, I'm catching fish and getting some upgrades. Who is gonna pull it out? Lift it up as heavy as it. Oh, maybe. Maybe not. California, that's for you, baby. Whoa! Ah!
How do you like me now? This year, redemption is sweet, and Skeet Reese is the 2009 Bassmaster Classic champion. Oh yeah!
Bass Live is being brought to you by Hook.
Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship. Let's go live right now. James Elam is our tournament leader. Great first day, 16 plus. He's hooked up now.
That's a big one. There he is. I need this one. You get up here front.
James Elam throwing a fluke style bait. Talked about he's rigging it a little bit differently. Try to get a little bit of that from him. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my.
Big spot.
Treble hook's got him.
Jim Sexton over there.
Guys, that who that is? Level Hill.
Sexton's been on Elam all morning. I'm talking about some glue on the wheels and stuff. I don't know.
All of his fish have been hooked real good, it seems.
And he's landing them.
Yeah, that's how you get separation from the rest of the world out of here. Land a good percentage.
Orlando Calrissian. What?
Well, you've been calling for it. You want to know how he's rigging that fluke style bait there. So let's do it with Yamaha Taste the Bait and James Elam.
Man, I saw that one eat it. It's fun.
James, give me the rundown on that bait right there. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a fluke, weightless, just fishing it herring style, really fast, and of course these fish are really, really swiping at it, and you catch about 3 out of 10 of them. So with the treble hook on there, that helps you catch a few more. That one was hooked with the treble hook. They just come up and slap at it. I mean, there's no telling how many bites you get in a day doing this. It's we probably already had 25 or 30, lost fish this morning or missed opportunities. But there's like nothing else that'll hit. There was another one just swiped at it. I know where they're sitting now. That first cast to a school is the most important. That's the biggest chance you got to get one. And then they get smart. Of course, you backlash this thing a lot. They just look up so much in this lake. They're looking up. I mean, it's not that clear, and this bait is not that big, but they manage to see it. They're looking to chase herring. That's all they care about. I'm throwing some other things later in the day. I'll pick up a jerk bait here in a second. This Mullock's Jugalo jerk. I just had another one. You see it? Yeah. He just swirled on it again. Yeah. So I'll follow this up with the jerk bait here in a second. Maybe get one of them. But that jerk bait, has a really tight action, a lot like this
See that fish
Oh,
cracking
yeah.
it right there. Wow.
Keep watching. It's going to happen again.
Great camera work.
Guarantee you. I've seen him come up in this school, come up on herring.
Wes Miller.
Yes, sir.
Be with him all next week on a Z Live.
Oh, that's right. That's right. We got that coming up next week.
We're going to a big lake.
Oh, yeah? Can you be more specific? Or
it's a great lake.
Oh, it's great, huh?
11:30, the light switch goes off, and they start chasing and busting.
Fans at home probably want to know why you wouldn't just stop your bait if one's chasing it, but with these herring fish, you got to keep it working.
Cannot
just
show it to them.
Yeah,
Just
just
can't.
keep going.
Shoot a little jerk bait in there, and then we'll probably throw a spoon at them too.
That was one of the biggest things coming into this. We heard from locals that we talked to. Talked to Brad Rutherford from, fished our Carhartt College series years ago. Speed is the number one thing on these herring lakes, whether it's from here to where Davy fishes.
Whatever. Yeah, I mean, I think late in the day is most important that you're throwing a top water. But whatever bait it is, the first bait you throw, the first cast on that school is the most important. They're probably going to hit one of these baits that you're throwing. I've just got a lot more bites in that fluke, so I feel better about throwing it. This bait throws really well too, so that helps. It's a big deal, it's a long cast. That long, slender look is what they want. There's one right there, chase it. Come on.
One of the things listening to Jacob Wheeler, a lot of the guys that, looking at Ott Defo that targeted shallow water largemouth yesterday, how critical it's been, this dropping water affecting the largemouth. Again, I think we're going to have a Triton on the line right now, I believe, with a
All right.
number one weigh-in guy yesterday of the year, Dave Mercer.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely. Got him lined up. I think, there he is.
There he is.
You're talking about that falling water, and there's, okay. Very nice rendition.
I'm basically living up here in Largemouthville, and, this is a perfect example of what's changing this lake or changing the situation the anglers are dealing with here. Number one, we had a hurricane come through last week that dropped the water a little bit. And, you talk to locals, the water this time of year always drops here. But you see where I'm living here, and any angler on earth, you look down there, you look at all these areas, it's really easy to see where a largemouth bass lives a lot of the year here. But if you look at this whole area, let's just walk back down the beach here and look at this area, you get a really good idea of just how much the water has dropped. And if you see here, it's pretty easy looking over it like this to see where a largemouth would sit when this water is higher. This makes it a lot tougher. We haven't seen a lot of largemouth in this tournament, but I believe by the end of this tournament, especially with all the boats running around here, one or two of those key largemouth bites is going to be the difference maker. And you do notice if you look down the shoreline, all this is out of the water, but right down there you got one tree. And it seems like almost on every point there's that one or two trees that are still in the water. Bad news is a lot less targets to shoot at. Good news is you got a big target that is going to take you a lot less time to fish. I mean, if there is a tree on the shoreline, there's only one tree, so you know where it is. But this tournament will be much different if this water was a lot higher. But, a perfect example of where these largemouth sit. When you look at stuff like this, and this is really something every angler will want to do. When you go on a body of water, I don't care where you're fishing, look at the shoreline. People don't do that for some reason. They think the lake is different than the shoreline. But generally what you see on this shoreline is what continues out to the lake. The problem is there's nothing to hold these fish like there is earlier in the year, and these fish are just cruising. I mean, we heard so many stories. I don't know if there was an angler that weighed in yesterday that said he didn't see a big bag. I mean, we were with Josh Bertrand just moments ago, and unfortunately his day is off to a similar start to yesterday. We asked him how he's doing. He said 0 for 7 so far. He's seeing the fish. He says he should have 13, 14 pounds, but he just can't get them to commit. And one thing the locals will also tell you guys, this will be a very interesting tournament if it was a team tournament, because really, I mean, the local guys, our crack Bassmaster reporter, Dennis Brandon, guys like that, the fish around here will tell you, in team tournaments, a lot of times what they'll do with those busting fish is one guy will cast and the other guy will intentionally keep his bait, halfway back to the boat. And until that bait's halfway back to the boat, the other guy doesn't cast. So they've always got a bait to fire to those fish that do bust, because they're constantly busting, but you've got to get to them quick enough because they are moving so quick here this week.
David, one of the things that surprised the whole crew here in studio is we were with Greg Hackney yesterday, and he said, no doubt by Sunday, this tournament will be won in shallow water, which stunned us for the simple fact anybody we have a camera on that caught him yesterday, way offshore. How many guys did you see shallow yesterday that actually caught him like Hackney thought would happen?
Not that many until the afternoon. More of them started creeping into the shore in the afternoon. And I don't know that we had a ton of fish weighed in off of shore yesterday. But I think Greg Hackney's correct, because if you spend any time on this lake, I can't express to you, the way this lake lays out, it's a fairly small playing ground for what we normally fish on, and there's boats circling this. You just think, when you go to the fair and the little ducks are just going around.
Oh, I love the fair.
Around,
oh, yeah, I do.
That's basically what it's like here. So you can't think that these fish won't be affected by it, and it will probably push some of those largemouth to shore. The other thing that's different today, guys, is we have something that our camera guys and a lot of our anglers will be happy about, and that's a breeze, a little wind out here today. It was Black Palm yesterday. If you look today, there's a breeze, but in that breeze, it also brings some other stuff, and that other stuff is that mud line right there. So some shorelines are probably going to get affected by that, but I agree. Greg Hackney, I don't know that the tournament will be totally won on it, but key fish are going to come this week from the shoreline. And you talk to Jake Whitaker. I mean, he's got a great history here, and he told me in pre-fish, in the pre-practice, before the water dropped, he said these trees were loaded with fish.
Dave, thank you so much. Triton on the line with Dave Mercer. He'll be conducting that weigh-in. All-important day number 2 weigh-in coming up later today, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
He actually said today's weigh-in will be even better than yesterday. James
Elam hooked up. Oh, here we go. Jason Elam hooked up.
Well, James Elam has caught
James Elam.
The cool thing about this spoon is, look at it. It got him hooked twice, right in the top of the head and right there.
Spoon.
Little Molex Lover spoon.
Is that going to call your little one?
Yeah.
I mean, he got it.
Hooked him like a frog.
Tommy, it's not your fault. We know you like Jason fishing a lot.
Yeah, that's from Oklahoma.
That's the issue here.
They're both from Oklahoma.
Solid fish right there, James Elam.
He is. He's on it today.
Yes,
man, I'm telling you.
He likes these AOI championships. Second last year, Mille Lacs, and 5th the year before that.
And then I think it's Sturgeon Bay the year before that was when
right.
he
fishing close to the takeoff.
He probably had a top 10 there as well.
Yep. We've been close. A few times. There's one. He's coming at it.
It's exactly 10th, Ronnie.
Get it. Dang it.
Gosh, he is around him, man.
Oh, man. Always. It's the hardest bait to throw. It caught on to our tricks, I think. We've got other places to go, though. That's a good one. It's a bad time to be on live. Got a backlash.
We need a counter in the top right.
Nice little backlash at that. Man, that's a bad one.
That little light flippy fluke is a hard thing to cast.
Line, though,
with a bait caster.
It's such a hard deal. It's hard to throw this thing. Weightless.
There's probably 300 spots looking at it as it sinks, just watching it sink right now.
Just being around him. We saw Justin Lucas do a great job of being around him yesterday. Yes. And you know, it's like, who was it telling us yesterday? You know, you can be great, but it also helps to have everything come together, to be at the right place at the right time. Who was that saying that yesterday?
This will take a second.
I think maybe Kevin Van Dam. He said, you know, you can be great, but you've got to have also a whole lot of things that just work out.
Dude, struggling, man. Not many bites. Definitely fewer bites today than yesterday. But just going to try and stay focused and see if we can dial in on something and capitalize on the bites I get. I've been getting a few bites that I missed, so just got to turn those into lands and we'll be in good shape. Need to get some more in the box for sure.
Joy Hawk alive.
Quite a bit different day overall. It's been much more quiet as far as activity and quite a bit more boat traffic around the areas I've been in too. So I don't know, it's going to change things probably. Just got to adapt to it. I mean, fish are going to get caught. I just got to be one of the ones catching them.
That's Roy Hawk. He's in the race of his life for Rookie of the Year. 1 point.
Ultimate cage match.
Oh, man, no kidding. 1 point separating himself and the man we call the local here, the lone local, Jake Whitaker. Jake Whitaker, who knocked out a college Bassmaster national championship here, the Carhartt College Series. And Jake out there today. Jake, give us the report so far today. What's different?
I don't know that much is different, man. It's just, these fish got beat up yesterday, and they are not. They know what's going on, so you just, you got to keep after it. It'll happen. I mean, it's. I had 3 fish early yesterday, and I called out every one of them after 11 o'clock. So, like I said yesterday, it's only going to get better. So it's all good. We're going to catch them.
Well, Jake, when we watched the college championship you knocked out here, it was a tour de force of shallow water fishing right up on the bank there. Did you give that a go at all this year?
Oh, yeah. I tried my best to make it work in practice, and it was not happening. Like I say, not to say that there's not any up there that are willing to bite, but it's not happening. With them jerking the water down, it's very inconsistent bite. So, I tried. It wasn't working.
Hey, Jake, it's been a very stressful week, Jake. Very stressful week with a lot of decisions with this Angler of the Year tournament going on. Would you be inclined to play a game with us that I don't think we played yesterday with Jake Whitaker?
Did we or did we not?
I don't think so.
I don't think we did.
Let's play.
All right, we're going to play a game called Either Or, my friend. You ready? Actually, we're going to call Either Or.
What?
Right now, that boat that's in front of you can hand you a trophy. He can hand you the Rookie of the Year trophy, the Angler of the Year trophy, or the Bassmaster Classic trophy. What one do you want? What say you, young Jake Whitaker?
The Classic.
Whoa.
The Classic. No hesitation.
Who won Angler of the Year 3 years ago?
Actually, that was Aaron Martin's friend. See, we do this. We play this game, bro.
Come on, Jake.
Welcome to our world, okay?
Come on.
Huh?
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. The Angler of the Year is obviously way up there, but man, the Bassmasters Classic it's the classic. I mean, that's what everybody in the sport dreams of fishing and dreams of winning. I know it's just a 3-day event, but the Angler of the Year is an all-year thing, and you got to be the best. But to win the Classic, that would be special.
All right, we're actually going to pull the curtain back on you. We understand that you're pretty close friends with our what we like to call our MVP here. He was Rookie of the Year or second Rookie of the Year last
3 years ago.
Yeah.
3 years ago. Yeah. Nobody remembers that.
Give us Ron Moore's game on the water. Grade him right now.
Oh God.
Hey, you put a chatterbait in his hand, A+. But other than that, he needs some work.
Okay.
He's good.
He calls himself the chatterbait kid around the office.
He is known as that. Yeah, has been for years on the boards and so forth.
Right,
Yeah. Oh,
right.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And when he goes fishing, too.
I think that's his handle on the forums, the chatterbait kid.
Jake, another question from the studio about performance yesterday. Obviously, you have a shot at Rookie of the Year, shot at winning this event. But what would it mean to you? You obviously picked the Classic over Angler of the Year to be in that Classic cut after your rookie season. How important has that been for you and like an accomplishment in your mind?
Oh, definitely. I mean, just some goals that I set for myself at the beginning of the year. To win Rookie of the Year, to make Chattooga, make the Angler of the Year championship, and for it to, to have a season where I put myself in a position to win the Rookie of the Year and to make the Classic. Definitely been a successful year for me, and I'll always remember my rookie season for sure.
Hey, Jake, how about either or one more time? You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. You could hunt Alien, Predator, or E.T. Which one would it be and why?
Oh, not E.T.
What? I don't know.
What?
You never know.
Oh, gosh.
I know.
Alien, Predator, sure.
Okay.
All right. Good enough.
Which one? It's a tough game.
It's hard for us not to be a distraction out there. Jake, we appreciate it.
Good kid. Love him.
Good job yesterday. Good luck for the rest of today. There's the Rookie of the Year battle right there. It's the best one going right now, the closest one. Absolutely right now. Take a look at how they racked up in terms of top 12s, in terms of best finishes.
That's
Jake's
eerie.
got one, Roy's got
Ron,
the other.
I'm going to throw it to you. This is the most unbiased crew, or not at times. Are you pulling for your friend, Jake Whitaker? Be honest.
It'd be awesome to see him win it. Roy's won a lot of money in his career.
Roy is also Tommy's guy.
Roy,
Your guy
has earned it.
I picked him as Rookie of the Year.
I did pick it. I did.
I'm excited for either one of them because it is an important thing in your career to show that you can make it. Somebody from the West Coast like Roy to come over and enjoy a rookie season, and for Jake genuinely being straight out of college, doing it to the Opens. This would be good, a resume tick mark on his record.
Weird stat over the year, 218 pounds, 5 ounces. Whitaker's 3 ounces less over the full field weight days.
Wow.
3 ounces.
Close stuff all day long. Of course, started out as a very close race in Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Our primary focus here was a big day for Justin Lucas yesterday and put some strong distance between himself and his pursuer, Josh Bertrand. Let's check in with Josh Bertrand right now. Yeah, still a struggle today for Josh Bertrand. No fish in the live well.
Go. Good one, too. God dang.
amazing. There's another one on it. Man. That was like a three plus. It was a good one.
Just not clicking for Josh Bertrand. You consider the fact that the last time these guys got together, he was the very best at bringing in the biggest weight of smallmouth in the most bountiful smallmouth tournament ever. And to transition from this, no, it's not an easy ask right here.
No, and he has been plagued by that right there for the last 24 hours. Probably the worst day of the year for that to happen.
All right, Josh Bertrand still got time. He's got to say, as he says, make it to the middle of the pack. We'll be back.
Live coverage of the Hook 2018 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship will return after this short break.
There's a reason I escape to the water for over 200 days a year. It's not only my passion and my job, it's my life. The work and the miles that I put in traveling across this country have prepared me for this sport. Because after thousands of casts, eventually I will find the one. Toyota, let's go places.
How's your weekend? Mine was unbelievable.
Really? Gotta be Skeet.
It barely fit on 2 pages and it was so big.
Hey, Skeet, I think you left this on the copier, man.
Whatever.
See more office antics at teamgtfishing.com.
Yeah? Stop working right now! Look outside. Is this spreadsheet weather? No, it's not. This is fishing weather. So stop clicking, get out there, and catch a bass. Stop what you're doing and start fishing Rapala Ripstop.
Fishing just got easier, and it didn't cost you a thing. Free feature upgrades from Lowrance. Fish Reveal delivers the best of chirp sonar and downscan imaging, all on one screen, and it's going to help you find more fish. High visibility color sonar take high contrast imaging to a whole new level. It delivers the absolute best views of structure. Fish like to hide there, but their hiding days are over. These features are ready to roll when you are. Just upgrade your HDS Carbon software.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent field. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original Powerbait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
average tournament day of 8 hours, that's 1,912 hours of fishing. Averaging 60 miles per hour, you covered 12,300 miles. That's 102,420 minutes with a rod in your hand. Averaging 4 casts per minute, that's just shy of 410,000 chances at a bite. But numbers are the foundation. The results are up to you.
Bassmaster Angler of the Year!
Let's go places. Bass Live is being brought to you by Hook.
Bassmaster Live, and we are halfway through our morning session here, day number 2 of fishing in this 3 days. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship on Lake Chatuge. Tournament within a tournament is always important. Getting a win here counts in your win column with the Bassmasters. It's important. And James Elam of Oklahoma, 16, almost 17 pounds yesterday. That was exceptionally strong, and got himself a limit today, and it just keeps getting bigger.
And surprisingly, he said, boy, he's missing a lot of fish, but we have seen him exponentially land more fish than the rest of the group that we have cameras on so far this morning, with a lot of solid fish in his live well.
And following, shadowing, our tournament leader, James Elam, is our man, Davey Hite, right there. 2-time Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. He's out there giving us an... And Davey, I got to ask you, how, you're so familiar with these blueback herring lakes, how do you become the guy who, like James Elam and Justin Lucas yesterday, just seems to be around them so much better than everyone else? How do you get to be that guy?
That's a great question, Tommy. And as the tournament progresses, we always learn more when we're watching Bass Live. And it's very obvious today, the guys that are catching, the Jacob Wheeler, James Elam, those people, they figured something out a little differently. A lot of these fishermen don't have a great amount of experience on these blueback herring type lakes. And when you first come out here, just like I did the other day, you see fish schooling and busting in all different depths, out to 80 or 90 feet and all the way up to very shallow. And something that I've noticed, the guys that are catching them, they've figured out that it's not as random as so many other fishermen think. The guys that are catching them are not fishing as deep. They're fishing that 20 to 30-foot range for the most part. And those fish are relating to something. That bait is relating to something. Oftentimes it's just a contour change, sometimes it's brush pile, sometimes it's a rock pile, but it's not as random as most people want to think, and we're going to learn more and more about that watching these pros.
We had Jacob Wheeler tell us earlier today, so, you know, the further it gets into the summer, and we are just as deep as you can get, really, it's still summertime there, the more these fish want to sit on the bottom, they're out at those summer haunts, and the less they want to bite anything, and the only thing they're interested here is a herring. That's the only thing that catches their interest, right?
Yep.
Davey.
Yep, he's dead on, in my opinion. And not only the fish are out there deep on the bottom. Those blueback herring, when that water temperature gets up high, they want to get really deep. And those bass are relating to those fish. The problem with a large majority of the bass are out deep, and a large majority of the herring are out deep. But catching suspended fish is always difficult. And if a suspended fish is relating to nothing but just roaming with bait, those fish are so hard to catch. If those fish are suspended but they're relating to something, whether it be a brush pile, a contour change, then they're a lot easier to get those fish to bite. And that's just been the big key, the big difference between the guys that are catching them and going to consistently catch them and the guys that are not.
Davey, I'm going to throw something at you that we were talking to Mercer about that Greg Hackney brought up yesterday. I don't know if you got to hear us talking about this. Hackney insisted that this tournament was going to be won shallow halfway through the day yesterday, yet so many guys that are fishing up shallow struggling very, very slow. You'll see one good one, then all of a sudden, you know, they'll go 4 hours without a bite. Do you see this tournament panning out that way or not at all?
That's a great question, and the lake has changed every single day from the beginning of practice to now the second day of the tournament itself. When the anglers got here for the first day of practice, it had been cloudy and raining from Hurricane Florence, and there were more fish shallow. Those largemouth were shallow, and they were able to catch those fish. Now, with the bright sun and the water falling, it's made those fish spooky, we like to call them, out here on the water, and you see those fish, but you're just not able to get them bite. I mean, there's some big largemouth to be caught, and I think I'm going to agree with Hackney somewhat, but I think an angler is going to have to catch spotted bass and maybe have 10 to 12 pounds, 13 pounds, at least that much, and then go catch that kicker largemouth. I said it yesterday, and I still believe the kicker largemouth, like you saw yesterday, a 5-pound, 10-ounce fish, is going to separate the field. But if you try to do that every single day, you're going to have maybe a 0. You're just not going to be able to do it every day. But if you can get that 12 to 15-pound limit of spotted bass and go catch that one rogue largemouth, then I think that's the person to win the event.
Davey, you fish these herring lakes as much as anybody in this field. I mean, they're all over your house now, of the lakes that you grew up on, and there's two obviously different bass. Whether it's a spotted bass or a largemouth bass that decides when these herring get in these lakes, they are going to spend their life swimming around, chasing them and eating them. And then there's those fish that live on the bank. Why do those fish on the bank? Because your lake, if you look at Murray, that lake used to be phenomenal at shallow water fishing, getting on the bank and catching big ones. Why does it seem like these lakes get tougher up shallow when herring get in them?
Well, great question, and my philosophy on that is largemouth are lazy. They're not as aggressive, and they don't want to roam that deep water to follow that bait as much as a spotted bass does. But then I think even in a blueback herring lake, a lot of those largemouth are going to roam because they love to eat those blueback herring. But you're always going to have at least a small percentage of those largemouth. I'm going to call them the extra lazy or the ultra lazy, that they want to roam the bank and they want to eat crawfish and bluegill. And those are always going to be present, whether it's June, July, August, or September. You're going to have a few of those extra lazy, I like to call them, largemouth, that just don't want to go and be bait chasers.
David, that's great stuff. We're going to let you go. I want to plant this seed right here. I bother you with this every year. I make you tell us a great story that you have about how much these bass prefer blueback herring. You know what I'm talking about. We're going to try to coax that out of you one more time before we get, but not now, but later. I'm going to let you get it all together. It's a great story, and we're looking forward to that. Davey Hyde out there running hard, working for us, and so much knowledge of these herring lakes here. But meantime, man in the lead for Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Justin Lucas. We saw him. A little bit of a slower start early, the first 2 or 3 hours of today, but we understand that while we're at break, things are starting to be put together. Things are starting to happen for Justin Lucas.
Hooked up. Stay on there, dude. We just saw them busting here a second ago. I don't know if he's big or small. He's a good one. We'll definitely take him. Yes, baby! That's a good one. All right, you just chill down there for a second.
Boy, that's a type right there. Big old spotted bass for Justin Lucas.
Yes, that's good.
It was about 10 minutes ago, and just moments later.
That's number 4, right? There he is. Might be number 5. Got a limit. Yeah, we got to move anyway now. So we're getting right on top of them. That seems to be the deal, like the big one. The biggest one will come up and bite first, and then if you get bites after that, they're all little. white and green, and this guy comes over there.
I did a little bit from him yesterday. We talked about that bait yesterday. Really, that was the key player for him the majority of day one and so far today.
Big moves right there. Oh boy, let's go back live. Oh, what in the world is that? Yeah, product placement there.
All right. Long move this time.
Seems a lot more comfortable today.
Oh yeah,
a lot more.
Yeah.
A lot of happiness in that boat.
Yeah. All right. Longer run, Justin Lucas said. Lower box there is going to be James Elam. Talking about a guy who's having another good day. Man. So he's only landing about a third of what bites his stuff, but boy, it's a. Apparently, that's a good percentage here. Look at this. Oh my gosh.
Please stay hooked. That's a big one. This might be a largemouth. It's a big largemouth. Oh yeah. How about that? Woo! That's a big one. Oh man, I gotta be careful with these hooks. They went off of us right at the wrong time. That's a 5-pounder probably. Certainly that's a 4.5 probably. Yeah. Let's get it with the baby.
Now we're taking nominations for our Power Pole Replay of the Day. You care to nominate anything?
I was going to say Justin Lucas's last good one that he caught, but that's going to be right now the replay of the tournament.
Yeah, I think so. Let's take another look at this one. That's what's close to the bank. That's what's lurking out there.
Did that fish know he was hooked the entire time?
Just came in with his mouth open the whole way.
Yeah.
That's that X Factor big one. We saw a
No
4.11
doubt.
from Lowe and a 5.10 from Poche, and that one's going to be 4.5 to 5 pounds for Elam.
That was my approach back in the days I would water ski. Just hang on and keep your mouth open.
Right, just drag him behind the boat. Good one right there for James Elam. You said it right there, Ron Moore. That is the X Factor, a big bonus largemouth. Gosh, that was a great bite. Try to get a little info on that topwater bait he was throwing there. He gave us a true clinic with the fluke that he's been throwing all morning long. Alternating between that, doing a little, throwing a spoon here and there. Gosh, and I mean, he got it.
Bass just came up and put a bear hug on it. He laid on top of it until he was hooked.
That'll put some distance between first and second place.
That is strong.
We're gonna get a bite here. I don't know if we'll catch it. Yesterday I caught several really nice fish right sitting on the side of this point, and they're kind of related to this gut. But anyways, I threw up there, and they were spotted bass yesterday. I threw up there, and one ate it, and I knew it was a giant one. I thought it was a giant spot because I saw the mouth. Ended up being a largemouth. There's another one. That's a good one. Stay down, baby. This is a big one. No, it's not. It's just a nice spot. Just foul hooked and stuff. I've lost a lot of them like this because they'll be barely hooked. Yeah, he's barely hooked in the side. That's a decent one. You gotta be really careful with these guys, these hooks. I don't know if that's gonna help or not.
Good.
Right now, this time of the day, about 10 o'clock, you need to be throwing a topwater. They are looking up. Be good where you're at. Some of these like to try to jump out. I've had a few.
I'll try to keep my feet over here where if they do, he'll run into me.
Oh man, I got a cold tag. Well, that one's not getting cold anyways. Okay. Start this process. Green's smaller.
Good spot there, and depending on the
well, if it didn't help him,
he's still bumping up close to 15 pounds, which is phenomenal. Before 10 o'clock in the morning out here, come on. And the best part of the day may yet be ahead of James Elam.
Mm-hmm. And it's really not like you can fish some of these spots out. It might get a lot of pressure, but there are millions of these spotted bass and good ones lurking around.
I'd kind of like to talk to him in a little bit too to dial in. He's a little bit closer to the bank than a lot of the guys that we've had cameras in their boats so far this tournament. He's kind of dial in what he's looking for.
Yellow's the smallest.
Good stuff. Biggest one we've seen so far this week was that 4.5 pound largemouth we just saw from James Elam right there. Biggest fish of the tournament, 5 pounds, 10 ounces. Is that right? 5 pounds, 10 ounces.
Keith Poche.
Yes, Keith Poche. I think what we're up to here is to get, some bonus coverage of Keith Poche right there, 5'10".
Yes, sir.
Biggest bass of the tournament yesterday. Keith, tell us about what you've been doing and what led you to have an intersection with that big old bass yesterday.
Hey, Tommy. Yeah, man, I'm just fishing shallow. I'm just running some areas where I'd seen some fish cruising and or I had some bites, and I mean that's just my deal. I chose not to fish, the schooling fish, and I've been running this shallow stuff. I've had one bite today, and unfortunately I lost it, and it was a good one. So I'm just continuing to run around. Hopefully I can get 5 today.
Hey Keith, real quick, are you seeing a lot of fish up shallow or no?
Well, it's few and few each day. More. There's not as many. First day of practice or so, it was really good, and you can see them. But I'm still seeing some, but they're real skittish. I mean, it's no wind, sun's out. They're just hard to catch. So, I was real fortunate to get that fish to bite yesterday on a shady bank, and I actually caught another one with it. So, it's just finding some that's ready to feed and hoping you can execute it.
Was any part of the day better than any other part of the day for you yesterday doing the bank thing?
No, it was kind of hit or miss all day. I mean, that big fish come about noon yesterday, so I was really disappointed on how my morning started yesterday. I didn't get quite as many bites as I thought, and of course it's been pretty slow today too. So, I don't know. I'm gonna keep running it, and hopefully I can run into one that's ready to eat and capitalize on it.
Hey Keith, it's been a stressful week, man. It's a stressful week with a lot of decisions on the water. Angler of the Year at stake, Rookie of the Year at stake, Classic spots at stake. Just a lot of decisions going on. You want to play a game real quick called Either Or with us?
Sure.
Oh, okay. You can take your pick right now. You get one pick, but it's going to be cemented for the rest of your career. Would you take an Angler of the Year title or a Bassmaster Classic trophy? What say you, Keith Poche?
I'd say Angler of the Year title. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, I think that's more, because that's a season-long deal. I mean, one tournament is anybody can get lucky and get on a deal for one event, but to do it all season and accomplish that's real something special.
Decisive?
Yeah, he was
strong
right on
answer
it.
right there from Keith Poche.
You want to do one more, Either Or?
Hey, let's do it.
Okay. You are to be stung by a jellyfish or a scorpion. Which one would you prefer?
Neither.
The answer.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. The less painful one, or the one that probably wouldn't be life-threatening, probably a jellyfish.
Yeah, that would suck.
Yeah, that'd be bad. Keith, you're the first guy we've run across who is committed to fishing that shallow. And we've talked to maybe
that's in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. That is your deal. Talk to the finer points. I mean, what kind of spots are you looking for to do your shallow fishing? What finer points? What little turns in the bank? What shade, sunlight? What are you looking for?
Yeah, any kind of structure with shade. Like I'm fishing a little deeper bank right now, and it doesn't have much shade on it. But these fish are getting in these logs and little stained water, so a lot of brim around. So these fish are really holding in these type of areas, and you'll see one bust every so often, or see one cruising down the bank, and you just got to hope that you can figure out how to catch them and execute.
That is a fine shallow water angler right there.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Keith
Poche, doing what he does.
Looking very good to get into that Bassmaster Classic gut right there, and doing himself a good 5 pounds, 10 ounces yesterday for Keith Poche. Man who grew up fishing the Red River. A little bit clearer water up here. We're about 2,000 feet in elevation.
I mean, that is a dead gum shad.
Look at that. That one was pretty close to the bank, too. Big old largemouth for James Elam to just, man, the prosperous just keep getting more prosperous, it seems like, out here.
It's amazing.
Today.
Catching spots all day long, and then out of nowhere, you catch a largemouth like that.
Big time weigh-in. Who's going to have the big bass like Keith Poche had yesterday? We're going to find out that and so much more will be revealed at our weigh-in today, coming up at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Big crowds. Always a huge crowd for the college here, and I'm assuming they turned out big time for the pros.
So much so, cell service was sketchy.
All right. So we got that to look forward to, and more fishing on Bassmaster.
It's live.
Live coverage of the Hook 2018 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship will return after this short break.
Bassmaster Sweepstakes equals your shot at terrific prizes. Why miss out when entering is so easy? Enter now for a chance to win a Toyota Tundra SR5 Double Cab. Grand prize also includes a genuine Toyota accessories package, plus additional accessories from Bully Dog, B&W trailer hitches, Covercraft, Volant, and Yakima. Go to Bassmaster.com and enter right now. It's fast, it's easy, and think of the possibilities. Don't miss your chance.
239 days on the water. With an average tournament day of 8 hours, that's 1,912 hours of fishing. Averaging 60 miles per hour, you covered 12,300 miles. That's 102,420 minutes with a rod in your hand. Averaging 4 casts per minute, that's just shy of 410,000 chances at a bite. But numbers are the foundation. The results are up to you.
Bassmaster Angler of the Year!
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. Since 1968, B.A.S.S has been serving bass fishing enthusiasts with information and tournament coverage that make you a better angler. When you sign up today, you'll join over 500,000 outdoorsmen who love bass fishing. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Log on to Bassmaster.com to join Bass today.
Biggin. Please tell me he's on there, still on there. Come on, troll him up. Oh, power pole's up. Come on, stay there. Get in there. Stay pegged. Watch it, coming at you. Can you say, can I get some of that? Yeah! Give me some! Folks at home. Yeah! Can you say, can I get some of that? Yeah! Yeah! Oh, God, I missed him. Big giant one, big giant one, big giant one, big giant one, big giant one. Stay pegged. Dang it, boys and girls, you give me some on that. Oh, I missed her. Flip back in there. Oh, it's 7. I fish for big fish. I pull out the big rod, the flipping stick, and I have at it. I love braid. I love 1.5 ounce weights, and I love sticking big ones. I don't play the finesse game. I fish hard for big ones. Even the Z Train knows I like fishing for big ones. I like having the flipping stick in my hand. I like having the frog rod in my hand. I don't like waving the fairy wand, spinning rod as we call it, around. That's just not me. I'm the big stick guy. I fish to catch big fish, and I feel like I'm going to catch the limit fish to go with it. Biggin. Stay pegged. Oh my God. Stay pegged. Let me get my hands on you, girl. Get my hands on you. Got her. Wes, this is the 10. Golly gee, sorry you're gonna have to beep that, but golly gee, give me some. He's 8. I got a power pole down. Oh my goodness. When you're culling fish like that, God, it's game. Whew, game on, boys. Game on. Let me make sure. Hold on. Okay. Yes. And yes.
$30 pounds, 15 ounces. Ishman Rowe smokes them. It is the year of Ishama.
Feels like a good one. It's going out into deep water. Going out to deep water. Stay on. Stay on. Oh, monster, monster, monster. Big bass. Big bass. Big bass. Please, baby, stay on. Stay on. Please, stay on. Stay on, baby. Stay on. Stay on, girl. Come here. Look, she's got that popper all in her mouth. Come here, girl. Yes, yeah, yes. Biggin. Oh, yeah. On the popper. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes. God, yes, that's what I needed. I needed my big bass. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. God, man, I was fighting. I was heading to deep water. I'm like, ain't that big? And I'm sitting there fighting a hole, and it's just like going out to the middle. I'm like, what the heck? Because it didn't only hit like a little 2-pounder. Yes. Whew. Yeah. Yes. That's what I needed. I needed that big bite. Yes. Woo.
Rojas needs 13-8 to walk away with the title here at the Trocar Battle on the Bayou. 13-8! He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen! 13-8! He has exactly what it takes! For your champion, Dean Rojas!
Bass Live is being brought to you by Hook.
Something you work for all year long. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Just to make it to this tournament, to put a punctuation mark at the end of this long, long season. And Justin Lucas is leading the pack out here today. This was just moments ago while we were at the break.
That's a good one. Still. Oh my gosh. Dude, my heart is going a million miles an hour right now. Come here. Come here. Yeah! Woo! Oh, baby! Oh. Yes! That's what it's all freaking about right there, dude. You talk about a clutch fish. That's a beast, man. Oh. Yes. Dude.
Service is a little rough right there, and of course, Justin Lucas, I think he still has one of those little bitty ones.
He's got
left. He's got two.
Got a couple.
Couple.
Under a pound, half pounders.
So that'll be a significant cull as well, and you were looking at the guy putting together the effort.
Hey, this is not over by any. What is that look for?
I didn't say. There was no look. I was looking at something on the floor.
That is an enormous call right there for Justin Lucas.
That's boy. Every cast is important. Every element from Lake Martin.
We just caught a freaking tank. I wish you guys could have seen it. Maybe you will. They just saw it. They did? Yeah, baby. That was awesome, dude. He came up and swiped the first time, missed it. Second time, pegged him.
Just a little rough on the surface right there, but Justin Lucas, he knows the importance of that fish right there, how important that fish is to the overall effort. Again, that started 8 months ago back in Alabama. Every fish caught is important, but boy, that one's looming large right now.
He will not put that topwater bait down for the rest of the event. That is huge right there.
And that's James Elam's topwater on the lower right panel there.
I think you just had a blow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Probably going to be barely hooked. It's a big one. I think, yep, it's a good one. Yep. Yeah. It's a good one. That will help.
Try to get a little info on that topwater bait he's throwing.
Always say yellow. Yeah. Might help.
Well, we came to him at just the right time, didn't we, James Elam? Look at this again.
Great bite right there. Gosh. You know something that I thought about this, as much, it was obviously a lot tougher yesterday. Today, a lot more activity. And not only that, we're with a lot of guys that caught him yesterday. But
I'm throwing a pencil popper for the most part, and it seems like it really can draw them up. I'd rather hook them on a wake bait because it seems like they don't slap the wake bait so much. It kind of just puts them in a trance once they get behind it and they eat it. But you can't throw that wake bait very far. So, I mean, if one comes up and busts close to the boat, I'm throwing that wake bait on it. Most of the time, they're so far out, I got to throw this pencil popper, and that's what's great about it is you can throw it, 70 yards or whatever, pretty accurately. And you got to be right on top of them when they do come up and bust. But this will draw them up. I just threw a wake bait through there and didn't get any to bite it, and it may have been because the boat's too close. But I can throw this a really long ways and stay off of it. I think I'm foul hooked now.
Lucas hooked up again.
I think he's hooked weird, or I might have two. Something's going on. I don't know what it is. Positive it's a bass. I think I foul hooked him. Or I've got two. Just really gonna play this out because I don't know what's going on. Yeah, foul hooked, but he's a good fish. I need him. Got him. Yeah, I'll tell you why I foul hooked him, because there's 3 or 4 that came up at the same time on him. God, That one is a beast that I caught, dude. What did we say was the next small one? I don't remember. I think it was white. Man, they're dead even. I'm gonna give it to white. So, white for sure is the next smallest one. That was a good pull. Dude.
Justin Lucas got rid of one of those tiny ones. Gets rid of the other one. He'll be definitely over 10 pounds. He may be there right now. I would say he's pretty, given that big one.
I'd say he's for sure there. No doubt.
Big one. So 10 pounds is what he mentioned as kind of the benchmark. If he can get it over that, he should be set up in fine shape for the final day and putting it away. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Again, we're not done, but started, as we say, a long, long time ago. That first cast at Lake Martin was very important, and it netted him a 6th place finish. He would get up into those low numbers multiple times during the course of this season.
One of the things, you know, if you're just tuning into our broadcast, we talked about this yesterday. He said the tournament where he saved himself the most was Grand Lake. He said day number 1, he had 2 fish at noon, and he was convinced in his mind at Grand Lake that he was in last place. Easily last place at 12:30 on day number 1. Salvaged it, went finesse fishing, got a 13th place there. And really the only train wreck of the season was Kentucky Lake, where he said he was plagued by a lot of lost fish there. And in all honesty, the way this is setting up, he is saving potentially his best for last right now.
That 73rd at Kentucky Lake was his worst. Here's the way it breaks down the last, more than 10 years. Winner of Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and their worst finish, and topping that list is Brandon Polinick's 105th second tournament of 2017 down at Lake Okeechobee. You talk about a comeback. That is doing something right there. We all remember Aaron Martin's at Sabine, 85th place, and still having a successful campaign in 2013.
That means Lucas has, out of the 13 or 14 Elite Series years, the 3rd lowest finish by angler that's most likely going to win Angler of the Year.
To his credit, we had to come back and doubly overachieve, and that's just exactly what he's done for this year.
300 yards. Yeah, I'm telling you too, when you start getting them in a row like that, like every pile around will have one. You know what I'm saying? They'll just be
both of these guys, I'd like to see them compare notes as to what was the real core of how they were able to stay on top of these fish and to really be able to be on them when they started eating. And well, that would be interesting to see the similarities and maybe differences of opinion in the course of that. Davey Hyde probably got an opinion on that. He's with James Elam right now. Davey, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Tommy.
What do you think? I mean, these guys, they're really starting to turn on now, these fish, for Elam and for Lucas. I mean, they got something special going here. These two are just distancing themselves.
Well, you're exactly right, Tommy, and as I talked about earlier, they seem to be fishing shallower than a lot of these other fishermen, and they've been able to catch some largemouth, some quality largemouth. That's certainly game changers here in this event. Catching a 4 or 5 pounder means everything. I want to mention real quick, though, if we can scan around a little bit, and you see a lot of spectators out here, and
got to give credit. Yesterday, there were a lot of people fishing, and today I've seen very few local people fishing. Most of them are just watching these guys do their work. And I want to say, I'm sure these anglers appreciate that more than I can express.
Well, did anyone say anything at the weigh and say, hey, can y'all help us out a little bit? Give us a little less competition out on the lake, or is this everybody just sort of realize that it might be better to let these guys fish a bit? Won't last long.
Yeah, I think they realize that 50 boats on this body of water. This is big enough for a 50-boat tournament, but if you got extra 50 or 100 local fishermen, it's public water. It's what you have to deal with, but it certainly makes it easier on these guys. There's so much on the line. You know, at registration the other night, up on the desk in front of Tripp, there were 3 trophies, and there's going to be a Rookie of the Year given out here this week, an Angler of the Year, and then also the winner of this tournament. And James Elam is certainly right in the mix for that.
Looking at what Elam's done all day, Davey, and you just hit on this a little bit, it seems like he's throwing a lot closer to the bank. Are you seeing many other anglers doing that, or not really? Are they further offshore?
Well, I think these anglers are learning more and more about this lake. Yesterday, this time, very few people were fishing less than 30 feet deep, and you can see not only James Elam is doing well. Looking around, I can see 3 other competitors just in sight right now, and they all seem to be getting closer and closer to the bank. The water might not be falling quite as much today as it was yesterday, and those largemouth are probably showing themselves a little more than they have or than they did yesterday. A lot of these anglers saw the quality of largemouth that are here the first and second day of practice. I talked to someone this morning and said they honestly 100% had a 9-pounder come up at a wake bait and bite it in practice. So there's some big largemouth here that are definitely game changers, and these guys know it. Yesterday, for whatever reason, there wasn't as many largemouth being seen up shallow, and the ones that were seen seemed to be spooky and not really relating to cover, where today seems to be a different day. I will say this, though, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. We've had a light wind today, just enough ripple to help the bite, and it is flattened off, and we don't have that wind. We'll see what happens.
Davey, looking at all of there's been some fantastic footage so far today on topwater bites. Are you seeing much activity, not from the anglers, but are you seeing fish blowing up all over the lake today, or no?
Not as much as in practice, but more than yesterday. And I think that light wind had a lot to do with it this morning. Just a 5-mile-an-hour wind means so much. It breaks up the light penetrating in the water, and those fish will commit to a bait. You're still seeing some fish lost because the water is really clear, and these fish have been educated, seeing a lot of baits. This time of year, there's been a lot of pressure for 6 or 7 months here on this body of water, and these fish get hook shy. But these anglers are doing a good job. James Elam certainly got something figured out. He seems to be fishing shallower than a lot of the other anglers. But like I said, I think other anglers are certainly catching on, and we'll see more, probably 13 to 14 pound stringers today than we did yesterday.
Davey, good stuff there, and of course,
Tommy, I got to tell you the story.
Yeah.
In our next segment, I want to tell the story about the blueback heron. I've got to do. My wife is dying to know what the story is, and I won't tell her. She's got to watch Bass Live.
Everybody, it's worth sticking around for. To give you a real insight to how much these bass love those blueback herring. Davey, we'll tease that. Davey coming up with that a little bit later today. It'll be good stuff.
I'm excited because this is a spicy story.
It is a spicy story.
Spicy.
It's all about eating.
Spicy,
it's all about eating
the
kind of stories we like. Absolutely, Davey Hyde out there working hard and stealth. You know, we talk about James Elam maybe casting close to the bank, but he is staying backed off. I mean, he is not getting in there. He talked about the importance of not roughing things up around
just
as much
absolute bomb casting.
Got Elam's fellow Oklahomans, Edwin Evers and Jason Christie, making a move trying to get back in the automatic classic berths. Evers has got the second largest bag of the day, over 13 pounds, and he was 36, so he gets in that top 10. He'll gain his 20 points, and he actually fell yesterday from the bubble 35th to 39th, so he needs some climbing. And Christie was 15th, and he's in that top 10 now too, but he did some climbing yesterday from 41st to 37th, and he's right on that bubble. He can get a couple more points, he can climb in there.
37th will likely be in the classic, right? Isn't that what we
37th,
sort of say?
Yeah, I think so.
You know.
When it all works out, it should definitely be in that range, but
You can't go take out a loan on the strength of it, right? At this point, right?
I'm not going to, but
okay.
It all depends on your credit, Tommy.
I suppose so. Josh Bertrand up right there, still waiting for him to get something firing. You wonder if he's going to move right up to the bank. He talked about it yesterday, but he seemed a little bit have cold feet about it today.
You know, it's just it's bizarre. It's really to see how many fish that we've seen on live so far the last 24 hours. It's just bizarre that it's not happened.
Yeah.
It's not like he's doing something drastic. You know what I mean?
No.
It's not like he's somewhere on the lake where you're like, oh gosh, what you're doing so out of whack.
No, he's had the bites. He's just, terrible landing rate on these fish, and it's just, sometimes the circumstances conspire against you.
Caught that line, a hook. Dinged up, I'll give him that.
And talking about Josh and what he's up against, and Dave Mercer out there has left the bank. Speaking of the bank, Dave is out there with Josh right now, and talk about Josh's dilemma, and what do you think the probability is, Dave, that he may move into that bank, maybe that spot where you were?
Well, he was out front of that not too long ago, really, so you never really know. But I'll tell you, the one thing that screams to me, guys, is there's still a lot of time left in the day. Everybody knows what Josh is dealing with here, not just the tournament, but at any moment his phone could go off and you can find out he's got back on there. As long as it's due with the child here any day now. But watching this tournament unfold, nothing screams louder to me than basically the bait rules the bass. If you think of our last tournament, guys, we talked a lot about those go be eating smallmouth in Waddington, New York, which of course worked pretty good for Josh Bertrand. Those fish don't burn any calories. I mean, those fish sit there and they eat a very fat, plentiful bait fish. So is herring. Herring's very plentiful and very fat, but it's a totally different kind of beast. I mean, it doesn't sit on the bottom. They move across the water like lightning, and basically these fish burn a ton of calories. And that's why this week you're going to see so many guys with long, skinny fish. I don't know if we've heard it yet, but sometime this week you're going to hear somebody talking on live about, I can't believe how long and skinny that fish is. A totally different fish. Those fish in Waddington, short and fat. These ones long and skinny because they burn more calories. Speaking of burning calories, our anglers are burning some calories this week. We've been following Josh Bertrand, and as you can see right on cue, he decides to move right now, and that has been the tail. I actually timed how long he was fishing in particular areas. And just so you know, 3 minutes, 12 seconds, that's what he averages in a spot. You think about that, I mean, 3 minutes, 12 seconds doesn't seem that fast, but if you really go fishing it, you think of that 312, it's literally 5-6 casts he gets in. If you look at those numbers, simple arithmetic, guys, 3 minutes and 12 seconds he spends on the average spot. He's got about 480 minutes in a day, and in an 8-hour day, he's hitting about 130 spots a day. I mean, you take some time off for running. These guys are hitting a minimum of 100 spots a day. And you want to talk about a workout, just running up on that deck, putting that trolling motor down. We talked about how physical the last tournament was. And just when you thought it couldn't get any tougher, we finished our season here. I mean, we're talking about him hitting 100 spots a day.
So they're burning a tank of gas a day, aren't they, Dave? Right, getting close to it. Huh?
I mean, Dave went into some physics right there.
I use an abacus. I have an abacus on the boat that helped me work it all out with the beads and stuff. I don't know if it was perfect, but it's appalling to watch, really. And we're not. There's tournaments where guys are running and gunning. You're talking about how fast they're fishing. Everybody, it seems, is fishing like that. We're not seeing a lot of guys taking their time, and that's just simply because of the bait. I mean, they roll up. Generally, if they catch them, they're going to catch them on the first few casts. Because if you spend your time chasing, a fish blows right over there, and you hit your trolling motor like on a traditional body of water to get to it, by the time you're there, that fish may be behind your boat. So you got to keep on top of it.
Hey, Dave, we could tell that you were highly stressed out yesterday. Tom
Tommy here made comment that you were going to bring your A game and the best weigh-in of the year yesterday. Do you feel like you nailed it, or do you have something for us today or Sunday?
I mean, I don't think I nailed it, to be honest. I don't think I've ever nailed a weigh-in, but we got through it. This is the strangest weigh-in ever. The end of the year is strange. This one's a whole lot stranger, but it's I don't know. Why did you ask me? Zona, why? I love you, Zona.
I love you.
You know that I love you, but I hate when you're in studio. You always ask the weirdest questions.
Dave, we're going to...
I love awkward. I love awkward.
Dave, we're going to release you from this awkward embrace here, Dave, for a little while, and we will check in with Dave Mercer later. You know he's going to bring it. You know he brought it yesterday.
He always brings it.
He nails it every time. He's way too modest.
What did he say? We got through it?
We got through it.
That's awesome.
Dave Mercer and Justin Lucas, two guys you can safely say are getting it done on Shattuck this week.
I feel the same way about studio yesterday.
We somehow got through it. We'll get through it today, too. We got another 30-minute segment left to go, less than 30 minutes in our morning session for Bassmaster Live. I think we've had more than sufficient entertainment this morning. The drama? Well, Justin Lucas has let a little bit of the air out of the drama balloon here because he has absolutely just continued on a rampage.
No. This is far from over.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for
exactly right. But if you really look at it, the fishing today has been so much better than yesterday, and quality ones. And you are seeing today the Angler of the Year title be won.
Absolutely, it is going down big time. It's also fun to watch our Rookie of the Year race, which couldn't be closer. James Elam just knocking him out today for 2 days in a row. A lot of stories that we can follow for you, and we will. We have plenty more of Bassmaster Live, and our morning session, last segment, is coming up right here on Bassmaster Live.
I remember catching my very first bass with my brother when I was 10 years old. I caught like a 3-pound bass. From that moment on, I just fell in love with it. I would wake up before school, get on my bike, go fishing for an hour, and then go get on a school bus and go to school. I was probably the only guy at school that smelled like fish because I had caught some that morning, Fishing's always been my dream. I know how fortunate I am to be doing this and thankful that I'm doing this. Day 4 of my 4th Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. I've got a 5-pound lead. I do not want this moment to slip away. I hooked this fish, and it was a giant. Please stay hooked. And he got hung up in some grass over there. I reached in this grass, and I grabbed that fish, and I finally put my hands on it. Yeah! This fish probably won me this whole tournament. Biggin! My biggest tournament of my life. It happened.
And Dustin Cannell is a Bassmaster Elite Series champion.
The first fish I caught when I was 10 years old, and that fish, that was probably the two important bass I've ever caught. 8-year-old kid walked over there and picked his hat up, asking for my autograph, and I looked and I saw my name on there. I had already signed his hat last year. When I see stuff like that happen, it really makes me realize that, hey, I am doing this, and it's a dream come true for me.
The 2018 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is brought to you by Skeeter Boats, Yamaha, Power Pole, Humminbird, Nitro Boats, and by Abu Garcia.
Let's go places.
Berkley Fireline Ultra 8. It's rounder, smoother, and 4 times more abrasion resistant than original Fireline. That means you catch more fish. Ultra 8 features 8 braided strings heated to molecularly bind individual fibers. It lays well on the spool and is prior to going through your guide. Expect 10% longer casts and superb knot strength.
New Fireline Ultra 8, and you thought Fireline couldn't get any better.
What's your biggest strength? You got jig skipping skills? Can you tie a double uni?
Product planning?
Oh my goodness.
I ain't got a resume, but I do have this.
You're hired.
See more office antics at teamgtfishing.com.
239 days on the water. With an average tournament day of 8 hours, that's 1,912 hours of fishing. Averaging 60 miles per hour, you covered 12,300 miles. That's 102,420 minutes with a rod in your hand. Averaging 4 casts per minute, that's just shy of 410,000 chances at a bite. But numbers are the foundation. The results are up to you.
Bassmaster Angler of the Year!
Fishing just got easier, and it didn't cost you a thing. Free feature upgrades from Lowrance. Fish Reveal delivers the best of chirp sonar and downscan imaging, all on one screen, and it's going to help you find more fish. High visibility color sonar take high contrast imaging to a whole new level. It delivers the absolute best views of structure. Fish like to hide there, but their hiding days are over. These features are ready to roll when you are. Just upgrade your HDS Carbon software.
There's a reason I escape to the water for over 200 days a year. It's not only my passion and my job, it's my life. The work and the miles that I put in traveling across this country have prepared me for this sport. Because after thousands of casts, eventually I will find the water. Toyota, let's go places.
Bass Live is being brought to you by Hook.
Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year is all about performance through an entire season. And that's what puts you in this tournament among the top 50 if you're leading the way.
We have him at an 8-ouncer.
And what?
8-ouncer.
No. There's what it looks like. The fish catches today of Justin Lucas. Boy, I'm telling you what, he is putting together the winning effort here by all appearances.
Last 30 minutes has been very, very impressive. And you can tell right now, you could tell this morning, he's in a way, way bigger comfort zone. Very stressed out yesterday, kind of fidgety, a little aggressive. That has not been the case so far today.
No, absolute walk in the park today for Justin Lucas and just getting the results. A little bit of a slow start, but man, oh man, has it been coming on strong the last hour for this angler. Production across an entire season.
Yes.
That's what this is all about. If you can sort of confirm it, this is the confirmation tournament.
One of those You always hear guys that, previous Angler of the Year winners, previous Bassmaster Classic champions say, man, when it's your time, it is your time. And no better proof than what we've watched the last day.
Came into this tournament with a 9-point lead ahead of Josh Bertrand, and now it's to the point where Josh Bertrand is getting close to needing to dial up some miraculous stuff.
Like a Baker Mayfield-like performance.
Well, I think Justin has a small resemblance to Baker Mayfield. Just a little bit.
Kind of a lot.
Yeah, they might sit in a police lineup and you might not be able to tell them apart.
Whoa.
No, just kidding.
If Lucas goes and plants his flag on another angler's front deck of his boat, then we know they are.
Are you a Baker Mayfield? Are you a believer?
Oh, yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
How about you?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I think he's a little bit different level than the last phenom they had.
Look, all right, listen. For the next 10 years, I have to live with Mitch, okay? I have to live with Mitch.
I love that name, though.
May not last that long, Z.
Yeah, right.
Mitch Trubisky is all about potential.
That's horrible.
Oh, gosh.
Question from Z, how are we feeling now?
Feeling better, for sure. Getting bites, dude. Getting away from some people. Just lost a nice one there, but damn it. Feeling good. Definitely feeling better. If I get rid of 2 more fish, I got 2 little ones, so I need to get rid of those 2, and it'll be a good day. I don't know if the fishing's tougher or about the same. I feel like we're getting more bites, but we're also rotating our stuff differently today, so it's either a timing deal or they're just biting a little better. Damn, I missed that one, man. That pisses me off. My wife got mad at me for saying damn, too, so I'm sorry, babe, but when you lose a big one in a tournament like this, gosh, man, that one right there was a good one.
We noticed this about the same time yesterday. When you get 50 boats on a lake this size.
Profanity?
The profanity starts flowing like water.
During our break, yes, there was plenty.
No, you get a constant little wave action going when you're near the main part of the lake there. And I think maybe that might be a place you want to be. I mean, getting a little bit of movement on that water has got to be better than dead flat.
We're trying to get that cheese. We're trying to get that cheese.
A little cameo appearance by Jacob Wheeler right there.
About to run back to where I caught the big one and those other ones, and had all those ones miss it on that point too. Had like 3 out of 4 spots in there that were getting bit, and we got bit here too. I mean, dude, they gotta be biting right now. Either that or we just got away from guys, dude. That's a big thing too. No one else is even around us right now. That feels really good, I'm not gonna lie. Let's move. Huh? Oh. Yeah.
B.A.S.S is another guy trying to redeem himself. He's at 14.5, 3rd place. He fell to 35th yesterday. He was 25th in AOI points. Yesterday fell to 33rd, getting near that bubble. So he's climbed back up there, going to regain those points. And his
caught a 4-pounder. That was what boosted him up to 14-something. So
B.A.S.S and Wheeler, both big players at Lake Travis earlier this year. Of course, B.A.S.S with the 10-pounder over there.
The only other event this season that's been like this kind of fishing, you know, that
Feast
open
with famine
water,
for
top
sure.
water,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
some of that deal.
Justin Lucas vowed he would head back over where he caught that big one, and that was a giant spot that he caught over there. Just all through this tournament has shown the knack for right place, right time in it. Roy Hawk at the bottom. You see the dam and the in the picture there. So that means he's at the northernmost part of the lake, or one of the most northern parts of the lake.
I got a feeling Chris Lane's after some largemouth because he just popped in with 10-10 because he caught a 4.5 pounder.
Wow.
Shin, do you care if I fish right here? Thank you.
You can absolutely say it's been a successful day, and really a successful day and a half for Justin Lucas. I'd say that definitely about this guy as well, James Elam. Here's the clinic you were talking about when we first came on the air today.
You're right, James Elam not getting on his primary area that he caught him yesterday. Well, that was not an issue. James Elam going to work very quickly here on Chatu, putting 4 in the live well. Really, I'm going to say, Ron Moore, I'm going to say about the first 45 minutes.
Yes, and that was after losing 5 to 10 fish and missing bites, and it wasn't a great first 20 minutes of the day, but the next 40 minutes definitely made his hour worth it.
His bass track just updated to 17 pounds, 10 ounces, giving him 34.4 total, about a 9-pound lead over Wheeler.
Do we have potential of a double blowout this week?
It could be, yeah.
Yes. Focus on that Rookie of the Year race, so after we're on James Elam.
And the Classic Cutler, just like
Owensbury.
First spot.
We got plenty of important stuff.
Contended there.
Absolutely.
Don't stray from our goal of creating drama.
I saw Facebook Live this morning, and Edwin Evers talked about not wanting to go to that Classic bracket and being able to be in the automatic bids.
If James Elam can...
Real quick,
go ahead. Yeah.
For the folks at home, Tommy, how does that work with the Classic bracket? Those are the
first 16 out of the class.
After the Classic cut.
Out of the Classic cut.
And the double qualifiers from the Open Championship.
Yeah.
So that Open Championship is like the weekend before our bracket competition.
Let me interrupt you guys for a little bonus coverage right here. You know, we've got James Elam trying to win this tournament here. Winning this tournament, again, we say, is not insignificant. It's a big deal. It gives you a win. And here's the guy who won it last year, and that's Keith Combs right there.
Yes.
And Keith, talk about the importance of that. Tell everybody that's not an afterthought. It's nice to get a win at the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year tournament.
Oh, absolutely, Tom. You take a win anytime you can get it, man. It's in AOI or regular season or whatever, you take anytime you get a chance to win one, you better take it.
What's your favorite memory from last year at this event?
Man, there's a bunch of them. I mean, it was the first day and the second day of that tournament, I had a hole and I could pull up to and catch them. I basically caught 25 pounds in 5 cast, and that's something you don't get to do very often, especially on smallmouth.
Well, tell us how it's going for you today out there, Keith. A little tougher than yesterday?
Well, no, it's actually probably better than yesterday. Yesterday at this time I had two little fish that didn't weigh a pound apiece. Today I got 2 for about 3 pounds. I just caught a decent 2.5 pounder, 2 pounder, whatever. But I mean, it's one of those stories, and probably everybody you talk to's got sob stories on this place. But I had a 4-pounder. I had a 4-pounder hooked and lost him, and actually broke my line. And I had one just maul my bait about 30 minutes ago, about 4 pounds, and lost him too. So I mean, sitting here with 3 pounds, and should have around 14 pounds, and it's just tough out here.
Keith, how have you been catching them the last day?
I'm throwing a wake bait. I'm throwing a Strike King wake shad, and just running over points that I seen them schooling off in practice, and about half of the fish I'm calling up. Like the one I just caught, I called him up and about 5 more. So the schooler's a bonus, but most of them I'm just fishing over these breaks and just calling them up.
Keith, it's been a very, very stressful week for everybody with this Angler of the Year event, making decisions, on-water decisions, studio decisions. What? Are you open to play a game called Either Or with us? Are you up for that?
Man, for you, Zona, absolutely.
I appreciate that. Keith, you get to pick right now. Right now, you get to pick. You will take an Angler of the Year title or a Bassmaster Classic trophy. What say you, Keith Combs?
AOI. AOI for me. I mean, that is, to me, you know, Classic is important, and a lot of people pay attention to the Classic, as they should, but that AOI doesn't pay as good as the Classic, but that means you kick the best dudes in the world's butt all year long. So I want the AOI just for personal reasons.
Hey, Keith, you and I are taking a hunting trip the end of October together. Yeah, exactly. You get to pick one of these for a wall mount. E.T., Predator, or Alien. What say you, Keith Combs?
There's no doubt E.T. will look cool on my wall.
Yes. That's the answer we were looking for. Right there. Keith Combs just hit a triple and probably close to a home run right there.
What was Bambi?
Do you beat up manatees too, Keith?
Good stuff.
I can see it now.
That's awesome.
Thank you, Keith, so much. Good luck for you the rest of the day and the rest of the tournament here. That's Keith Combs, our winner at Toyota Bassmaster, the tournament within the tournament. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year last year at Mille Lacs.
I thought the Classic was gaining on Angler of the Year picks today with our anglers. But it's shifting again.
Yep. Just a little bit ago. Run up there to that point, just in front of us next.
I think if you look at the guys who've answered AOI, it's the ones who've won Bassmaster Elite Series events or an Angler of the Year past, and they're like in the industry entrenched. You know, some of the newer, younger guys, the guys who might need that payday or want that payday.
Okay.
You know, like Roy Hawk, he hasn't been to a Classic, so it means more. Jake Whitaker, Keith Pochet probably would want to win a Classic. But those guys who have maybe won some big events in their life and haven't gotten an AOI are like,
okay.
Well, you had KVD yesterday say he didn't realize the significance of it at his early age that he won his first. It took a few years to realize, hey, this is a major accomplishment.
Big deal, yeah.
E.T.
Sort of a European style.
What's that? European stuff with Keith Combs? Yeah. What else do you do? Do you hit baby seals? Sorry.
That does not necessarily follow.
No, sort of.
Yeah. Unicorn or chupacabra. Okay. Yeah, maybe.
Bigfoot.
Yeah, or Bigfoot.
That's the one good thing we get to taking a look at this quad box, how fast all of these guys are working their baits to get a reaction bite. But also one of the big, oh gosh, so great, so great.
Small.
Little one says Lucas.
Yeah, he'll probably get rid of one of them, actually. He definitely will, I think. Come here. Let me get my pliers. I step on them. I don't care.
All right, man, let's move on.
Yeah, he's bigger than white.
Lucas keeps moving forward. The situation gets a little more desperate for Josh Bertrand as we go on with one fish in the boat today. He originally said, you know, yesterday I'm just going to have to go to the bank. Today he said, well, maybe I just catch a few good spots and then we'll think about it. I don't know. I don't know what would work in a situation like he finds himself in now.
Some really solid stringers caught today at this time today compared to yesterday. Really a lot of the bigger fish that came across the board, all the way across the board on Bass Track yesterday was kind of that 1245 to 230. So we're on pace for a much bigger weigh-in at least this point of the day than we were yesterday.
But you're having that hit and miss. Brent Chapman, who is fourth, is still stuck like on one fish, and Keith Poche's doesn't have one yet today. And our Rookie of the Year competitors both only have one, falling down to 24th and 25th.
Some of that may
event.
be just falling behind a little bit on Bass Track. I think Keith Combs was listed as no fish, and we went to him, and he had, in fact, 2, 3 in the live well? Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Getting very, very close to this. We have a day and a half of fishing left is basically what that music means.
Halfway, aren't we?
Yeah, we're at the halfway point of this tournament right now. And so Justin Lucas has done his job so far and not looking back.
Cannot stress this enough, though. If you tuned into Bassmaster Live on day number 1, the fireworks really went off yesterday after a midday report.
There's really no excuse not to tune in. It's Friday. There's guys in the oil field with it on their iPad. I've been getting pics of that. There are people just watching it in their cars. Not driving.
Hashtag Bass Live.
Australia are watching.
Just come on and join us for the last 3 hours.
Hashtag Bass Live.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
How about that?
Wow. Largemouth. Seen a big largemouth today. Huge spotted bass.
We're going to play some either or with Jason Christie, Brent Ayler, and Skeet Reese and see how that goes.
Oh, man. That's going to be good.
Because it's a fun game and it makes you feel awkward. I like that.
Oh, really? In fact, I never noticed about you. That's kind of funny. Ooh. We got plenty more coming. We're going to take our 1-hour break. We'll be back at noon Eastern Time with 3 more hours of Bassmaster.
Well done, Tommy, live.
It's the 2018 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you
it's something you
live
focus
by
on
Hook.
all year long if you fish the Bassmaster Elite Series. And this week, it is focused on solely Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Here's your map of the U.S. right there, and we're in the state of Georgia, northeast part of Georgia, up in the mountains here, about 2,000 feet in elevation, on some clear water, and water that has been falling for the last few days, and water that is very, very still, not a breath of air coming up right now, and that's been problematic for some of the anglers. It's made it even more of a challenge, and it should be a challenge. This is it. This is for all the marbles. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And there's our tournament within the tournament. Yes, you can win this event as a standalone event, and James Elam is doing an amazing job of doing that, Mark Zona.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. And as we said before we took our noon break was, boy, look for a lot of activity later in the day like we got to see yesterday. But with that being said, it seems like Chateau, much better fishing today, at least than there was yesterday at this time.
Boy, based on what we saw, yes, that's undeniably true. There has been a lot of fish catching going on out on the water. Some have done much better than others, but that's the way it stacks up right there. Our top 12 from James Elam all the way down to Jesse Wiggins. If you're just joining up with us, we got a day and a half's worth of fishing, but to get you up to date to the moment, let's take you to our Toyota midday report. Josh Bertrand started this tournament only 9 points behind. Leader Justin Lucas and Josh Bertrand experienced a tough day yesterday fishing down at the bottom of the pack.
Boy, I do not want to sound like a crusty old ranch hand, Tommy Sanders.
Well, no, you can't, believe me. You couldn't pull it off.
You're right. Nor would I. I would be shaky at best. Oh, I love making no sense. But Josh Bertrand has been plagued. When he does get one into the boat, not the quality that we're seeing with other anglers. And not only that, it just seems like you can't even use the word execution. He just has not kept quality fish pinned for the past 24 hours.
Absolutely. Everything's got to come together in a big way. Here's someone who's come together in a big way for all season long. Roy Hawk, a point separating he and Jake Whitaker at the start of this event. The Rookie of the Year, and Roy Hawk with this pretty decent spotted bass in early today. It's been kind of slow for him since then.
Definitely so slow since then, and we did get an unofficial Ron Moore BFF Best Friends report. Ron, correct me if I'm wrong, your friend Jake Whitaker.
What was that? BFF Friends report.
Forever?
Yes. No, during the break, found one of those schools, pulled up at the right time, like we said, and they were busting like crazy. Filled, I think he has a limit now, so that race is getting tight.
Jacob Wheeler gets some love here, too. Absolutely. He finished second place behind James Elam, and that's where he started the day. That's where he sits right now. Jacob Wheeler, the young angler with already the impressive record with the Bassmaster Elite Series, showing why he's so good.
Definitely. You really kind of watched Jacob Wheeler this morning, dialed into a deep water jerkbait bite. Caught a limit very quickly this morning with a couple of solid quality fish. Jacob Wheeler said, we're going to try to get a little bit more sound. There are certain things he's looking for running around on this lake. Key depth zones.
Yeah.
15 to 20 feet of water, fishing over top of these brush piles.
The only person we've heard say that the falling water may have helped his cause a little bit.
Definitely helped his cause. He said if there is too much water over these brush piles, if they have too much room to come pin his bait to the surface or whatever he's throwing, he said, you get past that 20-foot, that magic 20-foot zone, you will not catch him on Chateau.
Chateau, if you're just picking up with us halfway through our Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year event, is definitely a blueback herring lake, which presents a whole set of challenges for these anglers and really makes the fish of one mind, a single-minded sort of critter.
Yeah, there's definitely a low light feeding period. Really, that first hour when the Such and Ron Moore, when they were doing their Facebook Live, there is right there, that window of when that sun is just rising, that first hour of daylight, so critical, and then you start to see it taper off.
James Elam, who knocked out 16 pounds and 10 ounces on day number one, has already topped that amount so far today. You talk about the guy who is dialed in. There's not even any competition. James Elam is that guy.
Exactly right. Not being able to start on his primary starting spot where he caught him yesterday. Well, that didn't seem to be much of a big deal.
You got him hooked.
We have James Elam unofficially past where he was yesterday.
A pound heavier than what he was yesterday, which was phenomenal. So much ahead of the rest of the pack. It was almost a little unbelievable yesterday. Look how close he is to the bank there.
Anchored by this big largemouth. Say he caught this right around 10 o'clock. Said it, Tommy Sanders talked about it yesterday. Those bigger largemouth are going to be an X factor. And here's the amazing thing. If you're just tuning in, just kind of showed up out of nowhere, catching spot after spot after spot after spot, and then all of a sudden, boom, a big largemouth in his live well.
I can tell all of you are joining us. Most of the action we have seen is offshore.
What is this? I don't think we saw this.
No, this is like when we were gone or something here. Yeah. That's during the break. Yeah, absolutely.
Another big largemouth.
Yeah.
We said it to start this event. 20 pounds is possible. Mixed bag for sure, but definitely you can catch 20 of just large, 20 of just spots.
Want to know what the story of the day was, Tommy?
Well, yeah, it's undeniable, isn't it?
It is.
Justin Lucas, this man right here, came in with a 9-point lead over Josh Bertrand, and yesterday didn't think he was doing so great. It turned out he was doing very, very well, finished in the top 15% of the field here and stretched out a big lead, and today, same story.
No doubt about it. We got to see him catch a couple fish on a drop shot. We call those safety fish.
Okay.
Right? Little kind of
right,
defense fish. Get a couple in the live well. When Lucas locked in his top water bait, really after that sun got up, you heard all of these anglers say the higher the sun gets, the better the top water bite's going to be. Just like yesterday, Justin Lucas has stayed the course with his game plan and really starting to look at, we've got him unofficially at 12 pounds. Got a vibe that, well, if it goes like yesterday, he's going to surpass that.
Yeah, I think so. Look for him to get close to 15 pounds or maybe even more by the end of the day because, as you said, he indicated to both of us the afternoon may be a lot better even than the morning.
Him and cameraman Eric Kafka just having a TIMELIVE live.
Let's take a look at our Rapala 5 Live, the guys who we're covering today, as a matter of fact, live all day long. And there's Justin Lucas. Fourth place right now, over 25 pounds. That is a strong position in leading Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Still mired in 49th place at this point. Josh Bertrand, he has a whole half a day, 3 hours left of fishing, 3 hours plus left for him to fish. James Elam, absolutely just banging him out of the park today. Just absolutely shelling the rest of the field. Jacob Wheeler hanging tough in second place right now, but he's 6 pounds back of James Elam. Man, oh man. Elam, you talk about a horse for a course. He is the guy in Roy Hawk. We can understand now that that race he's in with Jake Whitaker for Rookie of the Year, he may have fallen behind, may have been keeping pace with Jake Whitaker. Those 5 out on the water right now. 3 hours of fishing, and customarily, we do Bassmaster Live all day. And, this is our lull period, our down period from 11 to 2 p.m. Not been the case here.
On this lake.
No.
Going to really take a flyover of our Hummingbird lay of the lake and see where all of our anglers are fishing. Adifo is trying to leave the field. He's trying to leave the lake right now. Really, majority of the fishing's been done kind of near the dam. Really, the first few miles of the dam. All of our anglers spread out pretty well, but that dam
Chris Lane
area
making a move there.
Say it again.
Chris Lane's making a move. He's in third place.
Absolutely.
And secure his
Gone up over 15
bird.
pounds. Chris Lane.
All these people right here, Polinick, Cliff Pace, this whole group, Jason Christie, that is the border. So everybody above that's in North Carolina, but most of the field, it looks like right around the border, just into Georgia.
Water flowing south to north, headed for the dam that's up north there, but not much water flowing at all. Not a whole lot of activity at the dam during the course of this. We're going to take a break from fishing tomorrow. Just so you know, wait, Saturday's a day off. Yes, we are. We got for fan interaction. If you're in the area, get to Chattooga and talk to your bass fishing heroes.
Tomorrow is not Bass Fest.
What? No,
it's not. Okay.
Bass Fest is a different deal. That comes at
I'm joking.
It comes at a time in the past.
We actually don't have Bass Fest anymore.
That's
we renamed the whole thing.
It's a historical concept.
Georgia Mountain Fairgrounds is where they're all going to be meeting. It's a really neat
out
place.
With all your favorite dudes.
Some seminars going on.
Love it.
Give and take with the anglers. They'd love to visit with you.
Man. Should have a big bag of fish today. I know that. Lost 2 good ones that I hooked up with. Had 2 or 3 others that were nice ones that just come off, or that didn't need it, like that one, but 2 that I lost. It's just the nature of this game right here, though. You're getting to lose them. Yeah. Got a nice little, not a boat flipped one, and then I kind of slipped on the seat, and that fish slipped right into my calf with the treble, but it went all the way through the barb, so we just had to cut that hook and golden, man. Still bleeding a little bit, but we got an entry and an exit. Nice little battle scar. I'll take that for a 2.5 all day, though.
For folks who tuned into Facebook Live, they got to see him hook himself live with that.
It went past the barb?
Yeah, yeah.
All the way through, yeah, it came out.
Slipped right when the fish shook.
And an area where there's not.
Here.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, here we go.
Now we all get
Connected
to see it.
the fish.
I love stuff like this.
You've had a couple good ones.
I've had a couple. Right.
Me off, man. Just got it. When you get in a good rotation and there's no boats running around, I got bit on like 4 out of 5 spots. That tells you the difference that makes.
There's your Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader by a pretty good margin right there. Justin Lucas, just kind of on autopilot now for the rest of the day. He's got a good limit and looking to improve on that. Boy, no backing off for this guy. James Elam again, 16-10 yesterday. We've got him at 17-10 today. He is just the guy here on Chatuge.
Does he have 2 or 3 largemouth in his live well?
3.
It's been going well. The morning didn't start off that well, but we've caught a good bag of spots. And I've had 3 bonus largemouth bites, which I did not expect. I don't know where they came from. I've caught a few out doing this, but it's mostly a spot deal. But all 3 of those are in the live well, and they're all 3 good ones. But basically, you know, started off the morning fishing little schools of fish that were closer to the bank on little points, little steeper points. And this is the time of the day I'm fishing more of the long needle nose stuff, the flatter points that come out, and the fish are roaming around, you know, chasing herring. Every now and then they'll come up and bust, and that's what I'm doing right now. It's all topwater from now on. Trying to draw a strike from up pretty deep. Either I'm gonna, you know, some of these fish on these points are sitting in like 10 feet or whatever below the surface, over 20, 25, 30, and those are the ones that'll come up and hit this. And actually, a lot of places will go the rest of the day. There'll be like one solo brush pile on a long point, and I'll throw over it, and a lot of times the fish will come up out of it and eat it. So that's kind of, there's one busting right there, and that's kind of what I'm looking for right now. Get there. Come on. It's really hard to just get a solo one, but when there's 2 or 3 that come up and bust, you'll catch one, or miss one at least. That one's a no-go. Every day about 11.
James Elam again, the superlative effort so far on Chatuge. Look at what he's got in the live well today.
And that could be a little bit light. I mean, really,
yeah,
if you looked
thinking
it's close to 20.
I mean, it's been incredible to watch him. And like he said, just 3 bonus largemouth out of nowhere. But the one thing is, if you're just tuning into the broadcast, earlier, you know, today, a lot of those largemouth that he was catching, he was fishing a lot closer to the bank than a lot of our other anglers that were way offshore, and it seems like that's where those largemouth bites came from.
I could be mistaken, but he seems to be moving less than some of the anglers than a good many of the anglers we were talking today.
No doubt.
He found a way to exploit a place that's got him and wait him out, apparently.
I mean, he held up 2 spotted bass yesterday in his 16-10 bag. I figured if he had a kicker largemouth, he would have. So if he can keep the consistent spots and mix in one more good largemouth on Sunday, I mean, it'd be hard to catch him because of today's weight.
Jacob Wheeler, a big day on day 1 of this 3-day competition. And today he is keeping pace as well, doing his best to keep up with a streaking James Elam.
I'll make that rotation one more time just to make sure there's not. I just seen 2 dang 4-pounders, and I'm like, well, started to go down a little bit. Constantly running around trying to hit a lot of stuff, and just got in a good little rotation there. Did not get him to get it though. Caught a 2-pounder, caught one maybe 1 3/4. I'll make that little rotation again just to see if they set back up, and then probably keep rolling, you know, and that's the name of the game. You know, those ones, I mean, there's 4-pounders in my feet multiple times, so you just get one of those 4-pounders to bite, we got, you know, 15 pounds, so that's all you got to do. 15 pounds a day, you probably win this derb.
Turning out that might be a little bit light by the end of this.
Could be. Could well be.
Had one of our regular fans, Bill Durham, ask how long is James Elam's rod? It looks like a pool cue to him. Like it's very short.
We'll look into it. Roy Hawk came in as leader in our Rookie of the Year competition. May not be right now, based on reports we're getting from the water.
Dude, it is brutal for the Hawk today, man. I'm telling you. It is, it's been missed fish and no bites for most of the day, and it's just tough, dude. I feel like I'm just 5 feet away all the time, you know? Just 2 minutes too slow or 5 feet too short. But still grinding, man. Hopefully we can come across something. Still got time to make something happen if I get around the right little zone. Just got to keep looking and grinding. It can happen fast here, so you never know. You never know.
Roy Hawk's pretty well credentialed angler from California. Just snuck under the money limit to be an official rookie for this year. And pretty much an eternal optimist. He's always got a positive attitude.
Every time we've had him on live this year, good attitude, unbelievably well-rounded fisherman. You know, we talked about that yesterday, and whether you're in dirty water like he was fishing at Lake Martin up the river near our takeoff, or Grand Lake all the way to here. But it was said coming into this, I remember some of you, Such, James Overstreet at the beginning of the year, everybody had their eye on Roy Hawk coming here. He was one of the most powerful tournament fishermen from the West Coast.
And he's had successes in the Midwest. He's ventured here.
Told us he thought Chautauqua was a lot in common with Lake Shasta here in Northern California, north of Redding, California.
There's one.
Got hooked up now.
Doesn't feel real big, but maybe it'll measure. Come on. Come on. Dang, dude. That was a long time. I'll tell you what. Now let's see if he measures. I think he's 12. Oh yeah, baby. Number 2. Uh-oh. What are you doing, dude? Not doing too good. He's still alive though. That fun boat ride got him, huh? This dang thing here. Turn on some oxygen for him too. Thank you, Lord.
So after a long drought, Roy Hawk getting finally number 2 he may have with those 2 fish. Maybe 3.5, maybe closer to 3.
That might be a good one, actually.
Wheeler hooked up.
It's not foul hooked, it could be a big one. Feels like a good one, dude. I can't tell. They all want you to feel it. It's like, could be like a 15-incher, could be a 3-pounder. Oh gosh, big largemouth. Big largemouth. Don't do it, don't do it. I'm gonna slide around this way. Big old largemouth. Barely hooked too. Yes, sir. Yeah. Big one right there. Woo! Gosh dang largemouth. Heck yeah. Oh, man. Oh, guys. I couldn't stay away from the largemouth all week. I just couldn't do it. Gosh. So, that is what you, Kano and DJ, guess what, boys? We just dinged us up one. Ding! And oh my gosh. 3 3/4. Bing! Oh yeah. Whew. What you got to say about that, Russ? What you got to say about that, Russ? Let me hear it, Russ. Calm down, boys and girls. Unreal. Calm down. Let me see which one's you. I think it was number 3. Pretty sure it was, yeah. What do you guys think? Couldn't stay away from the largemouth. Oh boy. I'll take him. I'll take him. How y'all doing in there? Y'all doing okay? How my babies doing? Alright. I might give you some ice here in a second. We got 15. Yes! Gosh, that feels so dang good. You don't even know how good that feels. Finally got that son. My crap out of the water 3-4 times. And I'm getting sick and tired of it. Just straight how it is. Okay, first thing I'm gonna do though, I'm gonna weigh these fish, make sure I messed it up because I threw one out. So I'm going to do first, put number 1, put Mr. Largemouth on him. Number 1. Good. Number 3. Let me make sure everything's good. I think that is number 3. Yeah, stop it. Yeah, hold up. Make sure he's zeroed. Number 3. Okay. So we got number 1, number 3. Let me get number 2 so that way I can go 4 and 5. Number 2. Number 4. Number 5.
Jacob, talk about the bait. You cut the last one on.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I've been switching it up. I'll show you guys real quick here. I've been switching up between mostly 2 baits. And so I've been throwing, this is actually a saltwater pencil popper, or saltwater chug bug. It's a bigger one. You can see the teeth marks on him right there. But that chrome really tends to call him up, especially in the sun. And what I'm doing is I'm throwing that big topwater out there, and if I can't get them to bite this and get it good, sometimes I'll switch it up and throw this jerk bait. This is a little shadow wrap deep jerk bait, and I'm able to really jerk it fast to get those fish to react. So they're still up in the water column looking around for this topwater, throw that jerk bait in there, and I can get them to react sometimes. So not all the time, but sometimes it's a 1-2 punch, and that's been the most of what I've had my damage on this week.
Well, there you go. That's your Yamaha Taste the Bait from Jacob Wheeler. Good stuff. That's his game plan for today. Hey, we couldn't snip a largemouth yesterday, and I think we've seen 3 big ones today.
And I mean, every one of them is just out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah. Just random as all get out, we think, anyway. So Jacob Wheeler, he's got a big task still ahead of him if he's looking to run down James Elam. May not get it done today, but he certainly made up a little ground on him right there with the largemouth. Elam's got his own largemouth. Pretty good race at the top of this tournament within a tournament. We'll be back.
Since his late teens, Jordan Lee of Alabama has been on the radar of the bass fishing world. Fishing for Auburn, the Carhartt Bassmaster College Series, to great accolades, and then becoming one of the top-tier achievers on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
That is a big one right there.
One who's always a threat anytime they go just about anywhere.
Yes, sir.
To the final validation, in fact, a twofold validation, 2 consecutive victories in the World Championship, the Bassmaster Classic.
Back-to-back domination!
And now it's Jordan Lee ready to announce another big career move.
So my big announcement for the day is I'm going to Pure Fishing, Abu Garcia and Berkeley. I'm really thankful for the companies I worked with in the past, but it's a new opportunity for me, and I'm really excited about going to some iconic brands. I've been with some of the same sponsors for the last 4 years, so it's a big change for me. But I'm excited. Abu Garcia has been around for a long time. Some of my first bait casters were Abu's, and I love the product that they have. They're coming out with some great new stuff at Berkeley. So going into 2019, I'm excited about going with Berkeley, going with Abu, and I know it's going to help me catch more fish.
The 2018 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is brought to you by Toyota, Triton Boats, Mercury, Minn Kota, Berkeley, and by Hook.
Let's go places.
And that's all we need. We need next quarter so we can promise everyone.
Yeah? Stop working right now! Look outside. Is this spreadsheet weather? No, it's not. This is fishing weather. So stop clicking, get out there, and catch a bass. Stop what you're doing and start fishing Rapala Ripstop.
Fishing just got easier, and it didn't cost you a thing. Free feature upgrades from Lowrance. Fish Reveal delivers the best of chirp sonar and downscan imaging, all on one screen, and it's going to help you find more fish. High visibility color sonar take high contrast imaging to a whole new level. It delivers the absolute best views of structure. Fish like to hide there, but their hiding days are over. These features are ready to roll when you are. Just upgrade your HDS Carbon software.
For generations, anglers from across the globe have put their trust in Abu Garcia because out here on the water, we know our science is your religion. Fish like a fanatic with the latest generation of Revo, featuring up to 24 pounds of max drag, designed for leverage and power, built on corrosion resistance and comfort. World-class adventure awaits with Revo. Abu Garcia for life.
Weekend. Mine was unbelievable.
Really? Gotta be Skeet.
It barely fit on 2 pages. It was so big.
Hey, Skeet, I think you left this on the copier, man.
Whatever.
See more office antics at teamgtfishing.com.
There's a reason I escape to the water for over 200 days a year. It's not only my passion and my job, it's my life. The work and the miles that I put in traveling across this country have prepared me for this sport. Because after thousands of casts, eventually I will find the water. Toyota, let's go places.
239 days on the water. With an average tournament day of 8 hours, that's 1,912 hours of fishing. Averaging 60 miles per hour, you covered 12,300 miles. That's 102,420 minutes with a rod in your hand. Averaging 4 casts per minute, that's just shy of 410,000 chances at a bite. But numbers are the foundation. The results are up to you.
Bassmaster Angler of the Year!
Bass Live is being brought to you by Hook.
Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship from Lake Chatuge. We got about 2.5 hours fishing time left in this day, this second day of 3 days of fishing. Going to take tomorrow off. They'll wrap it up on Sunday where the conditions may be a little different, may shake things up a little bit there, but take a look at our tournament within the tournament. Purely weights is what we're looking at here at Chatuge, and we see some guys, some former Classic champs moving up into the top 12. We also see one Jason Christie. What do you think of that?
Your guy, my friend.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Hey.
That's right.
Hey-yo, Jason Christie. Yeah. Jason Christie, one of the most compelling figures in the world of bass fishing. You've spent a lot of time with him.
I think it's fair to say he might be my guy, too.
Absolutely.
Play some games with him today.
Never take your eyes off Jason Christie. He's a dangerous man with a rod in his hand.
Rattlesnake.
Oh, well, I don't know that. He's a pretty nice guy. There he is right there. Jason, hey, sorry for intruding on you right now, but we wanted to check and see how it's going today.
It's going good. We've had chances to have a really big bag, and got a nice bag. There's just such a fine line in these, on these fish blowing up. But I'm happy to have what I have so far. Starting to, I don't want to say figure it out, but starting to get a little more dialed in, and I think they're biting a little better today, or they are for me. I've caught a lot of fish today. I'm getting ready to about 2 more casts, catch one right here. But it's crowded. I mean, I'd love to fish this lake,
Jason, what do you attest to it being better today?
For me, yesterday it was one of those days where my spook could be all the way out, and they'd blow up over here, and I don't know why they seem to be biting for me better. Hopefully they're not biting for everybody else better, but I think I've just been lucky. I caught one earlier, but the biggest one I got, I'd got my cast in and they blew up. I mean, I literally went like that and caught a 3.5. So you got to be a little lucky. Timing for me has been a lot better today than it was yesterday. But yesterday I tried to run all over the lake, and today I'm staying in a small area and watching everybody else. Looking for places that haven't been fished in the last 12 minutes rather than the last 2 minutes. And it's funny, whenever, watching that, you'll see a boat fishing a point. As soon as he leaves, somebody else pulls right up on it. So,
does every minute or every 5-minute block that you let a place rest for a while result in a better chance of catching a fish? Is that pretty much been true?
Absolutely.
Uh-oh, here we go. He said he's getting ready to catch a fish.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these places aren't resting for very long. And there's a lot of fish on all of them, but once you get up and catch one like we just did, they scatter out, and I would love to have had that fish yesterday. I weighed in a little bitty one yesterday. No, it just lets them. And there's certain casts. I mean, I'm lucky because, I'm using the heading extension, and I don't make that cast until I get right on it because I don't want to be 4 feet off. I want to be right on it.
Hey, Jason, real quick, you and I are friends. It's been a stressful week.
I'm not your friend.
I know. Well, and back at you. Jason, it's been a stressful week, a stressful couple weeks. You're on the Classic bubble. It's just been tense lately. Would you mind lightening up and just playing a game with me today called Either Or?
Either or. Let's hear it.
Yeah, okay. Well, here we go. Jason Christie, you've been close to both of these. Would you take an Angler of the Year trophy on Jason Christie's mantle, or does Jason Christie say, no, I'd rather have a Bassmaster Classic trophy? Talk about it, Jason Christie.
You know, a lot of these guys are going to say the Angler of the Year, but for me, it's the Classic.
Aha!
And I know it's you know, the Angler of the Year is more consistency, and to me, I mean, I want to win the big one. I mean, I want the biggest trophy and the most money. And the thing that sucks is I've been close, you know, several times on all that. I just can't get it done, and it aggravates the heck out of me. But to answer your question, I take the Classic.
Okay.
It's all about the money.
Well, biggest trophy on the wall. That actually leads me to my next awkward question.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be either or. Would you rather hunt and harvest E.T., Predator, or Alien?
E.T., Predator, for sure.
Okay, why?
Because E.T., he was a small, little, likable guy. The Predator, if I remember that movie, he was the big, you know, the sleek, invisible. And if you kill something like that, you've done something. But I remember him turning the same colors as the, as the trees. And if you kill something like that, dude, you've done something.
Right. I can see you've thought about that a little bit, right? You weirdo.
That's a good answer, though. It's a good answer.
That's my guy
That's
right
the best
there.
answer we've gotten so far.
Rattlesnake.
I'm telling you what. Jason, explain. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, keep going into it more.
Go ahead, Tom. I don't know what was the last option. E.T., Predator, or what was the other one?
Alien.
Alien.
The one that has the mouth inside the mouth, and his blood is like acid, can burn you.
Yeah, it'd ruin your boat. You wouldn't want that at all.
Ruin that nice gray shirt of yours.
I'll take the Predator.
Jason, explain to us what's the difference between this lake and say, an Ozarks, higher elevation Clearwater lake like maybe Table Rock. What's the big difference? What do you see different?
Two things. First of all, it's the blueback herring, which is going to make everything feed. And the second thing is spots. I mean, a largemouth, you know, he's gonna want to be around something. These spots, they just get it and wander. That's the biggest difference. I mean, and this lake's full of fish. I mean, at any time you can look at your electronics and see a bunch of fish. It's got a bunch of fish in it, but and thank goodness it does, because we have, you know, everybody, the lake's so small, we're fishing on top of each other.
All right, Jason, thanks for letting us intrude for a while. Congratulations on having a good tournament so far, and you got another.
I had so many more either-or questions for Jason here. I truly did.
Well, we can circle back around maybe on Sunday.
Yes, let's do that.
Unless he's busy, and he may be busy. He's been busy so far. Good tournament so far,
gentlemen.
For Jason Christie.
Heck of coverage this week by our super marshals.
Yes.
We don't know them necessarily by name each time they pop up and go away, but goodness, that's awesome.
Point.
Even
Great point.
panning the camera as they catch fish.
Super marshals.
Yeah, we've got good audio and all of them. It's a very hard thing to
Stars.
do. It's not as easy as it looks. And succeeding on Chateaugue, not as easy as it looks, even for a great fisherman, a guy who's coming off a big victory on the St. Lawrence.
What's going on, guys? We are still out here struggling away. Same story. I've got 2 fish now. I've probably missed another dozen today, had a few more hooked that come off. I'm sure there are plenty of people watching saying, why the heck doesn't he just go to the bank and fish for largemouth? You know, from what I've seen out here, and you know, what I've seen bite my bait, I think my odds are just as good, if not better. I think they're better. That's why I'm still out here, to have 3-pound spots, then get on the bank and catch some largemouth. I've had it in the back of my mind, and I caught one big one in practice and saw a few other big ones, but they are tough, and it only takes a few guys up there doing it to really jack that up. With these spots, I mean, they're here. I just need to connect on a few. I just had one hooked a little bit ago, a pretty solid one that I fought halfway back to the boat on that last spot, and
came off, and it just is what it is. They're biting it really, really funny, and I'm just having a hard time getting them in the boat. I just need three real nice ones in the next 3 hours, 2.5 hours. Very doable. You can see on the graph here, I mean, this is what's happening.
After this cast.
There's nothing going on. Here they come. They streak up, look at the trolling motor, go back down. It's very frustrating, and you'll see it on Panoptics. Let's see if I can find them on Panoptics. There they are, right there. There's the top of the little point we're fishing. There's a fish. There's fish. Right there, right there. You can see how fast they're moving. And you'll see as you walk your bait. Let's see if I can get my bait into the... I got a top water, but I can probably get them to follow it. So I got my bait out there. I'm going to see if I can get them to at least look at it. That guy heard the noise of it. You could see he shot up real quick. But unbelievably frustrating to be able to see him all day long, and normally this is such a huge advantage having Panoptics in these tournaments, and it is here. I just haven't been able to take advantage of it. But anytime fish are on bait and fish are deep and moving around, I always feel like the Panoptics helps me do well. I just haven't been able to take advantage of it this week. It's frustrating. There's a big giant boulder right there. Fish all around the top of it. Let's go jump over to this next point.
Bertrand, you know, I kind of was thinking what he was saying. If he could just get a couple of good ones, just get it going, get
some kind of momentum
going,
just some kind of momentum
going.
You know, we talked about timing and rotation, and really at the start of the broadcast yesterday morning, every single angler said, "Man, you just got to get on that good rotation with execution," and it's been hard to watch. For one of our brightest stars on the Elite Series, it's just nothing has gone right. Nothing has gone right.
It's just a perfect storm of stuff not clicking. There's Jacob Wheeler again, and somewhere in the background there is our man Davey Height.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's brought his boat up there. He is on the water. There's Davey. Hey, Davey.
Play some either or with him here.
Yeah,
again.
yeah. We got to do either or.
We'll
play it again today. Right. Davey, we saw that they were on a herring lake for the Classic. A lot of mixed results right there, a lot of futility on the part of a lot of anglers. These guys are so good these days at just about everything. They're so versatile these days. It seems like dealing with these specific lakes is still a skill set that's not universal. Not everybody's on the same page. That's something everybody's going to get better at inevitably, but right now it's hard.
Yeah, it's tough, but you can really see the guys that are dialed in today, not only by what we're seeing on Bass Track with the good weights today, but I've been with Jacob Wheeler for the last hour, and he literally moves if he stays on a spot 3 minutes, he's milking it. I mean, it's so many places he's there for about 30 seconds to a minute, makes 2 or 3 casts, and the anglers that seem to be struggling, that are fishing very similar, they're just in an area, and Jacob Wheeler obviously has hundreds of spots here on this lake, and even though it's a small lake, him, James Elan, a few of those, Dustin Connell, I've seen him moving they've got hundreds of spots, and they've been able to find them with their electronics in just a couple of days of practice, and it's showing now. And when we talk about the rotation, it's so important. Well, when you rotate over 10 spots, you just keep on and on rotating. When you've got 100 spots, you just keep moving, and you're gonna hit the right spot at the right time when those fish are ready to feed. And one thing that I have noticed this afternoon about what Jacob is actually fishing, and a few other guys. they're fishing some rock and they're fishing brush and a little bit of contour change, but one thing that's a little deceiving when you're here on this body of water, if the water was up a little bit more, there's a lot of riprap along the bank, but it doesn't extend very far out. It's not going to come out to that 20 to 30 foot depth range that we see a lot of these fishermen fishing. So they're not looking for those type rock. They're looking for natural rock, and there's not a lot of it. A lot of these banks are just mud and a sand clay mixture, that sort of thing. But Jacob and a few of these other fishermen have definitely got it dialed in. They're fishing those natural rocks that are a little bit bigger offshore, similar to what you see. Z, I know you certainly an authority on this. Smallmouth like to use as cover, and they use as shade and ambush points, and they're key. But he's mixing it up. He's got so many spots. I'd say probably 50-50 brush or cane piles, and then some places that just have natural rock on them.
Davey, real quick, one of the things that Jason Christie said as we were misbehaving and having fun with them, but he made a comment that he said, man, if you really think about it, how small this lake is with 50 of the best fishermen that there are, could you imagine how many you could catch on this lake when there's not this kind of pressure?
Well, you're exactly right, but any lake's like that. I mean, the more pressure, the more difficult it's going to be. But I still want to say, no matter where we go, if it takes 25 pounds a day and you've got 100 miles of the St. Lawrence River, or if you're on a small fishery like this, the cream rises to the top. And you see the guys that are up atop the leaderboard, they've got something different figured out. And they're not negative, they're positive, and they make the best of every situation. Jacob's only throwing 2 baits, and it's no secret. He's throwing a big chug bug, and I think a shadow wrap deep. He's throwing a topwater and a jerk bait. Now, every angler coming here had to know those were 2 key baits. You've got to figure out that depth range and what type of cover to fish those baits around, and find enough of those places to not worry if there's a boat sitting on a spot, because you've got 99 more spots. If you've got 10 spots and there's a boat sitting on one of your spots, it's a different game. And that's exactly what's going on here with him and some of these other guys that are catching the fish better than most of the field.
Davey, there are threadfin shad out here.
There's Z.
What?
What was that? What was it?
Davey, there are threadfin. There is all other forage fish out here. Yet these fish are interested just almost single-mindedly on these blueback herring. Now's the time to roll out this. You were treated to a lesson from a legend about how much these fish really prefer that herring. Would you share that with us one more time? This is like a yearly ritual. You got to do it for us one time.
Well, everyone knows that Guido Hibden was a mentor of mine. I mean, I love the man, and he sort of took me under his wing when I was just starting to fish Bassmaster Tournament Trail, and I spent time with him on and off the water. And Guido and Dion were at Lake Murray, real close to where I live. I live on the lake, but we were down the lake, and there was a big tackle shop called Dooley Sports Shop, and they had a large aquarium in there with some bass in it, and they had one bass in there for about 2 years. It was over 10 pounds, and it was just so amazing to watch that big fish feed, and they would feed it shiners and crawfish and different things. So I wanted to stop by and let Guido and Dion see this 10-pounder eat. It would be fun just to watch. So I stopped by there and walked in, and obviously the owner of the tackle store knew of Guido and Dion Hibden. And I said, can you feed the bass for us? I know it's not normal feeding time, but will you do it? He said, I just fed him about 30 minutes ago. And I was like, dang. He said, well, I'll try again. So he went and got 3 or 4 shiners that were probably 4 inches long, and he dropped them in the tank, and the bass totally ignored, seemed not to even know that the shiners were in the aquarium with him. And we waited. We stood there for about 10 minutes, and this has been before I knew how good those bass really love to eat blueback herring. So we stood around for 10 minutes. The fish does nothing. And the owner said, let me get a blueback herring. If he won't eat it, the fish won't eat anything. I said, okay, great. So he gets a blueback herring and puts it in the aquarium, and immediately you could tell the fish had a different attitude and just started moving around. You could tell did not like that blueback herring being in there. And got probably a foot away from the herring. The herring knew it was in trouble also, by the way. Got about a foot away from the herring and opened its mouth, and like a vacuum cleaner, that blueback herring went into the mouth of that 10-pound bass, and just as quickly as you could snap a finger, it blew that blueback herring out of its mouth. It was not hungry, but just literally hate blueback herring. And as that blueback herring settled on the bottom, we could see that both eyeballs had been sucked out of its head.
Oh.
That shows the difference in a blueback herring and so many other bait fish.
It's the only bait fish that's also a reaction bait, then, is what you're saying a little bit there.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a great story. Fantastic story. I never get tired of hearing it. I want to hear it every year. Every year. Good stuff, Davey. Davey Hyde out there working for us. And, hey, we want to hear your stories, too.
So bizarre.
Isn't that weird?
Really
Isn't that weird?
strange.
Hashtag Bass Live. You can send us your pictures. We'd love to see your pictures. If you've got a great story like that, send it to us as well. Questions?
It's like an alien or predator tactic there.
There you go.
Foraging.
That's right.
Or maybe E.T. does that.
You ask a bass what he wants up on his wall. It's a blueback herring.
We just got Bass Track popped in. I'm assuming these were a while back, but it just updated for a bunch of different anglers. It was like 11 o'clock was the last time it updated. Now it's updated at noon, and one of those anglers, Jake Whitaker, has a limit, top 15 now.
Wow.
And his marshal just said that he was hooked up live with like a, what looked like a 3-pounder to Cole. So his Cole hasn't made it in there yet. And then obviously Roy Hawk's second keeper we got to see earlier hasn't made it into Bass Track yet, but that race is still tight as both are in the top 25, top 30.
James Elam's number is what's staggering. My goodness.
Yes.
18-10. Wheeler hooked up.
Oh, boys. Boys and girls. It's a fun day. Come on, bub. It's a fun day. Heck yeah. He went for that dang chug bug. Three-pounder. And the 4.
Couldn't hear what he said. It looks like maybe a 3-pounder.
He's a good fisherman, man.
Yeah.
Just an incredible fisherman.
Take one more look at this one right here. It's got, according to Bass Track, a 2.2 in the live well, so he could net 3/4 of a pound.
Not only that, he's going to maybe keep this a little bit of a race for the actual winner of this tournament Sunday.
The only guy. Hey, some trivia for you here. Ready to go. Kevin Van Dam became the youngest angler to win an AOI championship at what age? Was he 22, 24, 25, or 26 years old? Okay, all right. Mull that one over. We'll get back out here. We got James Elam out front in the tournament within the tournament. Wheeler and giving chase.
Live coverage of the Hook 2018 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship will return after this short break.
239 days on the water. With an average tournament day of 8 hours, that's 1,912 hours of fishing. Averaging 60 miles per hour, you covered 12,300 miles. That's 102,420 minutes with a rod in your hand. Averaging 4 casts per minute, that's just shy of 410,000 chances at a bite. But numbers are the foundation. The results are up to you.
Bassmaster Angler of the Year!
The competition is fierce and the prizes are huge. The only thing missing is you. Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Sign up for free and face fans from across the nation. Grand prize winner wins a Triton Yamaha package including a Triton 189 TRX. MSRP of $37,293. The classic and each individual elite event winner will win $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift cards, plus a $500 bonus card for winners who are B.A.S.S members. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
239 days on the water. With an average tournament day of 8 hours, that's 1,912 hours of fishing. Averaging 60 miles per hour, you covered 12,300 miles. That's 102,420 minutes with a rod in your hand. Averaging 4 casts per minute, that's just shy of 410,000 chances at a bite. But numbers are the foundation. The results are up to you.
Bassmaster Angler of the Year!
Bassmaster Sweepstakes equals your shot at terrific prizes. Why miss out when entering is so easy? Enter now for a chance to win a Toyota Tundra SR5 Double Cab. Grand prize also includes a genuine Toyota accessories package, plus additional accessories from Bully Dog, B&W trailer hitches, Covercraft, Volant, and Yakima. Go to Bassmaster.com and enter right now. It's fast, it's easy, and think of the possibilities. Don't miss your chance.
There's one. Big one, big one. Yeah! Wow! Gotta start the day out with a 3-pounder! Whoa! Decisions, man! Decisions, man! Decisions! Woo! God, it's all about decisions on this tidal water. Tidal water. 3.5-pound largemouth. Little itsy bitsy jig with that chigger crawl in the back. Forget about it. Woo! Look at that thing! What? Woo! Look at that thing! Oh my God! Big one. Whoa! Finally! 3 days! 3 freaking days! Woo! Come right off, too. 2-pound, 2.5-pounder. 2.5. Big moment right there. Big moment right there for me. That was a big moment. 3 days. 3 days I've hit this place. Finally, one showed up. Thank you, Lord. Big one. Woo! Yeah! Look at that. Delaware River bass, Havoc Pit Boss, VMC tungsten weight, VMC hook. You know what that equals? It's $100,000! Woo! Done. Wanna have some fun? Wanna have some fun with it? Jersey Shore got the world pumping with they fist. Well, man, then they had the world jumping in this. I'm not saying that you don't grind, but I grind harder. Not that you don't shine, but I shine harder. This ambition to win. I was born with this ambition to win. I'm not saying that you don't go, but I go harder.
Gentlemen, boys and girls, originally a member of the Top Rod Bassmasters, the pride of Philadelphia, the 2003 Bassmaster Classic Champion, 2006 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. He grew up in Philly and resides in Pit Grove, New Jersey. Go Ike for Mike Iconella! Get side by side, ladies and gentlemen. Can this dream come true? Started the day with 37 pounds even. 5 fish. He's 2 pounds, 15 ounces. 10 pounds, 14 ounces.
Bass Live is being brought to you by Hook.
Definitely one of the most important parts of the Bassmaster Elite Series, deciding who's going to be the 2018 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. We're getting closer and closer to that. A couple of hours left of fishing on the second day of 3 days of fishing. We left you with the trivia question. KVD, Kevin Van Dam, became the youngest angler to win his AOY championship, his first. At what age? Was it 22, 24, 25, or 26? Z-Train, I bet you know that.
I go with a 2-2.
I think that's right, too. I'll hang with you on that. Any disagreement, Ronnie?
It's in his second full season.
Not going to now.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
Ron, I'm going to throw a little more trivia in there. Where did he win his first tournament?
Okay.
You come out. You come out.
Oh, look at that. The answer is
24.
Wait a minute. Before we ask the harder question,
where did he win his first tournament?
Ronnie, remember we just a month ago, Ronnie.
Yeah.
A month ago is your clue.
I guess it's the same.
I believe we're going there next year.
Yeah.
Lake Lanier.
Oh, it was Lanier. His second.
He fished his first tournament in St. Lawrence.
More spotted bass.
His
More state of
second
Georgia on the menu for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Lake Lanier.
Well, it has proven to be a worthy adversary, the spotted bass, for these anglers here today. You know, one of my favorite moments today was when Roy Hawk referred to himself as the Hawk. I like that. I like that.
Bad day for the Hawk.
Why can't they
Third
all
person references, the Hawk is not doing so well today.
Why can't we have our AOY leader saying, J-Lou likes it when they stay on? Yeah. Makes him happy.
Zone, is it true there have been some anglers over the years that have asked you and Mercer for their own nickname? And they got
there is. I'm not going to call any of them out.
You can do it.
No.
There's no one watching. It's okay.
There are certain anglers that have even supplied their own nicknames that were very bizarre, but they were serious.
It's just us. This is a
we
safe
had
space.
We had one angler said, "I want to be called the Warrior."
Yep. That was the same angler that you suggested. Now get this. This is what he suggested to him. I want to call you the Wombat.
The Wombat. Yes.
Why wouldn't he come back with
I know
Wombat?
who that is. If that's trivia later, I got that one down pat.
I wanted to call him the Marsupial.
if it's trivia later, I got it. I'm sorry, I walked you down that path.
No, but you don't. Look, you don't come up with your own nickname. The point of a nickname is somebody throws it to you, right? Tommy's been the grizzled ranch hand for years.
That's right. That's right. The old prospector.
And the prospector.
Oh,
that's right.
Truck
give
ditch.
a ding-dang heck about it.
No.
Grizzled prospector.
Z, what was your baseball
Ruining the
nickname?
morning heat and rod and crumble. Sorry. What's that, friend?
What was your baseball nickname?
Baseball nickname?
Yeah, your baseball. You played some ball.
Z-Train.
It's always been Z-Train.
Always Z-Train. Z-Train.
I don't believe that.
Could we try out the drop bear a little bit this week?
Drop bear.
I like that. That's an Australian one.
That is so great. Carl Jockinson.
Yeah, he'll know it. He'll know it.
Totally know that.
Somebody contact Carl Jockinson. He'll tell you what a drop bear is.
Totally know what a drop bear was.
You know, the tightest race we got going right now, well, you have to say it's Rookie of the Year. It's been tight all season long. Roy Hawk fired the first big shot of that at Lake Martin, first event of the year 8 months ago. And young Jake Whitaker, rookie who holds a college national championship, by the way, joined the battle about mid-season, and it has gotten tighter and tighter, and these guys tightened it down to the point that there was 1 point separating them as they came into this event right here. And now it's actually 4 points separating, and now it's down to 1 point.
Right.
Down to one now, and Roy Hawks starting today with 6:28, Jake Whitaker with 6:27. There they are, right there. There's Jake Whitaker.
Fair to ask young Jake Whitaker, Jake, while we were at our lunchtime break, what happened out there? I mean, you were possessed.
Man, I'm telling you, it's just the time of day. For some whatever reason, when the sun gets high on this place, they start to feed. And I'm not talking, schooling or activity or nothing like that, but if you're at the right place at the right time, they will bite. And luckily we got on one place and caught 3 pretty quick, and I've made a call or 2. So, I still got to get rid of a couple. I don't have much weight, but, the time is right.
How much jumping around are you doing, Jake? A lot or just a little?
A lot. I'll spend 5 or 10 minutes on, a place, and even less than that if I don't think it's, going on. If I'm marking some bait on my graph, that's usually a pretty good indication there's probably some fish in that area. But if I'm not marking anything, I just keep going. So, just jumping around as much as possible, hitting places, and you just got to run into that one place that has them.
Jake, if you can, walk us through what you feel will happen as we kind of start to look forward to Sunday, Championship A.S.S Sunday. How do you look for the weather change to help or hurt the fishing?
Man, I really don't know if it's the weather that's going to affect us. I think it's going to be the boat traffic and the pressure. I don't imagine it getting any better. Just because, man, there at one point, at one section of the lake, you couldn't even hardly get through it for the boat traffic. But I want to say the weather will help it, but I just don't know that it will.
One day of rest, is that going to make any difference? Is that going to help at all?
It will help. I mean, it will help, but I've seen too many guys out here fishing that, it is what it is. They're not going to catch them all, but a day of rest from us being off the water will help, but, it ain't, it is what it is.
When you heard they were coming to this lake, they were going to bring AOY to this lake, what was your initial reaction, Jake?
I got to make it to the AOY championship, man. That was I think they announced that we were coming to like a week after I had realized I qualified. So, right then and there is like, man, I just got to make it, give myself a chance. And I don't know, there's something about this lake that I like. I enjoy being out here. There's some really big fish in this lake. I really wish we could come in the spring and really show off what this place has. It's really amazing.
How do you catch the big ones in the spring?
I mean, when they move up, it's, you can catch them off the docks, stuff like that. The herring spawn is really good here in May. But March, crankbait and a jerkbait, man, it's fun. And you never know. It could be a 5-pound spot, it could be an 8-pound largemouth. You just never know. So there are some monsters in here.
When you went into this tournament, obviously, Jake, you got a lot of history here, but a lot of it's shallow. You know how to fish these blueback herring lakes. How many spots did you think in your mind that you needed to have to rotate through? Obviously, these guys are moving a lot. How many spots do you think you have that you like to rotate through?
I've really only got about 5 that have a good concentration of fish on them that I think I can catch some off of. Now, I've got, 50 places where they could be, but, I'm really just rotating really about probably 7 or 8. But, they could be anywhere, but I'm just bouncing around where I've caught fish yesterday and even today. So, like I say, you just gotta find that area that has the bait and the fish that are actively feeding. So, you could fish all day and never have a bite, and then pull up in 30 minutes and catch 15 pounds. So, it's really kind of a luck game. So, anybody can do it.
Jake, all the info we had moving into this and all the anglers we've talked to have talked about how these, especially right now at this point with the summer, at its height and almost over, how spooky these fish are, how tweaked up they are. Stealth has got to be a big thing. What's your best tactic for staying out of your own way, so to speak?
I mean, I'm just trying to make the fish react. I'm really, they're probably not in a feeding mode. Some areas they are in a feeding mode, but those bigger ones, you just got to really just kind of make them react to it. The faster you can work that thing, the better. And it's just, man, you just got to cover water. It's, it's no secret. It's not easy by any means. Trust me, I've only had 6 bites today, so it's not easy. So, but like I say, it's the right time of the day. We've got about 2 hours left, and a couple big ones will go a long way.
No matter how this one turns out, Jake, you have gotten a good outcome from your first season, your rookie season out here.
Absolutely.
It's tremendous stuff. Now, have you got a 5-year plan? Have you got something sketched out in your mind where you'd like to be in, say, 3 years, 5 years?
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I want to be known as somebody that's consistent out here and compete on any type of fishery. And I want to be successful. I want to win, but I know that not every tournament is going to be a win. So if you can finish consistently high against these guys, you're doing something good. So definitely want to be one of the top guys one day, and maybe it'll happen, maybe not. But I'm having fun out here.
Jake Whitaker locked it. Jake, would you say to your marshal, you win the camera contest? You've got the sweetest marshal cam we have seen all day. It looks like one of our regular cameras.
I'm going to call Alan Bryant.
Is that his name?
He's
Bryant.
smiling ear to ear right now. Just know that.
I'm giving him.
Say it again.
Get ready. Alan Bryan, you are the Tabasco Hot Spice Super Marshal of the year.
Sweet. That's the moment we wanted right there. Jake, thanks a lot. We'll let you get back to fishing there. We will be certainly seeing plenty of Jake coming up on Sunday. Absolutely. That race will probably not be decided until Sunday is all done.
No, at least we're hoping it's not decided.
Yeah, that's right. We are hanging on tight to that race. It's important.
I will tell you, I was a little bit concerned with, yesterday was really, really slow fishing. But if you look at, and we got to talk with Davey and especially Jason Christie about this, if you really look at, Chatoog showed up today in a really big way. As much pressure, as much boat traffic that's been on this lake, it's turned out to be a true test. But not only that, it shows the population that is swimming in that lake.
Absolutely.
I mean, if they're able to do that with this much pressure, imagine what Jason Christie said. Imagine coming here in a month when there's not that many people around. Everybody's going deer hunting and stuff like that. Slow down, fool. Hey, either or. Would you rather be invisible or fly?
Yeah. Great point. Good stuff, right? You know who else besides Jake? That's. I'm listening to two conversations. I'm sorry.
Understand. It's okay, Tom.
That was good. I'm sorry.
Why pay attention to me?
I'm not respectful enough.
No, but we obviously what we're going to end up focusing on, going into Championship Sunday is the guys that are going to be on the classic bubble by then. It'll take shape. And the other thing that we've been able to look at is coming into this tournament, a lot of people said that leaderboard was going to flip-flop every single day, and that is what looks like is exactly going to happen today at the weigh-in.
Absolutely. Of course, we talk about that classic bubble. We'll also save that for Sunday to break down the newly formed bracket competition. That's going to be different this year. It's going to be potentially really cool. We think.
What?
We think.
Oh,
okay,
sorry.
You're hearing two conversations at the same time.
Ron Moore. Yes.
Ronnie Moore. We talk about Jake Whitaker and his experience on this. Our own Ronnie Moore has two championship tournaments, national championship tournaments done on here. Your history is long and strong on Chatoog, Ronnie.
It wasn't bad. I mean, the first year I didn't know what I was doing and didn't nearly know how to fish deep enough. And they didn't have the schooling activity. The first year I was here,
your chatterbait bite was not happening, is what you're saying.
I don't even think I threw one.
Kid.
But for real, the first year when the rat was in play, there was a lot more schooling activity than we saw the year prior or the year after. The year Jake won, the frog bite was the deal. Not a lot of schoolers until the bracket. That remember we stayed at the bracket all the way through, and Brett Pruitt won. That was when schoolers showed up. Was at the bracket really. But 2013 was all about the schoolers, and then the guys with the rat bait overcame them.
Ron, I want to be honest with you. We're all proud of you here in the Bassmaster studio. You've done a heck of a job, and you've come along as well. You have, my friend. You've come a long way. Look at this right here.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Yeah,
Tommy,
that's right.
Tom, what are you looking at right there?
I don't know. I'm looking at some breaking fish that were out of reach of Ronnie Moore.
I think it was a box of Krispy Kremes we had at takeoff.
What are you wearing practice pants that you'll like tear off before the?
It was.
Before
They were. No, it was chilly. You know, slight chance of some mist and rain. So I just kind of had a rain suit on, kind of didn't.
We had a little fog delay that day too.
Yes, we did.
Was it that? Yeah.
That was the day that I was really far behind and needed all day to catch up and didn't get all day.
Yeah, it was the Carhartt Bassmaster College Series National Championship from what year, Ron Moore?
13 and 14.
Yes.
13 and 14.
Come a long way, my friend.
I looked like a middle schooler in that pic, by the way.
You look like full-on high school now. So.
Right, yeah, no doubt.
He's a senior.
Yeah,
Right.
Seniors.
You
like
me
your jersey.
Ronnie,
Jersey was awesome.
me with a mustache.
Ronnie said he designed that jersey, too. I liked your jersey a lot.
I love it. Jacob Wheeler live.
I think it was around that time or maybe a few years prior, I saw you at a fishing expo giving a seminar, and I told you one day I wanted to be on one of your shows with you, never thinking that I wouldn't maybe be a guest yet, but getting to work on Z Live with you is pretty cool.
Don't worry, you got to come work with us one day, kid.
That's totally cool.
Let's just try to keep it a little cleaner the next time we do a Z Live, Ron. To get so excited along that seawall.
Oh, now wait a minute.
Sorry, you did.
What? You don't have to tell Ronnie that. Surely you don't have to tell.
Listen,
hey, I've seen things about myself that week and things on the water I've never seen in my life. So it was a crazy week.
Understand that. He got wrapped up in the moment. He got wrapped up in the moment and a little too excited. Z Live is a somewhat family show.
Sure.
Okay.
I know.
Right.
I thought you were proud of me, though, in that moment.
I was. Well, I was. I didn't know if you were going to Dart League or bowling later that night.
Yeah, it went
Russ,
Manson
did I
family
look
for
better
just a
yesterday?
second there, right?
You know, it's just we made up for them shitter freaking days we've had before. Couple of them. I'm sure anyone will have a good bag too. It just the conditions are too good. They're biting everywhere. Wind's blowing.
I got a question for you, Z.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're the guy who can catch the smallmouth. You've always been that guy.
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me where do I want to be in 3 years. Sorry. Seems to be a big question.
Well, I love it.
I do too.
You're the guy who can catch a smallmouth. You always have been the guy who can catch the smallmouth. Spotted bass are a little bit different critter there. Now, what do you feel as proficient at catching spotted bass as you do at smallmouth?
No, just more comfortable. Just more comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right. Okay.
I'm just clear water in general is a comfort zone. You know,
Okay.
we don't and that's what's funny is it's so vice versa for a dude like a Cliff Crochet, you know, who grows up in a foot of water in dirt, and then you throw him on a bunch of clear bodies of water on the Bassmaster Elite Series. That's it. Just more of a, you know. Here's what I will tell you. What's interesting is generally, really, really good spotted bass fishermen are good smallmouth fishermen, and good smallmouth fishermen are good spotted bass fishermen. You've really seen that throughout decades and decades and decades of the Bassmasters or FLW. Guys that excel on spots do good on smallmouth and vice versa. You know what's funny is, I know this is going to sound nuts, but when you and I used to cover the Redfish Cup, we used to cover the Redfish Cup.
Yeah.
What's frighteningly similar to me is how a Florida redfish actually acts like a smallmouth in many places. I've said that to you before.
Super aggressive.
Aggressive, but tweaky, wants to be shallow, but will not be scared to just roll.
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of my buddies in Florida they're phenomenal red fishermen. They are fantastic smallmouth fishermen.
Jacob Wheeler came in here 12th place. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year rankings based on his performance through the season.
You know, one other thing about Wheeler that I'm pretty impressed with in this tournament in particular is, you know, we see him, you know, doing a lot of topwater fishing and stuff like that, but he is one of the very few guys that, at least that we've seen on camera so far, that really has made a jerkbait play. We've seen guys keeping it honest, catching one here, catching one there. But this morning, I mean, he put on a show with it.
Yeah, when he did his Taste the Bait, it was like, hey, these two are equal components in my attack right here.
And we also saw from Andy Crawford's photo galleries this morning when James Elam pulled up and him and Micah Frazier were sharing spot. Micah Frazier did some heavy lifting with a jerk bait this morning, and that's how he got his limit really quick.
I'll try to hit it harder so you can see it. I might have messed it up. Gosh.
Three months ago, did you think we'd come to this tournament, find the leaders throwing topwaters all day?
I honestly thought that there'd be a lot more drop shot fishing going on, because if you go off a couple of those college tournaments that we had here this time of year, a little bit earlier in the year, I guess. I guess I thought the window of the topwater would have been a little bit smaller instead of really an all-day effect, which is what we've seen, I guess.
I thought that was going to be him.
It's funny, we got to our last tournament, the St. Lawrence River, later than we've ever been there. The bass were all fed up, been on their summer haunts. I mean, they were bigger than we've ever seen them before, those smallmouth bass there.
Dude, that was incredible.
It's just unbelievable. Here, these spots are skinny. They're smaller. You'd think they'd be a little more fed up by now.
You know what's interesting is I shot a show with young Jordan Lee years ago on Smith Lake, and it was right around Halloween. What's funny to me is how quickly those spots, when you get into September, later in September, October, how quick they balloon, though. You know what I mean? I remember that show.
Doesn't take long.
Oh my gosh, they don't even look normal.
I'm disappointed in them. Last cast.
Yeah, Jacob Wheeler sitting at just right at 16 pounds unofficially, according to Bassmaster right now. Believe it or not, he's almost 3 pounds behind James Elam.
Gerald Spohr making a little run with a couple 3-pound fish class. He's up to 6th place.
Got to meet Gerald Spohr at the Mississippi River up in Wisconsin. Check it out. The Ultimate Tundra giveaway is underway. Promotion.bassmaster.com. Your chance to get your hands on and get the title, too. One of those incredible Toyota Tundras. Check it out right now. Promotion.bassmaster.com.
Live coverage of the Hook 2018 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship will return after this short break.
There's a reason I escape to the water for over 200 days a year. It's not only my passion and my job, it's my life. The work and the miles that I put in traveling across this country have prepared me for this sport. Because after thousands of casts, eventually I will find the water. Toyota, let's go places.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent feed. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original Powerbait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
What's your biggest strength? You got jig skipping skills? Can you tie a double uni?
Product planning?
Oh, my goodness.
I ain't got a resume, but I do have this.
You're hired.
See more office antics at teamgtfishing.com.
Fishing just got easier, and it didn't cost you a thing. Free feature upgrades from Lowrance. Fish Reveal delivers the best of chirp sonar and downscan imaging, all on one screen, and it's going to help you find more fish. High visibility color sonar take high contrast imaging to a whole new level. It delivers the absolute best views of structure. Fish like to hide there, but their hiding days are over. These features are ready to roll when you are. Just upgrade your HDS Carbon software.
On the water. With an average tournament day of 8 hours, that's 1,912 hours of fishing. Averaging 60 miles per hour, you covered 12,300 miles. That's 102,420 minutes with a rod in your hand. Averaging 4 casts per minute, that's just shy of 410,000 chances at a bite. But numbers are the foundation. The results are up to you.
Bassmaster Angler of the Year!
Let's go places. Bass Live is being brought to you by Hook.
Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. That is Lake Chatoog right there in the mountains of Northeast Georgia. This is the Toyota Bassmaster AOY Championship, of course, and we got about an hour and a half left of fishing time. Well, Ronnie, how long does it take to run from, let's say, all the way at the lower end of the lake, which is the northernmost part, back down to where the weigh-in is?
With no boats, like 5 to 8 minutes. With as many boats or cluttering the main lake, you're probably going to have to bob and weave for safety concerns, so maybe 10 minutes.
A lot of former Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year champions in the field here. We're going to head out to another one of them right now. Oh yes. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Skeet Reese.
Well, is he on a different lake? Look at the color of that water.
Oh, my gosh. Skeet, can we interrupt you for a minute?
Well, you're not interrupting. I want to keep fishing.
Good. We want to see. Hi, Skeet. Good deal. Tell us how your day's been going today.
Well, it's pretty much been drawing a big yellow suck butt so far.
Oh.
I've had 4 bites. I lost a big one this morning. I finally just caught one here, and so I just try and get 3 more bites here by the end of the day. Hopefully, right now, I'm thinking if I can get 8 to 10 pounds a day the next 2 days, that'll hopefully put me into the process. So that's what I'm shooting for.
Catch a hog, Skeet. Have you seen a lot of fish up shallow?
In practice, yes. There's quite a few big ones up. I caught one probably about 6, another 4. But I think they're definitely pulling out. I know the water level's dropping. It hasn't helped things at all. But I think there's still plenty of big ones. I mean, I've seen some big ones today. They're up shallow. I don't know if they're waiting for herring or that's the one I haven't quite figured out. I've been kind of convinced on bluegill, but I found some fish out deep, but I couldn't get them going yesterday, and I was like, I want to fish my strengths, and that would be fishing up shallow fishing, not to fish the power fishing. But, there's no wind. It's like this, tops key component is to get underneath these things. That's why I got 12 pounds yesterday. Had the opportunity, I probably got 14. So there's 6 under here, around these docks. It's just, you got to cast a bunch of them to get a bite. Everything I've pretty much been on weightless general, Berkeley general, max 10, Berkeley max 10, Finks, those, and Smiths. But the fish like it. Just black your rig, going 20 pounds fire, an 8-pound leader. You gotta be patient. None of them are hitting on the fall. You can really get it down there and just work on the bottom. These fish are so pressured that you just got time underneath. You can't bomb it in there with the feet on the fall to pull it out. So I'm just trying to be patient. Fishing as fast as I can, but as slow as I can. Which is not easy for me.
Hey, Skeet,
you make it look easy.
Real quick, it has been a really, really stressful week with a lot of major decisions going on out here on the water. You've got the AOI Championship on the line. You've got Bassmaster Classic qualifications on the line. Would you be up for playing a game called Either Or, Skeet?
What the hell? Let's do it. I don't know why.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Hey, real quick. Either or, and you can only pick one. You can only pick one. You've accomplished both of them. Would you take another Angler of the Year title or scratch that? Catch a Hog, Skeet gets a Bassmaster Classic title. Skeet, talk about it, friend.
I take an AOI. The Classic's bigger with the fans and the media and everybody else around the sport. But for us personally, like me, nothing beats my AOI title. And nothing hurts more than the 2 that KVD got from me too. But So, yeah, AOI. And I know Lucas is, he's in a position to experience it for his first time right now, which is, I think he's going to really enjoy it. And there's a lot of accomplishment. In a classic, everything's got to go proper, go perfect for 3 days. After that, it's just, anybody can catch one big bag, but do it throughout an entire season on the Bassmaster series. That's hard to do. So I think there's a lot of accomplishment. Self-confidence, whatever.
Skeet, in those commercials you do with the General Tire, it's either or. Those kids are always picking on you, whether it's Ott, Edwin Evers, or Mark Rose.
Mark Rose,
either or. You have to fire one of those three. Who would it be?
I got to fire the intern on.
Wow.
The intern.
The intern.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay. They're always giving him a hard time.
Reese. Skeet has done something I haven't seen anyone else. I haven't seen a single other boat in the background.
No.
And the result of that, he's in a corner where we can't get much signal either. So it was a little scratchy, but I think we got the essence of it. Good stuff. Thank you, Skeet. Fish on, and we'll see you at weigh-in time.
Catch a hog, Skeet.
Skeet Reese, 2007 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Sharing his thoughts with us out there and trying hard to catch one shallow.
Not seen many people doing that at all. Saw Hackney doing it a little bit with Ott Defoe.
This does act like Hartwell sometimes around those deeper floating docks. You see that weightless worm over 20 feet of water that you can catch some really big bass. One of the locals called me yesterday after weighing and said, totally shocked. I drove around yesterday and hardly ever saw someone fishing docks that way.
Well, I guarantee you Andy Montgomery has kept it honest. I promise you he has.
Take a look at some catches today from Justin Lucas. Came in here 9 points ahead of Josh Bertrand and extended that lead significantly on day one of fishing. And this is the action from earlier today.
Yes, baby.
Justin Lucas starting off a little bit slower today. Started off with a drop shot. Then when he went over to his topwater bait that he was throwing almost all day yesterday, that is when the fireworks started. We have him at 12 pounds, but I think he's going to be a little bit closer to what he weighed in yesterday, and really as slow as a day that we've seen Josh Bertrand have yesterday and so far today. There's a good shot that Justin Lucas could put this away at today's win.
That's a beast, man. Yes.
That big old spotted bass anchoring his limit. Take a look at our power pole replay of the day. It's a constantly shifting thing here, and here he is.
These spots, they never jump other places, and they do.
This tournament has not been without pain throughout the entire field, and this one right here, well, this one's going to get a little revenge right here. Uh-oh. Yep, that's what happens.
I am now. God.
Oh, we're going to do it again? Yeah, sure. Why not?
Absolutely.
This is second only to falling in the water as far as the number of replays.
There has been several fish that these guys have caught where they go ballistic when you get them in the boat and uh-oh.
Whole lot of sharp treble hooks and a crazy nutso spotted bass. That's sometimes what happens right there. Nice self-extraction.
I thought you were going to talk about the cameraman.
Oh, well, yeah, sure.
Well, he is too.
Yeah, I know.
He is too. Good call right there for Justin Lucas.
Yep, his latest piercing. There's some of these big old spots they got here in Lake Chateau. Now we're back out to Justin Lucas.
I just really need to get rid of one fish. We got three good ones, 1 pound and 3/4, something like that, and then a 1 1/4. I really just, man, I need one more. And I've had my opportunities today. I lost 2 nice ones and had several come up and just bump it. I don't understand why from 10 to 11:30 I didn't miss one. Like, I would hook them all. And then ever since then, I can't hook them. They come up and all over it, but they will not commit to it. I don't know what the deal is, man. Now I just need to get rid of one. We've got 2 hours, roughly, hour and a half. Screw this, let's go. This is not good right here. Just hope it's tougher today.
Justin Lucas on the move. Roy Hawk down there. Went a long time between his first keeper of the day and his second keeper of the day. And during that interval, Jake Whitaker went on a little bit of a tear and jumped a few places ahead of him for sure.
22 places ahead of him.
Yeah. That's more than a few, isn't it, Such?
No, it's almost 2 dozen.
Boy, and like Josh Bertrand, Roy Hawk absolutely needs to get something going here. Had a solid afternoon yesterday. If you really went off some of his late day fish catches, he needs to duplicate that today, or this one's going to kind of slip away. You have to stay around that 9 to 10 pound mark today.
Don't forget, we got the weigh-in coming up at 3:30 p.m. right here.
If you don't catch a limit, if you don't bring in 5, even if you bring in 5 and they're small, if you leave them out there and you only catch 3 or 4, it's hard to make it up, especially just fishing for spots. You know, you would for sure need 2 largemouth the next day to make that gap up.
We set a Rookie of the Year, Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Justin Lucas in control of that race right now for sure. Another thing we're watching is that Classic Bubble. How do you get in the Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship? Well, you can be the defending Classic champion, as pictured right there, Jordan Lee. You can win the Classic Bracket. That's going to be a little bit different. Expanded this year. Toyota Texas Fest champion gets a spot in that. Don't forget about that. We've already established that right now. Drew Benton and Eastern Open points, top 3 in that category. Same thing for the Central Open. The Open Championship is yet to come. That'll be around the 20th, I believe, of October.
We'll be able to see it on Bass Live. The final day, I believe.
Table Rock.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, final day.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. Open Championship winner, of course, the College Classic qualifier. That's already been established.
Ratliff.
Yep, Nick Ratliff from Kentucky. The Team Classic qualifier from team competition. The Nation Division champions, there are 3 of those. They'll all get in the Bassmaster Classic. And here we are to decide, well, who the elite final AOI standings top 35 are, because those are going to the Classic. And, of course, double qualifications in some of those other categories can extend that out to 36, 37, maybe even farther than that, right, guys?
Yes, I believe for at least the Opens Championship, if an elite qualifies from the Classic, they're being top 3 in points or winning the event, it goes back to the AOI standings for the Elite Series and whatnot. But there are also multiple people in contention to double qualify for that.
You're talking Bobby Lane, Wesley Strader, if Lintner gets in there, who else? Right?
Yeah, I think those are the 3 for sure. I don't want to leave anybody off, but there's 3 or 4 elites
Pipkins,
that aren't
maybe
in the Classic that can punch their ticket themselves, like Brandon Lester. He's 51st. He wouldn't have to fish the bracket, and that would influence that event.
All right. Where would, for instance, say Bill Lowen be standing right now as far as that Classic Cup goes?
He was up inside of it.
Okay. 37 to 31st today. He moved to 31st. Now he's kind of...
Yeah, now that he's not in the top 10 anymore, not in the top half of the field, he might lose some points back and be right around the bubble again.
All right. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we just go out and visit with Bill Lowen right now?
Why don't we?
Absolutely. Get you some bonus coverage. We have not had a chance to see Bill Lowen in action today. There he is right there, Bill Lowen. Bill, tell us how your day's going, first of all. What's been going on with you this afternoon?
It's not been going the way that we want it to go. You know, I started on my schooling fish and things like that I caught, you know, my bag yesterday. And everything I caught out there this morning was just little, you know, just keepers. And I had one good bite on and I lost it. And that's kind of went downhill out there just since the boat traffic and things like that. It's pretty rough out there. So I run up in the river where I figured I could go catch a couple good largemouth and have not been able to do that as well. So we're just trying to make something happen. You know, we're trying to get a big bite. And as you can see, I'm up here in the river fishing isolated pieces of wood out on the flats and things like that. Trying to get that big bite, but we haven't had it yet today. And we still got a little bit of time left, so hopefully we can make something happen.
Bill, if you can, kind of walk us through why it is so tough. And these are the tournaments you excel in on largemouth like this. Why is it so tough to catch these bigger, shallower largemouth?
You know, I think there's a lot of things going on. I think the biggest thing is that the lake's falling. And, you know, anytime the lake's falling, I don't care if the fish stay up there shallow or they get out here deep, they get really funky. And it's just that time of the year in the fall where, and maybe in 3 weeks, it may be phenomenal. It's just that funky time in the fall. And like I said, the lake's falling. There's a combination of things that are going on. The water's still pretty warm. You know, it's still 80 degrees. I think here in about 2 or 3 weeks, you're going to see something. The bite here will be phenomenal.
Hey, Bill, you have fished the Bassmaster Elite Series for an awful long time, and it has been a stressful week, to say the least, with the classic qualifications on the line, Angler of the Year title out there. Would you play a quick game with us called Either Or, my friend?
Absolutely.
Well, why don't we? You can only pick one, either or. Would you rather have an Angler of the Year trophy on your mantle or a Bassmaster Classic trophy, either or? What say you, Bill Lowen?
I'm going to go with the AOI Championship.
Wow. Why, Bill?
Just for the simple fact that you were the best all year long, not just one event. You know, yeah, the Bassmaster Classic's huge, and I'm not trying to take anything away from that. I'd love to have that trophy as well. But that's only one event. You know, for the AOI, you were the best all year long, and there's something to be said for that.
Well, Bill, you're right now. You're engaged in trying to qualify for the 2019 Bassmaster Classic right now. This water that's here in Chattooga will probably by that time have made it down to the Tennessee River. How do you rate your chances on that particular stretch of the Tennessee River? Talk about your experience up in the Watts Bar area
well, you know, I haven't spent any time on the lake that the Classic's going to be on, but you know what? It's Tennessee. It'll be in the early time of the year. You know, I'm a shallow fisherman. I love to throw a flat-sided crankbait. That'll come into play huge there. So it really fits into my style really, really well. I just need to make sure I'm there.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Bill, a tip for everyone. I know it's exceptionally tough to catch those largemouth up shallow this week, but if the conditions were better, the water was close to normal and so forth like that, it's hard still in this part of the country to catch them this time of year. Give us your 2 best tips to guys who struggle this time of year to go out and catch a whole bunch of fish.
Well, you know, I think if you're going to stay down on the main lake and fish in that clean water around that blueback and stuff, you just need to put top water in your hand and go for it, you know. This week up here in practice, before they started letting the lake down some more, you know, I think we had a lot of rainwater coming in and the water was staying stable and there was a lot of current up here. And I don't want to say it was easy to get a bite, but it sure wasn't as hard as it is now. So I would just say, if you're going to stay on the bottom end, pick up a top water. If you're going to stay up in the river and try to fish shallow, get on those flats, get on a piece of cover that is close to deep water, throw a worm, a crankbait, something like that, I guarantee you that'll work out for you.
All right, some good stuff for the fans right there.
Yes,
Bill Lowen,
sir.
thank you so much. Good luck to you the rest of the day there. Good luck on your quest to make it to qualify for the 2019 Bassmaster Classic Ohio's. Bill Lowen right there helping us out with some good tips. Good stuff for the anglers everywhere.
Now, really, we've been talking about this all day. Bigger ones coming later in the afternoon. We got about an hour and a little bit of change left here in fishing. Looking for a big last hour of Bassmaster.
All right, and after that, hey, 3:30 p.m., close on the eels. The weigh-in starts right here on Bassmaster.com, so stay with us for Bassmaster Live.
Live coverage of the Hook 2018 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship will return after this short break.
239 days on the water. With an average tournament day of 8 hours, that's 1,912 hours of fishing. Averaging 60 miles per hour, you covered 12,300 miles. That's 102,420 minutes with a rod in your hand. Averaging 4 casts per minute, that's just shy of 410,000 chances at a bite. But numbers are the foundation. The results are up to you.
Bassmaster Angler of the Year!
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. Since 1968, B.A.S.S has been serving bass fishing enthusiasts with information and tournament coverage that make you a better angler. When you sign up today, you'll join over 500,000 outdoorsmen who love bass fishing. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Log on to Bassmaster.com to join Bass today.
This is it. Your name gets stamped on that trophy. This is the tournament that you work all year to be at. You throw all your chips in the basket here and you go for the win here. It's a winner-take-all event. The Bassmaster Classic is definitely the pinnacle of our sport.
Looking for 914. 8 pounds, 11 ounces.
There we go, baby. Yes. Come here. Just come here. Bigot.
There we go.
There we go. Play start. Oh, yeah. Very good. What'd I tell you? Need to be fishing off. There we go. Getting there. There we go. Yes. Yes. There we go. There we go. Come here. Yeah. There we go. Yes. Yeah! There we go.
Back-to-back domination of
It's Good here. Oh, good one. Yes, sir. That is a big one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes!
Takahiro Omori once again tastes Elite Series glory.
We got him. Ooh!
And Kennedy becomes the only man alive with
25. That's how you start day 4. Yeah.
On in here, no! Boom! Shakalaka! Giant bass!
Got you, baby. Yeah! How about that? Gosh! Yeah! Boom! Yes! Yeah!
And with that, Drew Benton becomes a Bassmaster Elite Series champion.
Get in here. Yes. Yeah. Woo, stay on. Damn. Yes.
7 pounds, 5 ounces. Happy has done it.
Yes. Woo. There he is.
And Ace Monroe becomes a 5-time Bassmaster winner.
Yeah. Look at that big. Got you. Damn. Got you, baby. Got you, baby.
69.9, and it's payday for MDJ.
That's a beast. Hey, look how big that fish is. God, what a smaller. Oh my. Holy crap. Got her, baby! I'll show her to you. Look at that thing, dude. I'm shaking.
The St. Lawrence River belongs to Josh Bertrand.
Bass Live is being brought to you by Hook.
One of the biggest weeks of the year for the anglers in the Bassmaster Elite Series, specifically the top 50 who have qualified to come here to Northeast Georgia and Lake Chattooga to battle it out. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. It's where we, of course, decide our Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. We also decide Rookie of the Year. We decide who qualifies for the Bassmaster Classic in a certain degree as well. That's a very, very important component of this. And, of course, a lot of money, $1 million purse that's in play as well. And your status at the end of 3 days of fishing will, in many ways, determine how much money you get. So everyone's interest has peaked this week, ours especially. That's the way it looks, our top 12 in points after day 1.
And really, Ott Depot was the one that was the most outspoken about that. He said, I don't stand to make a lot more money with the way the points were at the top. He said, but I can certainly lose money without performing here.
Down 10 grand starting today.
Exactly.
This is not just an end of the season party, postseason deal. This is a serious business for these anglers right here. How you do next year? What you're going to do next year? How you going to do with the Classic? All or be at the Classic? All can be determined right here. And there's our leader, Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. A good big lead for Justin Lucas.
Got him. Might help. Yeah, he'll help, dude. Yes. We needed that. That is a good call right there, folks. There's more with him, too. I know which ones are small ones. Right there, look at that. That's a good call. Thank you. Call him a one.
More look at this fish landing right here for Justin Lucas. Nice spotted bass.
Oh, dude. Can't be making me laugh like that before we go on live. And we're live. We're having a good time. My cameraman's making me laugh. I'm enjoying today way more than yesterday, I'll tell you that. We just upgraded. Got rid of a little 1 1/4, 130 for a, I don't know, it might be pushing 2 pounds. It's not a bad fish. I think we got 12 pounds. I think it, yeah, that's a fair number to say.
Hours worth of fishing time.
As long as I get that trophy on Sunday, I'll be 100% satisfied with whatever I did in this tournament. I do not care as long as I get that trophy. I'm going to sleep with that thing if I get it. I'll take a ring. I really, it's all about that trophy to me, dude. I'll take a ring. I never had a champion's ring. Missed it. That's another good one. That's where they're at. They're out right here right now for some reason. Off the tip of this thing. That was a good one, man. They just aren't getting it. Like that one I got back just a minute ago. He got it good, but
They look like they're just rocking and firing out there. It's interesting to hear Christy talk about how important these casts are, specifically where they land.
It's so crucial. Real estate is expensive back in that one creek. We caught 2 nice ones out of there, but and lost a good one. Yeah, just stay off my water. Every fish on the cane walker. Every one of them. They might be sold out on Tackle Warehouse already. I know, I gotta replace all the hooks on those ones tonight. Did that yesterday too. It's easier just to tie a new bait on than sit there and jack with hooks, I think. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. Took the swim bait out of detention. When the wind started, the clouds came in. I had a bite on it too, back on that spot. All right, we're gonna move here in a second.
How do you feel about not fishing tomorrow?
Honestly, I need a break, man. I'm worn out. I am running purely on adrenaline, I promise you. I got up at 3 this morning. My alarm was set for 5:30 and couldn't go back to sleep because I'm sitting there just thinking about my game plan, what I'm going to do. And that's how it's been ever since St. Lawrence River, man. My wife's like, why are you getting up at 4, 5 o'clock?
Your off days.
On my, dude, when we're home. Because I can't stop thinking about it, man.
She and Cooper are glued to the...
Oh, they're probably watching for sure. My brother's in town. My other brother's coming tomorrow, and then good friend Devin and another good friend Andy. They're out. He's in California. Andy is. He's coming out tomorrow, but Devin's here. It's cool to have them here. Really cool. Especially if I can close the deal tomorrow or Sunday. Let's roll, dude. Last cast. Ike's on that spot. All right. Gonna bounce around in here while there's snow. Huh? No, we're gonna make a little move. I was gonna go over there, but Ike's sitting on it.
Hats off to Justin Lucas. This guy came in here locked in a tight race, Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, fishing top 5 in this tournament against this competition on this place. It's so different from where we've been, well, 90% of our events this year.
No, and you can tell. I mean, he definitely smells it today. Yeah. You know, it is day and night from where he was at yesterday at this time. And what was amazing was yesterday was watching some of those late day big culls where we were, all of us in studio were like, dude, you're good. I mean, those were 3 to 4 pound fish. But I'm not going to lie, he has stayed with a game plan. He is stuck with it. And coming into this tournament, talking to him earlier in the week, he said, look, I will go for broke and I will not deviate from my game plan. And so far, that has worked.
It talked about how exhausted he is at this point right here. He's been stressing about it for so long. And he mentioned something. He started out fishing with that swim bait. That seems like 5 days ago.
Gosh, it
that
does.
we saw that. I mean,
yesterday morning.
Yeah,
and I really
a lot of
think
stuff going on.
I really think in the lower light conditions that we had throughout practice, that swim bait was a bigger player for Justin. Don't get me wrong. He said I got a lot of bites on topwaters. But he said, I really think the swim bait is what is going to put me over the top. And if we get the weather that is coming on Sunday, I believe that's only going to help him.
You know who else came loaded for bear to this tournament besides Justin Lucas?
Yes, well, Justin Lucas's family?
May I suggest that you came loaded for bear here? You rolled out a brand new feature.
No,
here.
I actually came to work.
Yeah, yeah, which is a huge breakthrough right there. But you came loaded for bear. You had the new feature called Either Or, which is proved to be it's setting the world on fire.
Well,
people go crazy
big,
for
listen,
it.
I am big, as you well know, I am big on awkward. You, my friend, you are going to go into the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame next week.
That's right.
I would say that dinner with everybody in that room will possibly be the biggest awkward evening.
I won't notice. I won't notice. I'll be crying like Nancy Kerrigan. I'll not notice any of that.
Like Nancy Kerrigan.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
But thank you. I worked on Either Or really since the iCast extravaganza.
I imagine so.
Yeah,
it takes a lot of work to come up with the good stuff. Hey, can I turn the tables and pose an Either Or to you?
Please.
Okay. Are we ready for this? Are we ready for this?
I'm fine.
Would you rather have A, Seth Feider's haircut,
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Or either or. This is either or
Okay.
again. Just like you've been laying on our anglers
All right.
here. Magnificent haircut administered by you. Or would you rather have a piece of apparel? Not just any piece of apparel.
I don't.
Something very important. Ronnie Moore's dress.
Oh my gosh! Look at Ron on the right.
Yeah,
look at him on the right.
Yeah, Ronnie, fantastic in a sleeveless, sort of double-strapped affair right there.
Welcome to the gun show.
Yeah,
Ron
hello,
Moore.
sun's out, guns out.
That arm tan's gotten much thicker over the last 2 months, I promise.
Oh, I'll bet.
Is that Jake Whitaker in the middle?
Oh my God.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Drew Benton? I can't really tell.
Sorry, that's bad.
Okay.
All right, let's get back on the water right now.
Render your decision for us, just so we
Somebody
so we
that
have
has
some
been
closure.
just like Justin Lucas, flawless all week long so far. Jacob Wheeler, Bassmaster.
Wow.
Did he just slide out of that either or without an answer?
I think he did. We did. He's mulling it over.
All right. We're not going far again. I've been running around for the last hour and a half, just trying to hit as many places as I possibly can. You know, my rotation of what I normally will fish, I'm not saying I'm completely staying off them, but the problem is my smallest one's probably almost 2 3/4 probably. So I don't, you know, I pull up and catch a whole bunch of 2 3/4 off a place. It's not going to help me that much today. So I'm trying to just find a couple more places that I can run and hopefully add to what I already know. And that's the biggest thing right now. So I'm running around hitting this, hitting that.
Jacob Wheeler with a good problem to have.
Efficient. Oh, you definitely don't know. As much stuff as I got marked, half of it.
Well, you mentioned fighter, and he comes across with a 3.5 pounder to jump to 15th place.
Well, that's huge right now for him. Huge.
Jacob Wheeler mentioning, you know, his number of places has dwindled because of what he's got to get rid of now. His smallest fish is just under 3 pounds, 2 3/4 pounds, and you just got to find a place where he can make that upgrade. Otherwise, I mean, he's 16 pounds or thereabouts today. That's a great effort as well.
Josh Bertrand is out of range, but a Bass Track, he came in with 2 3/4. He needs several more of those to get back in this game.
Yeah, yeah. Well, maybe he's onto something. Doesn't have a whole lot of time. Maybe an hour.
Well, I don't know if it's valid, but Dustin Connell with 1 fish unofficially on Bass Track. That is not confirmed. Very big surprise.
Yeah.
There's a few really big
Hackney
surprises.
down there, 0. There could be some out of range. Scott Rook as well. Combs, we know we talked to him.
Oh, I think it says, if you look at Bass Track, one of the new features is over in the right-hand column. It has a time of the last time it was updated, and when it gets into the PM time, it always messes up for the first hour, but 11:09 a.m., which was around noon Eastern time, is the last time it updated, so it's been an hour or so, hour and a half for Connell. And cue it up, Mike Sukon. Greg Hackney just popped in with 2 of his fish. He's up to...
Did I do that?
Yeah, he's up to 5 pounds with 2 fish. Both came in back-to-back, same time code, so he probably was out of service, probably down south in the river, I would say.
Had Lucas and Wheeler pretty much mid-lake all day long. I think you could still safely say they're right in that area.
Another shocker, Jordan Lee. He got a top 5, I believe. I want to say maybe 3rd. He won the bracket after the 2013 championship, so he did make the bracket. I think he got 3rd at that championship that Tom Frank and them won at Auburn Montgomery. So he's got history at Chattoogan. 48th place. He had 5 pounds yesterday, and he's got 2 for 3 3/4 today.
Well, you mentioned Dustin Connell, of course, Rookie of the Year last year. Dustin Connell, who included a win for Ross Barnett in his successful effort to get that important title in 2017. He has not let up this year. He's certainly kept his head down and worked very, very hard. And let's go out and visit with Dustin Connell. There he is right there. Dustin, how are you? How's it going today?
As terrible as you could think it could go. I've had several. There's one right there. Look right there. He got it. I got it.
All right. That's what I am talking about right there.
All right, look, he's probably going to come off, guys, because I've had about 10 of them come up just the size of this one. He's probably going to come off. Oh, he finally got in the boat this time.
All right.
Nice. How many have we had like that? Probably 4 or 5 come up. Mm-hmm. Unbelievable.
How many have you lost today, Dustin?
Several. I lost a big one earlier on a jerkbait. I hear you. And had probably 4 or 5 of that size come up on my top water bait, and they ain't taking it. So just one of them days.
Dustin, if you can, kind of relate this lake to one of the lakes that you've cut your teeth on Smith Lake there in Alabama. The similarities, yeah?
Well, spotted bass, yes, but I think what really hurts this is just a lot of boat traffic. So when you have that boat traffic, those fish are still there. I can idle these brush piles with my Lowrances and I can see them. And I'm like, man, there they are. And they are super finicky and hard to get to bite. And you almost got to throw a topwater even to get them to react. And, when they don't eat that, they ain't nothing you can do.
You ever been here before, Dustin?
No, I've never been here, but this place has got them. There's a lot of big fish in here. Practice was really, really good. And, I don't know whether the pressure got to them or what, but this place has got some big fish. I think you're going to see some big ones come in today.
Hey, Dustin, we've been playing a game all week long with a lot of our anglers. It's been a stressful week. You know what I mean? It's been stressful. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. With everything going on with this event, so many things on the line. You want to play a game called Either Or with us real quick, Dustin?
Absolutely.
Well, why don't we? I love that. Dustin, you can only pick one of these.
All right.
In your fishing career, you can only have one, the Angler of the Year trophy or the Bassmaster Classic trophy. What say you, DC?
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'd probably say, I don't know. That's a tough one.
It is, isn't it?
I would probably say AOY just because that's more respected. Okay. You know what I mean? All these guys respect that. That means you call them better than any of these guys all year long. That's a big. So AOY for sure.
You want to play Either Or again?
Absolutely.
Okay, it's actually going to be either or. You get to go hunting and bag one of these. You can only pick one. E.T., Predator, or Alien?
Probably the Predator.
Why?
I don't know. That's a bad dude. Right
it is,
there.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Go Georgia mountains and hear something in the woods.
Ooh, no! How about when he gets that, like that rocket off his shoulder, shoots like laser beam?
It hits you in the chest, you're like, oh, God.
I know. That's awesome. I like that part.
Good answer. 2 guys in a row who've given the correct answer to that question.
There's no doubt about it. Plus, he's got those forks like Wolverine, which is, you know.
Yeah, I don't really have much to lose today. I told my marshal, I said, look, we're going to go throw a top water and a jerkbait all day and have fun. You know, I'm in 50th in the points, and I didn't really see myself having a chance to win. So, and I just wanted to stay out. Jacob Wheeler's doing really good today. I didn't want to get in his way, so I just kind of stayed to the side.
Well, there's our guy right there, Dustin Connell. He was our 2017
that is my guy right there.
Rookie of the Year. Won a very tight race. We got a tight race going on this year. Hey, thank you, Dustin. Fish on. We will see you at weigh-in time. And
play a little more either or with him later on. Look
Absolutely.
At him.
He was ready for this one.
Pistolero. Yes.
Good stuff. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with our last 30 minutes of Bassmaster
Live.
Yeah.
DC.
I grew up in a really small town, Donald, South Carolina, born and raised there. I mean, there's nothing there. It just used to be a gas station, a little restaurant. You had to make your own fun. So the outdoors is where you turn to do that. So we rabbit hunted some days when we wasn't fishing. I had coon dogs. We coon hunted 6 nights a week, even after football practice and basketball practice. So I was a big outdoorsman. Anything outdoors, that's what I wanted to do. And I mean, the only job I've ever had, I worked on a farm. I couldn't see myself sitting in an office or doing anything else inside. I had to be outside. It was just, I loved outdoors. But I caught my first bass when I was 4. And man, it lit a fire in me that's never been put out. All I ever wanted to do was fish, fish, and fish all my life. And that's the thing about what we do as far as in the fishing world. You're playing the game against the outdoors. And that's, to me, that's what it's all about. Music is a big part of my life. There's something in music to me that just, when you're having a bad day, when situations aren't going your way, there's something there that can fix that in music. And that's how I tie to it. I'm Casey Ashley, and I depend on Firestone tires.
The 2018 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is brought to you by Skeeter Boats, Yamaha, Power Pole, Humminbird, Nitro Boats, and by Abu Garcia.
Let's go places.
Weekend. Mine was unbelievable.
Really? Gotta be Skeet.
It barely fit on 2 pages. It was so big.
Hey, Skeet, I think you left this on the copier, man.
Whatever. See more office antics at teamgtfishing.com.
We need next quarter so we can run everything.
Yeah? Stop working right now! Look outside. Is this spreadsheet weather? No, it's not. This is fishing weather. So stop clicking, get out there, and catch a bass. Stop what you're doing and start fishing Rapala ripstop.
239 days on the water. With an average tournament day of 8 hours, that's 1,912 hours of fishing. Averaging 60 miles per hour, you covered 12,300 miles. That's 102,420 minutes with a rod in your hand. Averaging 4 casts per minute, that's just shy of 410,000 chances at a bite. But numbers are the foundation. The results are up to you.
Bassmaster Angler of the Year!
Fishing just got easier, and it didn't cost you a thing. Free feature upgrades from Lowrance. Fish Reveal delivers the best of chirp sonar and downscan imaging, all on one screen, and it's going to help you find more fish. High visibility color sonar take high contrast imaging to a whole new level. It delivers the absolute best views of structure. Fish like to hide there, but their hiding days are over. These features are ready to roll when you are. Just upgrade your HDS Carbon software.
New Berkley Fireline Ultra 8. It's rounder, smoother, and 4 times more abrasion resistant than original Fireline. That means you catch more fish. Ultra 8 features 8 braided strings heated to molecularly bind individual fibers. It lays well on the spool and is prior to going through your guide. Expect 10% longer casts and superb knot strength.
New Fireline Ultra 8, and you thought Fireline couldn't get any better.
There's a reason I escape to the water for over 200 days a year. It's not only my passion and my job, it's my life. The work and the miles that I put in traveling across this country have prepared me for this sport. Because after thousands of casts, eventually I will find it. Toyota, let's go places.
Bass Live is being brought to you by Hook.
Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. This is our playing field, which is a pleasure to roll out to you pictures of this every time we get a possibility to look at the mountains, the Appalachians, coming down here into northeast Georgia. Absolutely gorgeous spot. And, you know, it's a small lake, 7,500 acres, and a mature lake. I think they impounded it back in 1942 just for a little flood control. They have added a generator now, but I get the impression they're not generating much this weekend.
Really, taking a look at our hummingbird lay of the lake here, the one great thing about this lake, there must be a gazillion bass in here. For these guys to catch them as good as they've caught them, literally cannibalizing each other on every single point on this lake. Chattooga has shown up, and I would love to see a tournament here in, I don't know, let's say March.
Yeah,
right?
March, or maybe in 2 months.
That's
you never
been
get
very solid. Very
Absolutely.
solid.
And this is not a way out in the middle of the Styx Lake. This is a popular lake. Gets a lot of pressure week in and week out, not just from these anglers here. Of course, it's getting a double helping this week, but you know, a lot of people come up from Atlanta here, the big vacation and weekend home destination for people that like to fish and boat and everything like that. A gorgeous place. You can't blame them for wanting to come up here. And man, they pack a lot of fish into here. That's for sure. If they can stand up for a couple more, for another day anyway. Hats off to Lake Chattooga. Success not distributed equally though among our anglers here. It's been very tough for some.
Trying to find me 1 or 2 more places I can put together for tomorrow.
This guy's having a great time up here.
What's that? Oh, yeah, I guess it's true. That is true.
Talking about the area, Tommy, where our weigh-in is the Georgia Mountain Fairgrounds is a really popular place. Besides the Fall Pickleball Classic, they have like next month they have Dwight Yoakam and Blue Oyster Cult going in the music hall there. It's really popular spot. Music hall, botanical gardens,
sweet,
big campsites.
Stats, Such. That is good stuff. Yeah. That man, they got it going on here.
Well, tomorrow, the Bass folks, the expo is going to have it going on from 10 a.m.
Boy, no kidding. If you can get here tomorrow, spend an hour, be well worth your time. It's free, of course. Good one. Absolutely free.
Go meet every angler.
Josh Bertrand. Josh Bertrand getting something going.
God, that's a good one.
Nice spotted bass.
It is a good one.
It is. I think it's a, let me see it. Hold on one second. Okay. Right on. That's a good one. That's what we've been waiting for. That's a 3-pounder. Boy, they're so long and thin. They feel like they're 5-pounders. That's 2 good ones in the last couple minutes. We got to keep this rolling. I got another pile right there we'll fish. That's what we've been waiting for all day long. Finally, 2 of them connected. 2.5 and a 3+. We've got almost an hour here. That makes 4 fish. Catch a couple more of those. Who knows what Justin's got, but a couple more of those is all we could do right now.
You know what? Glad to see that.
No doubt. Got a little color right here. It kind of stinks. There are a bunch of fish, but that may be screwing it up. Yeah, it's this is basically the same thing we've done all day long, which is the crazy part. It's fishing these brush piles just like, so many other guys are. We've been waiting to just have a couple of them actually get the bait good, and that's exactly what happened there. The other option, I've got, and I'm definitely not going to do it now, but would be going shallow, and you've got some largemouth up there on bluegill and then some largemouth up there in wolf packs cruising, and those cruising fish are just as tough. If you caught them in the right window, especially early in the morning, or if you had some clouds or wind or something like that, that would help you a bunch. But I've been staring at 2 to 3.5 pound spots for the last 2 days, blowing up on my bait and doing backflips over it, nipping at it. I mean, we've had the bites today to have a really big day. Add those 2 onto what we've already had bite today. It's frustrating.
During it's a 3 1/4.
My mind has been wandering a lot today, a lot more than normal. The most important tournament of the year. It's crazy that's happening.
Four fish now. 4 fish now that have Josh Bertrand just under 10 pounds. If he could do it 2 more times, hey.
Whether he can catch up, to get back in this for Sunday. You pull for him, man.
Oh, yeah, you want it to be. You want him in it. You want him in it. He's put in the work. He's gotten the results this year. He's performed. He's produced. TH Marine Weather Watch. Here it is right now, 82 degrees and partly cloudy. Puffy clouds, as you can see, mostly sunshine. Well, all sunshine. That's what this day has been about. No real super measurable wind, just a persistent little breeze. Probably more movement on the water caused by boat traffic than anything else. Of course, tomorrow, we'll have good weather tomorrow. Good day to come out and meet all the anglers. Meet Josh Bertrand. And the other 49 out here.
You got from 10 a.m. till 5 p.m. They're going to be out there with the expo. So it's a good day. And then on Sunday, the expo begins at 11 a.m. It goes till 5, and you watch the weigh-in on Sunday as well.
Get out there and ask Jacob Wheeler, Justin Lucas for some fishing tips.
Yep.
Be a good opportunity.
Interesting to watch Jacob Wheeler go through his day and just very impressive. He to listen that he's looking for new stuff to get him through Sunday.
Here's a guy, yeah.
He's kept himself in the game. I mean, we've seen that anything could happen, and it's
look at Lucas.
Wow.
Oh. Did you see that? Dude, he was trying to eat it right at the boat.
Watch.
Oh, I don't have the drop shot on.
Wow.
What in the freaking A? Did you see that? I'm not going to say anything bad, but how? I mean, dude, what are the, I've never seen that before.
Like he didn't even see the boat.
I know.
That's y'all whispering.
Dude, that was crazy. Dang, probably close to a 3-pounder too, 2.5. It's a good fish. You saw it, couldn't you? Oh, that was insane, man. I swear, I think he was maybe blind or something.
Take a look at
Come
that
back
one more
up,
time.
you little blind sucker.
Wow.
Oh, there'll be a lot of stories about that.
Right.
Oh, yeah. And it has turned out, like you said it would be today, Mark Zona, a clinic on how to catch them. It's tough like this on a herring lake. And boy, one thing will stick with you watching Justin Lucas operate.
Maybe he'll bite on
You don't really realize, but he is running that top water so fast. Really skittering it across the top there. It just doesn't linger.
All right, let's move. That was crazy. I don't even know what to say about that.
So we just saw Josh Bertrand, 2-fish flurry, allowed him to jump, about 10, 12 anglers. Get himself up towards the middle of the pack. He's not where he wanted to be. He professed to want to be dead middle of the pack at the end of the day. And
3-pounder, get him closer.
Yeah,
3.5
would help him do that. And he would still have to depend on something
would
dramatic.
Be
yeah.
huge for him.
Angler saw one right behind him and took a 180 right there and got it out very quickly. Roy Hawk's been waiting to fire up today. Still, as far as we know, just a couple of fish in the boat for Roy, and those were a long time apart, 3 or 4 hours apart.
It's not updated on Bass Track. His second fish.
I was really curious to see how his deep cranking deal was going. Like, that's a thing. Just because brush, you know, you can run it by him and stuff. It's definitely a thing in the South, you know, whether it's TVA, whatever fisheries, but I hadn't seen too many people do that at Chateau. A lot of the topwater and stuff, but deep cranking, I was seeing if Roy Hawk would be able to keep that going.
Worked yesterday a little bit.
246. No way that pontoon boat's going to come cut across the flat, is he? He's going to do it, dude. I don't think it is. I guess it's just standard MO for here. I don't know. I guess. I don't know. Yeah. It's all good, I guess. They followed it out. I don't want it. Hi. Looking good. Pops is looking good. Wow. Maybe it'll get them active. Stir them up a little bit. Fire up the bass.
Officer wanted to get a closer look at the hawk.
Yeah,
What a trip.
everybody wants a little in time with the hawk. Well, what are you going to do?
Heck, they do it on purpose. They don't want
It's every
to
lake,
catch
Tom.
them in bass.
Oh, sure. Of course
every
it is.
lake.
Of course it is. We don't single out the people at Chateau. They mean well.
PETA or something, you know? Oh, yeah?
Keep our eyes on Josh Bertrand as best we can in the few remaining minutes we have here just now. After almost 2 days of fishing, getting something going here on Chateau. That's, again, Josh Bertrand coming off the most recent win available in the Bassmaster Elite Series, the first Elite Series win of his career.
That was number 4 for him, that good one. And that's, I mean, he said he's missed a lot, seen a lot chase his bait, but he did bow up on one earlier. I mean, really had it and actually visibly got upset losing it. So it was probably another solid fish that would have him at a above average limit today to try to catch up.
Did a great job earlier of showing us where those fish are on his electronics and explaining why it's so frustrating to be able to see them down there and not be able to catch them.
You know, you just never know. I mean, this is the thing for this tournament. For me, is just another opportunity to to win a trophy. You know, we also get $25,000, but at the end of the day, all I really care about is that blue trophy. I mean, these guys are truly the toughest competitors you're going to deal with day in and day out. And when you can say you call up more weight than everybody else and hoist that trophy after the end of the tournament, man, it's a pretty special feeling. So that's been my goal, obviously, which is your goal every time, but more so this week than any other week, just for the fact of knowing, you know, that this is the last tournament of the year. And being the last tournament of the year, you want to end the year right. Also moving up in AOY points would be nice as well. But at the end of the day, now that I'm out here, I mean, middle of the day, having fun regardless, running around, throwing a top water, I mean, this is what I love to do. So it can't get much better than that.
It's amazing, man, that light switch just turns on. You can't waste too much time throwing back at the same one. We got to keep moving and make 1 or 2 more casts. We're out of here.
Another look at his catch just moments ago. Josh Bertrand. This be a number 5, keeper number 5, I believe, for him, right?
Not a big one, but
no,
critical.
Yeah, dude. If nothing else, on a personal level, it does for sure. We finally caught a few fish. It seems like we just kind of hit a good window where the fish, rather than just come swipe at it, they're actually eating it. That's three out of the last 4 brush piles we've caught one, so we're going to try to keep running as many as we can. And with any luck, I mean, we need a couple more big ones. We've got 3 little fish in there that we have to get rid of, so we've got almost 40 minutes to do it. You can fish 10 brush piles in 40 minutes.
That's no exaggeration either. 10 brush piles in 40 minutes is what he said.
You can see he's fishing making very precise casts. Every time he gets on the trolling motor, you can see he's staring at his waypoints on all of those angles.
Man, I don't know. I mean, thinking of having a shot to go to the Classic, I don't know. I'm going to be right on the freaking border right now, I think, unless I catch a couple more fish. I didn't see the point standings, what it looked like yesterday. But I don't know. I imagine I'm going to be right on the bubble. So each bite, if I could catch one now, it would go a long ways, I think. Thankful to at least get 2 today, but it's been a grind. Real tough. Tried just about everything. Got a whole ton of rods out here and threw them all. But we got about 7-8 minutes. See if we can get one more. Every bass would help.
Roy Hawk talking about Classic qualification. That is huge. Also, Rookie of the Year points right there. That's the way they started today. Roy Hawk and Jake Whitaker, a single point. Separating the 2 of them right there. We've seen some success from Jake Whitaker for sure today. Roy Hawk in a slow day, as far as we know, still stuck on 2 keepers.
You could hear he was worried about other things too.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Oh, I was going to say, and that's the thing, though. They're 23rd and 24th in points after yesterday's top 10 success. So if you drop to the 30s after today, you'll lose 20 points. And like you said, that 35th place spot's going to be
getting closer.
Just
He's
below.
at 627 right now. He lose 605. He's right there near the 33rd
on the
spot.
Surface during the middle of the day, and yeah, it wasn't a bad day. Gosh, you know, I don't know what Josh did today. I'll be really curious to find out. It's the first question I'm asking when I get in, and of course we have a day off, but I need it. And hopefully, I just need to come out and catch what I'd really like is if I could just come out and catch 5 keepers, 5 pounds on Sunday. If depending on how Josh does, that would make me feel good. Now, if I have to catch 10 again, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to catch a 2-pounder. Legitimately is. So we'll see.
How does the end of the day compare to the feeling you had yesterday, the feeling you had?
Dude, just so much less pressure today. Obviously, I think you guys could tell just by watching me today. I'm actually having some fun where I wasn't having that much fun ever since the St. Lawrence River. Life's good, don't get me wrong, but just from a competitive standpoint, when you want to win, your mind races, man. It thinks of a million different things that can happen. And I've just been trying to put together a game plan since St. Lawrence River for this tournament. And that finishing second there was so critical, man, because Josh won it, of course. I only gave him 1 point, and I could have easily finished 25th or something and been 10, 15 points behind him. So we're in a good spot. I'm feeling good. I'm fishing well. We're missing a few fish, but that's just part of it. So.
Justin Lucas doing some figuring right there, talking about why he's so much more relaxed today than yesterday. We can all understand that. Some great success today. Our Power Pole replay of the day is a top of the charts is a duet between Justin Lucas and James Elam.
Now, it's really fair to say, watching these guys today, if you wanted to see a good top water tournament and guys that have made adjustments, whether it's adjustments to their timing or rotation of different baits, the Power Pole replay of the day 2 here at the Angler of the Year Championship. That was an enormous call early today.
Come here.
As much as I wanted to go James Elam, I'm going to throw it right here to Justin Lucas. Catching this big one early today.
That's what it's all freaking about right there, dude. That's a beast, man. Yes.
That wasn't a fist bump. That was an all-out punch on Eric Kafka, the cameraman.
Justin Lucas, the guy with the most pressure on between the two of them. And, of course, James Elam doing a little variety in there with a big old gigantic largemouth.
Been some great fish catches today. Seriously.
Talk about how tough it is all you want. We have been royally entertained by what these guys are bringing in. Another largemouth. Come on. Like you say, from nowhere, there's largemouth today.
Now, for everybody at home, take a look at that right there. We will not be with you tomorrow. Championship Sunday will be back in action. That's right.
Coming up to weigh in right now at 3 o'clock. So in just 2 minutes, they're going to give the boat to the College Classic champ, Nick Ratliff. He's there, going to get it. He's going to accept that from Hank Weldon for winning that bracket, and then we will transition into weigh-in at 3:30. So tune in a few minutes to watch the boat get given away.
3 o'clock that happens.
Yes.
Okay. Right away, yeah. Weigh in at 3 o'clock, but plenty more to tune in on coming up next. Right here on Bassmaster.com. It's so great having you along with us today. Thanks to everyone who made this a great day at the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship on Bassmaster Live.
See you Sunday.
Thank you.